So in this lecture, we are going to discuss all the current affairs which were there in last 1.5 years, approximately starting from January 2025 till April 2026. No current affair, I think, will come out from this. If you understand all these current affairs in detail, this is a long video, but this will be a one-stop solution. If you will understand these current affairs, all the topics are covered in these current affairs, there are very high chances that you will increase your score by maximum and you will be able to tackle current affairs, especially for the geography and environment section. In this topic, in this video, we are going to discuss all the current affairs, all the important bodies which were in news, all the important conventions and protocols which were in use, all the important national parks, Ramsar sites, biosphere reserves, wildlife sanctuaries which were there in news in last 1.5 year. Along with this, we will be discussing all the reports and indexes which was there in 1.5 years. Along with this, we will be discussing all the important species which were there, right? So just stick to this video. It might take some time for you people. Just be ready with your pen and paper and just listen to this video carefully and complete this video. After this video, I make this very sure that you will feel confident enough to go and directly set into the prelims and just attempt all the environment questions which will come from the current affairs. So now let us begin this session. So let us start with this topic of river mining. This topic was in news because of the illegal sand mining that was going on near the Yamuna river, and this was talked among the ministers. The context is not that important. Prelims के हिसाब से हमें पता होना चाहिए that what exactly is sand mining. Sand mining is the extraction of the sand, gravels, boulders, pebbles, and other minerals from the river bed, river banks, floodplains of rivers, etc. Okay. अब क्या questions और आ सकते हैं? What are the key laws which govern the sand mining or which regulate the sand mining in India? Question ऐसे हो सकता है that which of the following laws regulate sand mining? So which are the laws? First one is the Environment Protection Act 1986. Environment की बात हो रही है तो बिल्कुल आगा. Mines and Mineral Development Act, it also talks about the sand mining. Then Sustainable Sand Mining Management Guidelines of 2016, and then the Enforcement and Monitoring Guidelines for the sand mining. इन दो में तो sand mining explicitly mentioned है. Mines and Minerals की क्योंकि बात हो रही है तो for mineral sand mining is being done, hence ये भी आ गया. और environment के ऊपर उसका direct impact होता है, hence the Environment Protection Act is also the answer. What can be the consequences of river mining? Again, the question can be asked that which of the following consequences can be there because of the river mining, okay, and especially the illegal sand mining from the river areas. So सबसे पहले obviously it will affect the fish and especially the breeding and the spawning grounds. Then it can increase the turbidity of the water, and if the turbidity of the water is increasing, it reduces the light penetration. अब turbidity of water का मतलब क्या होता है? Turbidity मतलब water के अंदर opaque particles will increase. When the opaque particles will increase, the sunlight will hit those opaque particles. Those particles will not allow the sunlight to penetrate into the water. Okay, so suppose this is water and here you are having a lot of turbidity. So when the sunlight will reach the surface, this particle will not allow to penetrate the sunlight into the water. When the sunlight will not penetrate into the water, that means what? The temperatures of the water will be affected, which in turn obviously is going to affect the aquatic species, right? If the light penetration is being reduced, that means the plants which are there in that aquatic ecosystem will not be able to make their own food. Hence, photosynthesis in the aquatic plants will disrupt. Also, it reduces the river aquifer interactions and it leads to removal of the sediment support, causing the lateral erosion. Okay, so if let's say this is the river which is moving from the river banks, if the sand is being mined, there is extraction going on. That means now this river bank will be broken. When this river bank will be broken, so this river will experience the lateral erosion because of the water into this river. So these are the consequences of it, right? Second topic is M sand. M sand is known as the manufactured sand. Okay, Now, when you talk about the manufactured sand, as the name is telling you that this sand is being manufactured, that means it is not natural sand. It is being manufactured. How will this be manufactured? If there is a rock, so you will crush this rock into lot of pieces, lot of small pieces, and these small pieces ultimately will form the sand. Okay, the natural sand is also formed in a similar manner. How the natural sand is formed? There is a rock which is being eroded, let's say by water, and this continuous erosion reduce the size of the sediments, and ultimately the sand is formed. So here this reduction in size was because of the moving river water. Here the reduction of size is because of the human actions, anthropogenic origin. Okay, so this is because of the mechanical crushing of the hard rocks, typically granite, into fine aggregates. Right, so there are three stages: crushing, screening, and washing. These three steps, after these three steps, the manufactured sand becomes usable. Okay, if we have to talk about the differences between the manufactured sand as well as the normal sand, what are the differences? Okay, one, it is artificial, it is by crushing of the rocks, it is naturally occurring. Second, manufactured sand are angular and sharp edged, but the normal or the natural sands are smooth and rounded particles. Manufactured sand, very important, manufactured sand has higher strength, but the natural sand comparatively has the lower strength. Okay, next, if we have to talk about the water demand, so for manufactured sand, water demand is slightly higher. Manufactured sand is ecologically friendly also. Why? Because it reduces the river sand mining. Natural sand तो उसके लिए sand mining करना पड़ेगा. However, I agree that this point is contentious because it is relative in nature. It is eco-friendly because of reduction in the normal sand. Okay, then the manufactured sand is cheaper also, abundantly available also, because there are so many rocks, you can just crush it to make the sand, and there is a consistent supply. Then the manufactured sand is ideal for concrete, masonry, and plaster related works. This normal sand is useful in almost all the types of constructions. So these are the basic differences between the manufactured sand. सबसे important क्या है? Higher strength. Manufactured sand has higher strength compared to the normal sand. Next topic is reclaim framework. Now, what do you understand by reclaim framework? Okay, reclaim framework basically try to understand. We know that there are a lot of mines in India from which we extract the resources, right? Now, from these mines, when we extract the resources, two things are happening. Okay, one is there is one possible scenario: all the resources have been extracted and the mines have exhausted. अब उन mines में कुछ नहीं बचा है. Second possible scenario is that now, because we know that the government as well as the people are focusing so much on renewable sources of energy, so the conventional mines are just remaining. They have become dead, they have become empty. Why? Because of these two reasons: either they have exhausted or they are not now being used. So what is happening is that so many such mines are just lying, and the people who are living in the close vicinity of these mines are facing lot of social as well as economic stress, right? Employment opportunities have been lost, which has led to the reduction in the family incomes, which in turn will reduce the education, health, accessibility, etc. Okay, so basically, in order to tackle this issue, the reclaim framework is launched, and this is launched by the coal ministry, right? So Ministry of Coal has launched this in 2025. And reclaim stands for reviving environment communities livelihoods around the impacted mines. Okay, if you see at this particular screenshot, so here you have reach out initiatives in under this reclaim initiative. You have reach out initiatives, you dream and define the future, you then design, you localize. So a lot of such things are there. From the prelims examinations perspective, which is the Ministry of Coal, what is the objective? Objective is to increase community engagement and development framework for the mine closure and past closure rehabilitation of the mine workers. Okay, so rehabilitation of the mine workers is the objective of this particular process. Next is the types of coals which exist in India. We all know that India has a lot of Gondwana sediments, and Gondwana sediments are known to have good amount of coal. When we talk about the quality of coal, the quality of coal depends on the rock composition. It also depends on the rock's age, right? And it also depends on the mode of formation. For example, in India, most of the coal is of drift origin. What do you mean by drift origin? Drift origin means that coal, the sediments of that coal, we all know that coal are what? They are the fossils. Okay, the sediments were drift origin. The sediments were not in situ. Rather, the sediments were brought down by the rivers and deposited at some other place. That means they were ex situ. So sediments were deposited here and then they got fossilified. So that means when the river was moving in this direction, when it was bringing a lot of plants, animals, dead remains with it, it was also bringing a lot of impurities, right? So where this coal was being formed, here it had fossils, it had dead remains of plants and animals, but it also had a lot of impurities which came with river. And therefore in India, the quality of the coal is not that much. So that is how the mode of formation affects it. The in situ quality of coal is generally good, but ex situ quality of coal is poor in quality, right? So types of coals if we have to talk about, so we have anthracite, bituminous, lignite and peat. Then you just need to know the differences between them. As far as the carbon content is concerned, and anthracite is the best quality coal and we do not have it in abundance. 80 to 95% of the carbon content is there. It is hardest. It has the highest carbon content. It has the highest calorific value. It is smokeless and it has the least impurities. In India, only in the Kashmir Valley, you find this anthracite coal. Next, you have bituminous coal where the carbon content is 60 to 80%. Bituminous is further divided into the high-grade bituminous and low-grade bituminous. In India, high-grade bituminous is also not available. We have low-grade bituminous. Okay. In India, it is the most widely used coal. It is dense black. It also has good heating value and it is generally used in power, steel industries. In India, in Jharkhand, you have this. In Chhattisgarh, in MP, in Odisha, you have this quality of coal. Remember the names of the mines: Jharia, Bokaro, Dhanbad. Then in Odisha you have Talcher. In West Bengal you have Raniganj, Korba, Singrauli, MP, Chhattisgarh. These are the important mines. Now coming to lignite. Lignite has just around 35 to 55% of the coal. It is brown and lower grade coal, so all the things will reduce here. So lignite coal is present mainly in Tamil Nadu, in Neyveli, very important place. Remember this. In Rajasthan also, in Barmer, Bikaner area you have it. In Gujarat and Assam you have it. The least quality of coal is peat. Peat is having less than 25% of the carbon content, and because it is partially decomposed, it is not fully decomposed. Heating value is also less, sulfur content is very high, moisture content is there. So that this peat coal is found in the swampy areas of Kerala, West Bengal and the northeastern India. So the peat coal is found mainly in the swampy areas. So remember this, okay? The best is anthracite. Next, some related facts about the coal mines in India which might be asked in the prelims examination. Which is the largest coal field? The largest coal field in India is Jharia coal field, which is in the state of Jharkhand. Okay, and it is richest in coking coal. Coking coal is a good quality coal. The second largest coal field is Raniganj coal field. So it is first, Jharia is first, Raniganj is second, Jharkhand is first, West Bengal is second in terms of area of coal field. So Raniganj coal field is located in West Bengal and it was India's first coal field. If we have to talk about the largest coal producer and second largest coal producer, here it is incorrect. The largest coal producer state in India is Odisha, right? And the second largest coal producing state in India is Jharkhand, right? So they were interchanged. Largest coal mining company is Coal India Limited. It's fine. Largest Gondwana coal field as far as the reserves is concerned, it is Godavari Valley coal field. Remember this name, in Telangana. Okay. Largest lignite reserves is Neyveli. We have discussed this in Tamil Nadu. And then, which is the largest coal producer in the world? It is China. And the second largest coal producer is India. So remember these facts. Largest coal producer is China. Second largest coal producer is India. And China produces more than 50% of the world's coal annually. Okay, and India, despite being the second largest producer of the overall coal, but India is the largest producer of brown coal and lignite coal after China. Next topic is sea flood. Okay, so basically, what is sea flood? It is a weather forecasting system. What is it? It is a weather forecasting system. It was launched by Center Water Commission in 2025, and this was developed by Advanced Computing, that is CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, and the Department of Water Resources, Rejuvenation and Development. Okay, it comes under Ministry of Jal Shakti. So which is the ministry which is dealing with sea floods? It is Ministry, obviously it is Ministry of Jal Shakti, because flood is there, water is there. It is created under National Supercomputing Mission. Very important fact. Why? Because we are going for weather forecasting systems based on supercomputers in order to increase the accuracy and to reduce the loss of lives and property. So we are now using supercomputers for this weather forecasting tool, and hence it is under the National Supercomputing Mission. It will be, this sea floods will be basically the web-based platform. Okay, it is a web-based platform which will provide 2 days advance inundation forecasts up to the village level. So that means the information will be provided up to the village level, and that too in advance of 2 days, and there will be flood inundation maps, there will be water level predictions and everything. There will be flood modeling, 2-dimensional hydrodynamic modeling, and the river basins which are covered under sea floods mainly as of now is Godavari, Mahanadi and Tapi. So these are the river basins which are covered under sea floods. Which basins? We have Godavari, Mahanadi and Tapi. Remember these 3 rivers. Which is the ministry? Jal Shakti. National Mission on Supercomputing. If we have to talk about the ecological impacts of the floods, so just remember, if the water is coming, if the riverine water is coming and it is being spreaded across different areas, so it will bring a lot of alluvial deposits which will be nutrient rich sediments. Then it can also bring a lot of invasive species along with it. It can lead to increased water infiltration and head formation of floodplains, recharge of groundwater. But it is having a lot of mud, so the turbidity can also increase, which we have discussed that turbidity can lead to which of the negative impacts. Eutrophication is another negative impact which can increase, because rivers bring a lot of fertilizers and pesticides also, which can cause a lot of algae blooms. And these fertilizers, let's say, enter into the food chain, can lead to bioaccumulation. Also, saline water intrusion can be there in the nearby areas. Okay, so there are positive as well as negative impacts because of flooding. So we need to be aware about positive as well as negative impacts. Next, let us talk about the types of droughts. The spelling of droughts is incorrect. I'm sorry for this. Okay, what are the types of droughts? Ab India mein, the droughts are classified mainly into 4 types by the IMD, that is India's Meteorological Department. So meteorological drought, agricultural drought, hydrological drought, and socioeconomic drought. The new emerging concept is the flash droughts. Okay, so we need to understand that drought is not a one-day phenomena. Drought is a slow phenomena. For example, earthquake is a sudden process. You are standing here, similarly the earthquake hit, you will experience it. Floods is an immediate effect. You are standing here, the river increase its volume, you will experience the flood. But drought you do not experience on day 1, day 2, day 10, day 15. Slowly and gradually you will understand that we are hit by droughts. Okay, so that is why first is the meteorological drought. It is the initial stage, which means that there is a deficiency of precipitation. बारिश नहीं हुई, बारिश अगर नहीं हो गया तो दैट इज मीटोलॉजिकल ड्राउट. अब उस बारिश ना होने की वजह से अगर सॉइल मॉइस्चर भी कम हो गया, insufficient soil moisture is there, then it is agricultural drought. Okay, it is the second step of drought. थर्ड, अब सॉइल में भी मॉइस्चर नहीं है, बारिश भी नहीं हो रही है, इट विल लीड टू वाइड स्प्रेड डेफिशिएंसी इन rivers, lakes, reservoirs, aquifers. So when there is a prolonged period of lack of precipitation, it impacts the bulk water supplies. This is known as hydrological droughts. And when all these three types of droughts, when the intensity of the droughts keep on increasing, we see that the demands for economic good increase, for example water, food, fodder, etc., and the supply is not there. So when the demand increases, supply is not there, you will experience inflation, you will experience supply chain constraints. That is this socio-economic drought. That is where the population starts getting affected. Okay, the last one is the flash drought. Flash drought is the emerging concept. Yeah, flash drought is an emerging concept. Basically, we have discussed that droughts are slow. Sometimes the droughts are fast also. That is within weeks. When droughts come rapidly, the intensity increases, then we call it as a flash droughts. If we have to talk about the ecological impact of the droughts, what are the ecological impacts? सूखा पड़ रहा है, there is no rainfall. Okay. So plants are dying, so there will be reduced photosynthesis. Animals will also come out of their ecological natural areas, and then there will be chances of the human wildlife conflict. Then fish mortality will be there because there is no water. Okay, the dissolved oxygen content will also go down. Soil moisture is deficit, which will lead to reduction of the microbial activity. There might be invasion by xerophytic and the invasive species. Why? Because now the areas which were once underwater now are experiencing droughts. So those species which are adapted to the droughtful situations, they will come, and that will be an invasive species in this area. And then, so these are some of the impacts of the droughts which will come in prelims, so you will mark them. So now let us start with the recent volcanic eruptions. Okay, first, the news has come in the context because of the recent Ethiopian volcanic eruptions which erupted after 12,000 years, and that is why we say that we can never call any volcano as perfectly extinct volcano, because any volcano can erupt anytime, and then we have to call it that it was dormant for 12,000 years, it was a dormant volcano, because after eruption it is not extinct anymore. Well, when we talk about the volcanism process, we understand that volcanism refers to all the processes which are involved right from starting of the formation of magma till the upliftment of magma and coming out of lava, formation of the vent. All that process, the magma, gases, and all other materials are there. Okay, if we understand the magmatic lava, so here you have the magma chamber from where the magma start rising up, and then from this vent the magma comes out. This vent is known as volcano. This pipe through which the magma was rising is known as volcanic pipe, right? When the material comes out, this material is known as pyroclastic flow. A lot of things come under this. For example, there will be lava, there will be ash, there will be gases like CO2, SO2, vapor, there might be water components, there will be tephra. Pyroclastic flow. Along with this, there is another terminology that is known as nui ardente. Remember this word. If it comes, just take it. Nui ardente is also related to what? It is related to the volcanic activity. Then there is another terminology, lahar. Lahars are what? Lahars are the mud volcano. Okay, lahars are the mud volcanoes, and these mud volcanoes are particularly present in the country that is Indonesia. So remember this. Okay. Along with this, now we should go for the important volcanic activities, volcanic eruptions which have taken place in 2025. There can be question in match the column format, or there can be question in relation to statement wise that this volcano is located in which of the following states, countries, etc. So we need to remember this. Okay. So the first one is the Heli Gubi volcano, which is in Ethiopia, Afar province. Okay, this one is the explosive volcano. In volcanoes, when we talk about, there are two types of explosion. One is the explosive volcano, one are the effusive volcanoes. Explosive volcanoes obviously are those which have high intensity of explosion. They have effusive have relatively low intensity of explosion. Effusive volcanoes are generally formed on the divergent boundary. Explosive volcanoes are generally found on the convergent boundaries. But this convergent boundary either has to be ocean-ocean convergence or ocean-continent convergence. Volcanoes can never be found on the continent-continent convergence. Okay, effusive volcanoes are on the divergent boundary. These effusive volcanoes have wide aerial spread, so they have wider area. Explosive volcanoes have larger height. Correct? Effusive volcanoes further are less viscous. On the other hand, explosive volcanoes are more viscous. That is why it is able to travel less distance but more height. Effusive volcanoes are able to travel more distance but less height because of their less viscosity. They are mainly mobile. And that is why you will see that effusive volcanoes are found in the Hawaiian areas. Now, Hawaiian areas are intraplate volcanic eruptions. Intraplate. Effusive volcanoes are found either intraplate or at the divergent boundaries. Okay, so Kilauea is the volcano in US, and it is a type of shield volcano. Then from this you can just guess the name of the country. It is Krashenikov, it is Russia. Then Livotobi, Laki is a very important volcano which is there in Indonesia. Then Mount Marapi again in Indonesia, Sabancaya in Peru. Here also if you look at it, Russia, Indonesia, and then Peru, all these are the countries which are located on Ring of Fire. And when we talk about the Ring of Fire, we know that this is a convergent boundary. And this convergent boundary, on one hand it is ocean-continent convergence, on the other hand it is ocean-ocean convergence. That is why these all of these volcanoes are explosive, as we have discussed here. Okay, so isko yaad kar lena hai. Along with this, there are few other facts which are related. The tallest volcano on the earth is Ojos del Salado, but this height is measured with respect to sea level. If we have to measure the height of the volcanoes from the ocean base, ocean floor, then it is Mauna Kea. Ojos del Salado is located in Chile and Argentina in Andes Mountains, and Mauna Kea is located again in Hawaiian Mountain, US. Okay. Then the largest volcano on earth as far as the area and volume is concerned, it is Mauna Loa in Hawaii. Most active volcano in the world. What is the most active volcano? It is Kilauea in Hawaiian, US, and it is in continuous eruption since a large period, since around 1983. Right? So we need to just memorize these key facts and let us wait for the question. Along with this, this is also other important volcanoes. Mount Etna is very important. It is located in Sicily, and Mount Tambora is also important in Indonesia. Now, if I ask you that which is that volcano which is known as the natural lighthouse of the Mediterranean Sea? So in the comment section, you will answer this question: which volcano is known as the lighthouse of the Mediterranean Sea? Next topic is roll cloud. Now we have seen that UPSC in previous year prelims examination have not asked much questions from the clouds. And in GS, when we read about clouds, generally we read about cumulus clouds, nimbus clouds, cumulonimbus clouds, stratus cloud, altostratus, altocumulus, cirrus clouds. So, but this specific type of roll cloud was in news in current affairs. If you look at this particular picture, so here you can see that it is having a rolling structure. Okay, so again, this pipe-like structures of the clouds are formed. These are known as roll clouds. Okay, they are formed at lower levels. They are horizontal, and as you can see, they are tube-shaped cloud that appears to be rolling. Okay, it is cold and dense air. It forces the warm and moist air upwards. Condensation can happen, that is the thing. Strong horizontal wind shear makes it rotate, giving it a rolling effect. So they move like this. Okay, yeah, so that is the only thing which is important. They are mostly found in the Australia, and they are known as the morning glory cloud. But again, so these are just the facts which I think, if at all the question will come, it will ask only these things. Otherwise, I don't think that this is a very important topic for prelim examination. But let us see uh, if it comes. Next is the super typhoon Ragasa. Okay, so when we talk about the cyclones, we understand that cyclones are basically the low pressure areas. The low pressure areas, from here the winds rise, and then they have a rotating effect because of the presence of Coriolis force. These cyclones can be formed in tropical areas as well as temperate areas. The tropical cyclones are given different types of names. For example, hurricanes, typhoon, typhoon, and simply cyclone in Indian Ocean, for example. So these are the names which are given to the tropical cyclones. Here we are talking about the super typhoon Ragasa. If you look at this particular picture, you will see that here you have Taiwan, here you have India. This is the Western Pacific Ocean where this cyclone came, and hence we call this as the cyclone which originated in the Western Pacific Ocean, that is near the Yap Islands, and then it moved northwards. This Yap Islands is in the Micronesian region, and the countries which were affected, obviously these bordering countries. What are the conditions which are required for the formation of tropical cyclone? You need to have large sea surface with a temperature more than 27 degrees Celsius. You have to have a Coriolis force, small difference in the vertical wind speed, which is also known as wind shear. Now, what do you mean by wind shear? In a vertical column of a wind, there are horizontal layers of the wind. When these layers move with different speed, and there is a very huge variation in the speed of these horizontal layers, that higher the variation, more the wind shear. So variation has to be less, otherwise it will distort the cyclone of the tropical structure. It requires pre-existing low pressure area and the upper divergence above the sea level in order to suck the wind and to intensify the low pressure. If we have to talk about the names, so hurricane is in the Atlantic Ocean, cyclone is in Indian Ocean, typhoon is in the Northern Pacific Ocean, and Willy Willy is in the Australia. If we have to talk about the IMD classification of cyclonic disturbance, so there are categories which are given for the cyclonic activity. So it is category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And most important thing is that the categories are on the basis of the speed. So there can be a statement that a cyclone, super cyclone, or a simple disturbance, or severe cyclone, or these categories of the cyclones given by IMD are based on the speed. So yes, it is based on the velocity of the winds. Then this is a list of major cyclones in India, and if you look at it, so cyclone Dana, Asna, Fangal, Montha, and Shakti. So out of this, the Montha and Shakti, which came in Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea respectively, are the latest cyclones of 2025. We know that Bay of Bengal conventionally have the higher frequency of the cyclones because the sea surface is warmer than the Arabian Sea. But now, because of the climate change, Arabian Sea is also experiencing a lot of cyclones. The next topic which was there in news was the Khailis. Now, Khailis is a traditional irrigation system In India, there have lot of traditional irrigation system in different states, which were mainly obviously were used for the agriculture purposes, as well as they were used for the water storage purposes, so that to use the water in the dry period. So Khailis are traditional shallow village ponds in Rajasthan. So we need to remember the Khailis belong to traditional irrigation systems of Rajasthan. There are other traditional irrigation and the water storage systems also. For example, we need to remember the names because the question can be in the sort of match the column. So you have Johars in Rajasthan, Talab, Rajasthan, Virda, Gujarat. Then you also have Baulis and Baudis. These are also present in the state of Rajasthan and Gujarat. Then Bandhara or Bandh in Maharashtra, Eri in Tamil Nadu, Katta in Karnataka, Kul, Kuhl, very important in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, you can read down these descriptions on your own, these one-liner descriptions, but so you can just go through it. But most of the questions, the higher chances if the question will come from this topic should be from the match the column type. However, because it is given in the slide, so you can just read one line definition to understand and to memorize it. Okay. Then you have Oran preservation as your next topic. Now, Oran lands are important. The question can be in this sense that the Oran lands which were in news in the recent times means which of the following. So Oran lands, Supreme Court recognized these Oran lands as the forests under the Forest Conservation Act. Orans basically are the sacred groves which are traditionally protected by the communities in Rajasthan, and they get their protection from the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. They are considered as the abodes of the local deities and they are managed by local clans. The Supreme Court of India officially recognized Oran lands as forests under the FC Act. There are other sacred groves also. For example, in Rajasthan, so we have discussed that there are Orans. Okay, in Himachal Pradesh, you have Dev Van. Dev mean God, Van means forest. So God forests. Okay, in Gujarat you have Dangs. In Maharashtra you have Devrai. In Karnataka you have Devara Kadus. In Kerala you have Kavu. Tamil Nadu, the sacred grove is Kovilakaddu. Andhra Pradesh is Kondakarla. In Odisha, you have Kapilash. In Jharkhand, you have Sarnasthal. Okay, so you need to memorize the names of all these sacred groves and their respective states. क्योंकि यहाँ पर भी the question can also be formed in the category of match the column. तो ये याद रहना चाहिए. ओके, कावू इज इन केरला, कोविलकड्डू तमिलनाडु, कोंडाकरला आंध्र प्रदेश, कपिलाश उड़ीसा, सारनास्थल झारखंड, and similarly this list also. Just revise it. Next topic was also in news, so we should differentiate between the sea grasses and seaweed. What are the major differences between seagrass and seaweed? Okay, so sea grasses are basically, they are true flowering plants. Seagrass is a plant variety. On the other hand, seaweed are not plants, they are algae. So plants obviously have roots, stems, leaves. Algae don't have true roots, stems or leaves, they are simply thulls. Seagrasses grow fully submerged in the shallow sandy coastal waters, but seaweeds grow on rocks, reefs and tidal zones, and they are attached to hold fast. If we have to talk about the dependency on the sunlight, so the plants obviously need high sunlight, so they need clear water. Algae need moderate amount of sunlight. Okay, there are some examples. Sargassum weed is very famous. Sargassum weed is abundantly available on the western side of the Atlantic Ocean in the tropical waters, where the sea is known as a Sargasso Sea. This Sargasso Sea is basically a oceanic gyre circulation. It is having the atmospheric stable conditions, right? And the name Sargasso Sea is derived out of the Sargassum weeds. So they have very important ecological roles. They stabilize the sediments, provide habitat for dugong, seahorses, and carbon sequestration. Similarly, algae are also primary producers. They are used in food, fertilizers, and industrial extracts. Okay, both are the indicator species. If they are present in some area, they indicate that, for example, if seagrass is present in an area, it indicates that the coastal ecosystem is healthy. If the seaweeds are present in some area, it says that the water is nutrient rich or polluted. That is, there might be excessive nitrogenous nutrients. If the nitrogenous nutrients increase, there will be formation of algae, and there can be the phenomena of eutrophication can take place. Right? The next topic is in relation to the Almatti Dam and Krishna River. The context was that Telangana opposed the Karnataka's Almatti Dam height increase, and it was to protect the Krishna River. The interstate river water disputes are very common. So just few facts about the Almatti Dam. One, the river is River Krishna. Location is in Karnataka. The type is the earthen and gravity dam. The reservoir name is Lal Bahadur Shastri Reservoir. This is very important. So Lal Bahadur Shastri Reservoir is the reservoir of Almatti Dam, which is built on River Krishna. So remember this. Primary purpose, it is a multi-purpose project, irrigation and hydropower generation. Right? Then another match the column type of question can also be asked. For example, Hirakud Dam is gravity dam. Idukki Dam in Kerala is arc dam. Nagarjun Sagar in Andhra Pradesh is earth-filled dam. Rock-filled dams, composite dams. So these are different types of dams. Okay. There is a less possibility that they will ask you that what is a key construction feature of these dams. But if they want to ask, so they can go for the type. For example, Koyna Dam is a type of composite dam. So there can be a match the column type of question where you can ask to join or match the names of the dams and the type of the dam. So ये एक बार हम याद कर लेंगे, है ना? But another important thing was Lal Bahadur Shastri Reservoir, Krishna River and Almatti Dam. Along with this, there are other major dams in India. So obviously you have to memorize. I have provided you the PPT. So Tehri Dam, Hirakud Dam, Bhakra Nangal, Indira Sagar, Sardar Sarovar, Nagarjun Sagar, Idukki Dam, Govind Ballabh Pant Sagar, Kalanai Dam, Farakka Barrage. All these dams are the most important dams in India. There are other dams and reservoirs also, but again you have a limit. So I have just compiled few of them which were there in the current affairs. And the river, so name of the dam, the river and the state, these are important. Then if that dam might be having some unique feature, for example, the tallest dam in India is the Tehri Dam. The longest dam in India is the Hirakud Dam. One of the world's highest straight gravity dams is the Bhakra Nangal Dam on the river Satluj. Okay, so you have to remember. Now it's up to you that how much you can memorize. That's the problem. Next topic is hydrogen energy. Now, what do you mean by hydrogen energy? Hydrogen energy is basically the use of the hydrogen gas as a clean fuel. So when you burn the hydrogen gas in order to derive the energy, it is zero emission. The only thing which is a byproduct is H2O, that is water. And that is why we call this as one of the most green sources of energy. That is the hydrogen energy. Okay, so there you have only water as a byproduct, but it has a very high energy density. That means 3 times more energy can be produced from 1 kilogram compared to 1 kilogram or 1 liter of petrol. This is the benefit, that is energy density is so high 3 times and the emissions are least, that is almost zero emissions. Okay, so this is hydrogen energy. Along with this, there are other areas also, there are other aspects also which can be asked. For example, green hydrogen, what is blue hydrogen, what is gray hydrogen, what is brown or black hydrogen, what is pink hydrogen. When we talk about the green hydrogen, it is electrolysis of the water and then using the hydrogen as a form of renewable energy. It has zero emissions. When we talk about the blue hydrogen is natural gas plus the carbon is captured and stored. Okay, so this has low emissions. Then when we talk about the gray hydrogen, here the natural gas is there, but the carbon is not captured, high emissions are there. Okay, so the source of green hydrogen was electrolysis of the water, the source of blue hydrogen was natural gas, the source of gray hydrogen was again the natural gas. In one, the carbon was captured, in one, the carbon is not captured. The brown or black hydrogen we get from the coal gasification, and the pink hydrogen, very important, pink hydrogen we get is from the electrolysis powered by the nuclear energy. It also has very low emissions. When we talk about the National Green Hydrogen Mission of 2023, it is India's flagship program which aimed for increasing the renewable energy sources and transitioning away from the conventional fossil-based energies. So we aim to produce, export and use the green hydrogen. The target was 5 million tons of green hydrogen per year by 2030. It has two important components. One is the site program and other one is the green hydrogen hubs. So we will make the regions which are capable enough to support large scale production, and these production centers will be known as the hydrogen hubs. When we talk about the site program provides the financial incentives for the domestic manufacturing of electrolyzers. So these are the two components, that is site program and green hydrogen hubs of the National Green Hydrogen Mission. So now comes the solar energy. In solar energy, these facts were written few 2 to 3 months back. Now we are coming to the new facts. So I am dictating you here the new facts related to the solar energy. First of all, India has already achieved the 500 gigawatt of total installed electricity capacity. India has achieved the goal of 50% of the non-fossil fuel installed capacity. Okay, then 50% of the non-fossil fuel capacity, this one was one of the Panchamrit goals and the NDC target also. So this has been met. Along with this, till July 2025, India has reached its highest ever renewable energy share. So India's renewable energy share has surpassed 50% mark. This is a tremendous achievement which India has got. For the first time, more than half of India's power came from the green sources in a single day. Right? These are some of the important facts related to it. In solar energy context, there are few important schemes, that is Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Yojana, Muft Bijli Yojana. The Surya Ghar Yojana is for residential units, that is households. PM Kusum scheme is for farmers. Solar Park scheme is for large developers, and PLI scheme is for the manufacturers. Right? When we talk about the Surya Ghar Yojana, so it was launched in 2024 and the target is the rooftop solar systems. When we talk about the PM Kusum scheme, here there are three components, A, B and C. First component is setting up of solar plants on barren land. Second is installing standalone solar agriculture pumps. So PM Kusum scheme is viewing on the solarization of the agricultural pumps. And then we have component C, that is solarizing the existing grid connected pumps. So these are the three components of the PM Kusum scheme. Right? Under the solar park scheme, India aims to establish 50 solar parks with the target capacity of 40,000 megawatt. When we talk about the PLI scheme, it is production linked incentive scheme, which is to boost domestic manufacturing of the high efficiency solar PV modules. If we have to talk about some of the major solar parks and their location, Bhadla Solar Park is the most important one, largest in the world. It is the largest solar park in the world in Rajasthan. Then we have Pavagadh Solar Park, again very important solar park in Karnataka. Then Riva is in MP, Kurnool Solar Park in Andhra Pradesh. If we have to talk about the states leading in solar energy generation, first we have Rajasthan, second we have Gujarat, and third we have Karnataka. Next topic is on ethanol. Now ethanol was in news across the year because of some controversies also, as well as the new targets by the Indian government also. Okay, so basically the context was that the government has been implementing the ethanol blending petrol, that is EBP program, wherein OMCs sell the petrol blended with the ethanol up to 20%. Now in this context, from the prelims perspective, we should know few of the aspects related to ethanol. The contest was EBP program and 20% blending was there. Ethanol is a renewable biofuel. It is clear liquid, characteristics is odor. Then if we have to talk about the feedstock through which the ethanol can be made, is sugarcane, grains and the agricultural waste. Basically, yeast is used in the anaerobic conditions and the release of carbon dioxide is there. Okay, so that means it is a renewable biofuel and it is produced through the process of fermentation. The fermentation of sugar is done by the yeasts. Fermentation is basically an anaerobic. Anaerobic means the absence of oxygen. It is anaerobic metabolic process where microorganisms like yeasts or bacteria convert the sugars into simpler compounds like alcohol, and this produces energy without the use of oxygen. If we have to talk about the 4 generations of biofuels or ethanol, the first generation ethanol, 2G, 3G and 4G ethanol. So 1G, first generation ethanol, is derived from the food crops, and this is true for the generations of the biofuels also. First generation biofuel is made out of the food crops which are rich in sugar, example sugarcane juice, molasses, wheat. The second generation biofuel is made out of the non-food crops, that is lignocellulosic biomass, which is the agricultural residues like rice straw, wheat straw, etc. So this is non-food crop, है ना? The third generation biofuel is from the algae that you do not disturb the use the crop at all, and the fourth generation ethanol or biofuel comes from genetically modified organisms, that is GM algae, genetically modified algae. So remember these generations of the ethanol or biofuels match the column type का question आ सकता है. Ethanol blending program has 2 important targets. The 10% blending was targeted till June 2022 and 20% blending E20 was the target by 2025. So E10 is 10% of ethanol, E20 is 20% of ethanol blended with the petrol. There are a few important schemes also which are associated in this context. For example, first was the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Yojana. It is an old scheme launched in 2019 by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and it was the part of the National Biofuel Policy 2018, right? So its main purpose was to promote second generational ethanol production from the agricultural waste. Center sector scheme, it was there. Okay. Then important international initiative is the Global Biofuels Alliance, GBA, and this Global Biofuel Alliance, it is an India-led initiative. It is very important for the prelims examination. Okay, so Global Biofuels Alliance is India-led initiative. It was launched at G20 summit in New Delhi, and the founding members were, along with India, Brazil, and the US. This India, Brazil and US, it accounts for about 85% of the global ethanol production. The third important initiative is the RUCO initiative, that is repurpose used cooking oil. Repurpose used cooking oil. It was launched by FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. It strictly prohibits the reuse of cooking oil if its total polar compounds exceeds 25%, as it becomes carcinogenic. This is very important for the health purpose. So you should avoid the reusing of the cooking oil because it becomes carcinogenic beyond a point. The next one is the cooling and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Okay, this topic is also important. So first of all, let us see the history. History is the India Cooling Action Plan was launched in 2019, which was a flagship policy focusing on the sustainable cooling. It has certain time-bound targets that it has to reduce the cooling demand. So basically, it also focuses on reduction of the demand, not just on increasing the efficiency. Increasing efficiency is one component, reducing the demand is also other component. So reducing the cooling demand by 20-25% by 2037 and 38, reduce the refrigerant demand by 25 to 30%, and promote passive cooling, green buildings and energy efficient appliances. Okay, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is a statutory body under Ministry of Power. It is formed under Energy Conservation Act 2001. Okay, then it also has a star labeling programs. So for example, Bureau of Energy Efficiency provides star ratings 1 to 5 stars, which you might have seen on your electrical appliances like refrigerators, microwaves, ovens, geysers, etc. Okay, so there are two categories of star labeling. It is important. One is the mandatory star labeling, second is the voluntary star labeling. Mandatory star labeling is applicable to the appliances with high market penetration. Example, ACs, frost-free refrigerators, tube lights, LED lamps, colored televisions. Voluntary star labeling applied to the appliances that are emerging. Example, ceiling fans, computers, laptops, washing machines, microwave, ovens, etc. Okay, there is no logic that which has higher market penetration. Ceiling fans also have very high market penetration. So just remember that mandatory star labeling are for which appliances and voluntary star labeling are for which appliances. In this regard, we need to understand the state energy efficiency index also. State Energy Efficiency Index is an annual assessment tool developed by Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy, AEEE. Okay, basically the objective is to measure Indian states, that how Indian states and UTs are implementing the energy efficiency policies. Okay, so front runners, this data is incorrect. I am telling you that the latest data says that the front runner states, as per the State Energy Efficiency Index, which was in 2024, the latest one available is in 2024. The front runner states are Maharashtra, then you have Andhra, then you have Karnataka. And if we have to talk about the leading UTs, so it is Chandigarh more than Delhi. So these two facts are not correct. There is some typo. This is the right order. In this relation, we also have Griha ratings. Griha ratings, which is for the green rating for the integrate habitat assessment. It is India's national green building rating system. It was launched in 2007, so not that important now. Okay, so we have Indian Green Building Council also, which is a part of Confederation of Indian Industries. Just remember these facts. Let us move ahead. Now let us move to the next topic, that is plastic recycling. Again, this is also an important topic for the prelims examination. What do you understand by plastic recycling? Plastic recycling, what do you understand by recycling? When we talk about the waste management or the circular economy concept, we talk about 3R, that is reduce, reuse and recycle. This is the basic concept of the cyclic economy. So here, when we talk about the reduce, reuse and recycle, this is where the recycling lies. Basically, we know that plastic pollution is rising, and that is why we are moving toward the plastic recycling, which is the process of collecting, sorting, cleaning and reprocessing the plastic waste into the new products. Okay, this is what is meant by the plastic recycling, and the basic objective is to lower the dependence on the virgin petroleum based plastics, that is the new plastics. So we need to reduce the dependence on the new plastic, and we just should move towards recycling the older plastic and transforming it into the new products. Okay, we know that plastic takes hundreds of years to decompose, and that too, it is plastic is never completely decomposable, so that is why this is an issue. Plastic waste, as far as it is concerned, India generates around 3.5 million tons of plastic waste annually, and it is around 9% of the global plastic is recycled. Okay, so globally around just 9% it is recycled. Plastic waste management rules were created under the Environment Protection Act 1986, and this legislation we will do separately under the environmental legislations part. Okay, the next topic we will be doing is environmental legislations part. Two types of plastic recycling takes place. One is the mechanical recycling and second one is the chemical recycling. When we talk about the mechanical recycling, we talk about the shredding, washing, melting and remolding and transforming it into new products. When we talk about the chemical recycling, we break the plastic into the monomers of the fuel. Monomers means single mers. It is opposite of the polymers. Okay, so we break the plastic into monomers or fuels using the processes like pyrolysis and gasification, right? So mechanical recycling can also be done and chemical recycling can also be done. Next, if we have to talk about the types of plastic based on the recyclability, so we have to remember these words because these terminologies are many times mentioned in news. So whenever the article talks about the plastic waste, those articles do talk about such type of polymers. Okay, so you have to uh, remember their names and the common use and recyclability, right? When we talk about the PET, for example, PET bottles, so PET is polyethylene terephthalate. Okay, so polyethylene terephthalate, this, the common use is the PET bottles, beverages containers, like, and it is highly recyclable. Second is HDPE, that is high density polyethylene. It is used in milk cans and containers. It is also highly recyclable. But when it comes to PVC, that is polyvinyl chloride, which are used mainly in the plastic pipes and cables, they are difficult to recycle. Then we, similar to HDP, we have LDP. HDP was high density polyethylene. LDP is low density polyethylene. For example, the polythene bags, carry bags or films, etc. Limited recycling is available. Then we have polypropylene and polystyrene. Okay, so polypropylene is used in caps and straws, which is recyclable. But when we talk about polystyrene, it is used in thermocols and disposable cups. It is difficult to recycle. Then there are other miscellaneous types of plastics also. Nylon, for example, is one of the important ones. Nylon is used in electronics and baby bottles, but this is also hard to recycle. Now, there is a new emerging concept of biodegradable plastics. Now, what do you understand by biodegradable plastics? Biodegradable plastics are that they can be broken down by microorganisms. This we need to remember. What are biodegradable plastics? That plastic which is broken down by microorganisms like bacteria, fungi, and algae into the natural substances. This breaking down of the plastic is known as biodegradability of the plastic, and the natural substances in which they are broken down as water, carbon dioxide, and biomass. Okay, we need to understand that all the biodegradable plastics are not compostable plastic, and not all the plastic labeled as biodegradable degrade in natural conditions. These 2 points are very important because these 2 points can be directly asked in you in a statement manner in the prelims questions. I am repeating it. All biodegradable plastics are not compostable. Second, not all the plastics labeled as biodegradable degrade in the natural conditions. Okay, so this we will remember. Common types of biodegradable plastics. So now there can be a multiple choice MCQ, multiple choice question, that which of the following are the examples of biodegradable plastic. Okay, so one is polylactic acid, second is polyhydroxy alkanoates, next is starch based plastics, and then we have cellulose based plastics. Okay, these are the 4 biodegradable plastics examples. Polylactic acid, the source of polylactic acid is cornstarch and sugarcane. Okay, and they can be used for packaging and disposable cutlery. The source of polyhydroxyalkanoates is bacterial fermentation, used for medicinal implants and packaging. Then starch-based plastics is also biodegradable. Potato and maize are the source, and cellulose-based plastic, the source is wood pulp and cotton. So just remember these things. If we have to talk about the government initiatives for the plastic waste, so we have plastic waste management rules. Okay, so we banned the plastic bags having less than 50 microns of thickness. Then we also have extended producer responsibility, and this EPR was introduced in the plastic waste management rules. Basically, this EPR is a concept based on the life cycle of the product. For example, in the e-waste also we have the EPR mechanisms, that is extended producer responsibility. Similarly, in plastic waste also we are having the EPR mechanism. So basically, extended producer responsibility lies on the shoulders of the producers to collect the waste. So brand owners must collect the waste equivalent to their sales, ensure that it's recycling or safe disposal basically, and using the recycled plastic content finally in packaging. There are producers, importers, brand owners, so they register on a centralized EPR portal to carry out this activity. When we talk about the single used plastic, SUP, so there is a national ban which targets the single use plastic. Single use plastic is that plastic which can be used only once. So for example, straw, so you do not use straw again, use straw. Similarly, plastic plates, cups, spoons, cigarette packets, earbuds, balloon sticks, all these are the single use plastic. It does not have any utility again, and hence they are banned in India, at least theoretically. Next, a very important scheme which is associated with this is the Plastic Park Scheme. The nodal ministry of this Plastics Park Scheme is the Commerce Ministry, that is Ministry of Commerce and Industry under the Department of Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade. What is the objective of Plastic Park Scheme is to develop state-of-the-art infrastructure facility for the plastic reprocessing, recycling and manufacturing. The ultimate objective, as we have discussed, is to promote the circular economy. Okay, Prakriti is the mascot of this particular scheme. So remember the name Prakriti, which is a mascot. And this Prakriti mascot was launched by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. This mascot was there to spread awareness about the small lifestyle changes, which was the part of the mission life, that is lifestyle for environment. There it was a mass movement which was launched by the Prime Minister in order to move ahead with the responsible consumption and carrying the cloth bags instead of the plastic bags, etc. Right? And when we talk about the environmental toxicology is the scientific study of the harmful effects of chemicals, physical and biological agents on the living organism. Environmental toxicology, logy means study, and toxic we all understand, right? So this is a key term also which sometimes come in newspapers, so you remember this. Mission life we have understood, and then for this we were having Prakriti as the mascot. The next topic was a recent report which was released by CPCB, which stands for the Central Pollution of Control Board, on river pollution. Okay, basically the facts which are important for prelims examination is the biochemical oxygen demand. So Central Pollution of Control Board, that is CPCB, use this particular indicator, that is BOD, as the primary indicator to study the river pollution. Okay, so what do you understand a biochemical oxygen demand in a water body? If there are a lot of pollutants, lot of organisms, so they demand a lot of oxygen also, because they will be consuming oxygen. So if I ask you increase in the BOD value, increase in the biochemical oxygen demand value will determine the increased level of the pollution in the river. So higher the BOD, higher the pollution. This is important for prelims examination. So key findings of this report is that the total pollution in the river stretches in India have reduced compared to the 2018 level. For example, the total polluted stretches have decreased. Critically polluted rivers have also reduced. Worst performing states we have to talk about is the Maharashtra, after that Kerala, and then Madhya Pradesh. Maharashtra is the worst performing state as per the report of CPCB. Okay, if we have to talk about the notable critical rivers, obviously one is Yamuna in Delhi, Sabarmati in Gujarat, Musi in Hyderabad, and Chambal in MP. Now we remember that Chambal was one of the fresh water rivers where you have critically endangered species, that is gharials. Okay, If we have to talk about a legal framework about CPCB, the first important act is the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, and this is the primary legislation that established the pollution control boards. Hence, it is what? It is a statutory body, right? So it established the Central Pollution Control Board and then the state pollution control boards at the state levels, and it gives them the power to inspect, sample and penalize the polluters. Second important act is the EPA, that is Environment Protection Act 1986, which is an umbrella act that empowers the central government to take all necessary measures to protect the environment, and bodies like National Ganga Council are constituted under this act. Then there are also river rejuvenation committees. These river rejuvenation committees are not the statutory bodies, okay? They were just mandated by National Green Tribunal to tackle the polluted rivers. Fine. So river rejuvenation committees are not statutory bodies. Otherwise, others are the statutory bodies, that is CPCBs and SPCBs, also Ganga Council. Moving towards the next topic, that is Yamuna River pollution and the phenomena of toxic froth. If we talk about the context, so we know that Yamuna is also known as the dead river in India, and that too especially in the Delhi stretch. Lot of politics also revolves around this particular issue in Delhi. Okay, and in Delhi also the Delhi stretch is from Wazirabad to Okhla. We need to understand the natural reason also. There are a lot of human factors responsible, but then there is a natural reason. If you look at this map, this is the Yamuna river which is moving. Now you will look that here in New Delhi, we know that how densely populated this particular region is. So we understand that there is a lot of waste generation from New Delhi. That is true. But along with this, we need to understand that in this entire area, there is no addition of any of the fresh water, because there is no river which is joining Yamuna in this stretch. The river Yamuna gets its water when it enters this particular region. Then it is joined by Chambal, Banas, Sindh, Parvati, Kali Sindh, Betwa and Kane and so many of rivers. So this, from this area the fresh water intrudes, then the river becomes relatively less polluted. But in this area, naturally, because there is no influx of the fresh water, whatever water is there in Yamuna, it gets polluted without being the addition of any other water. So this we need to understand, important, and hence at this particular level we say that Yamuna is critically polluted. If we have to talk about the causes of the toxic froth, now every year you must have seen that toxic froth, that is white color fume, develops over the surface of Yamuna water. Now what are the reasons for this? First is the surfactants. Now what are surfactants? They are basically the detergents. Due to the presence of high levels of phosphates and surfactants in the detergents, the white color fume gets developed over river Yamuna. Second is the filamentous bacteria. What are the filamentous bacteria? They are a set of specific bacteria which feed on the decaying organic matter, and they also release the foam stabilizing compounds, and hence you will see a lot of foam, white color foam, which gets developed over Yamuna. So two reasons, one is the surfactants and one are the specific bacteria. If we have to talk about river Yamuna originates from the Yamunotri glacier, that is the Bandar Punch massif in the Garhwal Himalayas of Uttarakhand. It is also one of the long rivers of India. The basin area is relatively less from Ganga because it is also part of the Ganga basin. Okay, the basin states include Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, it meets with Ganga at Prayagraj. Right, the river does not flow through Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh. ये याद रखना है. This river does not flow through Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh. The tributaries of Yamuna do come. Okay, so now what are the right bank tributaries of Yamuna? Tons, Chambal, Sindh, Betwa and Kane. If this is river Yamuna, this is the direction. So right bank tributaries are these one, and left bank tributaries are these one. Okay, left bank tributaries are Hindon, Rind, Sengar, Varuna, and Karamnasha. These are the two rivers. Okay. Then, if we have to talk about the major cities of Yamuna, major cities on river Yamuna are Dehradun, Delhi, Mathura, Vrindavan, Agra, and Prayagraj. It forms several interstate boundaries also, for example, between Haryana and Uttarakhand, then Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, and then Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. It merges with Ganga at Triveni Sangam in Prayagraj, that we know. Now let us move to the next topic, that is green fireworks. This topic was in news because the Supreme Court relaxed the blanket ban on the fireworks and allowed the green fireworks. Now what do you understand by green crackers? Okay, what are green crackers? Green cracker means there will be sound pollution to hoga, but there will be reduced air pollution. Now how these green crackers are able to reduce the air pollution? So for example, in the conventional crackers we use barium nitrate, which is highly polluted and very harmful. In the green crackers potassium nitrate is used. Potassium nitrate is less harmful. Harmful to ye bhi hai, but it is less harmful. Another important thing of the for the green crackers is that they use zeolites. Now what are zeolites? This is important. This independently can also be asked in a form of question. Zeolites are the dust suppressants. So when you burn the cracker, it releases these zeolites into the atmosphere and they generate water vapor, and this water vapor upon bursting settles the dust particles. Okay, in these crackers few chemicals are excluded. Remember the names. These crackers are devoid of lithium, arsenic, lead, mercury, and barium. Okay, so barium is not there. Potassium nitrate is there, potassium is there, but not barium. So these harmful chemicals are not the part of the green crackers. This green cracker was developed by CSIR NIRI, right? And it aims to reduce the emission. It was expected that this will be reduced. These green crackers are certified by PISO, that is Petroleum and Explosive Safety Organization. What are the key features of crackers? They reduce the particulate matter 2.5 and 10. They lower the sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide emissions, and they reduce the noise levels also. So there is a sound, but again, reduced sound and reduced air pollution. What are the different types of green crackers? One is the SWAS, SWAS. Remember it. It is safe water releaser. Okay, it is what? It is a safe water releaser. It releases the water vapor to suppress the dusts. Second is STAR, that is safe thermite cracker, which reduces the noxious gases like NOx, SOx, etc. Then you have SUFFLE, that is safe minimal aluminium. It lowers the aluminium content and it reduces the spark dust. And all of these three come with a QR code for authenticity. I am again repeating it. What are the types of green crackers? One is SWAS, water vapor. Second is STAR, noxious gases. And SUFFLE, that is aluminium. SWAS, STAR, SUFFLE are the three green crackers. Remember their names and the specific function. Next topic is flue gas desulphurization. Basically, this is a technology to reduce or remove the sulfur dioxide from the exhaust flue gases of fossil fuel based power plants. So basically, from the power plants, we know that there is a release of sulfur dioxide and it is a highly polluting gas also. So in order to reduce this, we are using this sort of technology. Okay, basically, the common method uses and the alkaline reagent, which is usually a limestone or the lime, and this limestone and lime is used to neutralize the acidic SO2 gas. Okay, because SO2 gas is acidic in nature, hence lime is used to neutralize it. Okay, the flue gas is sprayed with a slurry of limestone and water, and the limestone reacts with the SO2 to form calcium sulfide. Now this is important. Okay, what was the process? The process was to use limestone and chemical reaction with SO2 basically to make calcium sulfide. There are different types of FGD technologies: wet FGD, dry FGD, and seawater FGD. Okay, so you will see that in all of the cases lime is a common factor, right? Wet FGD is the most efficient because it removes more than 90% of the SO2, but it requires more water, and that is why it is wet FGD. In the water scarce regions, you can go for dry or semi-dry FGD. It uses 60% of the less water, but efficiency is around 70 to 90%. And if you go for seawater FGD, here no limestone is needed. Very important. No limestone is needed. So limestone is needed only here. Okay, calcium carbonate is needed in wet and dry FGD. In seawater, no limestone is needed because there the natural alkalinity of the seawater is used. Okay, and there you have mainly sodium, right? It is suitable only for the coastal plants. No solid byproduct or gypsum is produced. In this regard, we should also learn some of the key facts, revise some of the key facts related to the sulfur dioxide. It is a colorless gas. It is highly toxic gas with sharp and pungent odor. Nature, it is a heavy gas and easily soluble in water. What are the sources of SO2? Burning of coal, oil, thermal power plants, smelting of copper, zinc, volcanic eruption, etc. Okay, India is considered as the world's largest emitter of the sulfur dioxide, that too the anthropogenic sulfur dioxide. It can lead to acid rain. It can lead to stone leprosy. What is stone leprosy? Stone leprosy is when the acid rain reacts with the marble to form gypsum. And when this gypsum is formed, it causes the stone to flake and turn yellow. Example is Taj Mahal. Okay, so understand this. This is stone leprosy which is happening in Taj Mahal, yellowing of the marble. Why it forms? Because the gypsum is formed. Then SO2 also leads to the formation of haze and PM 2.5 because SO2 gas converts into fine aerosols. Then it also leads to respiratory issues that we understand: bronchitis, asthma, coughing, shortness of breath, etc. There is one more keyword, that is the thirst wave. What is a thirst wave? Thirst wave is basically like there is a heat wave for high temperature, right? We know that what is heat wave. Heat wave is for higher temperature. Then cold wave is for lower temperature. Then thirst wave, obviously it has to do with reduced water availability. So thirst wave refers to a severe water scarcity condition during extreme heat events where rising temperatures sharply increase the water demand with simultaneously reducing the water availability. This is known as thirst wave. Hello, hello, hello. Next, we have the major pollutant, their sources and their impact. Now, this is very, very important topic. The reason is every year you will find the questions, especially from the environment, where the questions either are asked. One type of the question is that which of the following pollutants are released by a specific force. Second question is which of the following sources release a specific type of pollutant. Okay, and related to this there is a third variety of question, that is the impacts. Okay, So first two are the causes, the next is the impact. So we need to remember these things. If we start with the particulate matter 10, that is PM10, they are the primary pollutants. And what are the major sources or the processes? It is mechanical disruption like crushing and grinding, road abrasion, wind blown dust, etc. Biggest contributor as far as the sector is concerned are the dusts and constructions, and the impacts it irritates the upper respiratory tract and reduces the visibility, which lead to the formation of haze. PM10 is a primary pollutant. Next is PM 2.5. This is primary as well as secondary pollutant. It is because of the combustion of the solid fuels and the vehicle exhaust. So remember, vehicle exhaust leads to PM 2.5. When we talk about the biggest contributor, so it is the residential complexes. Okay, residential energy like cooking, heating with biomass, industry, etc., they release PM 2.5, and the impact, very significant impact, is that PM 2.5 is so dangerous because of its less size. It can enter into the bloodstream of the humans, into the deep lungs, and it causes heart attacks, strokes, and lung cancer. Okay, so that is why PM 2.5 is the most deadliest pollutant. Then comes nitrogen dioxide. It is a primary pollutant. So high temperature combustion of fossil fuel leads to N2O, and transportation sector, specifically diesel engines, release the nitrogen dioxide. It aggravates respiratory diseases, asthmas, ground level ozone, very important, and the acid rain. Then we have sulfur dioxide. This is also a primary pollutant, and this is because of the burning of sulfur containing fossil fuels like coal and oil, and the metal smelting. Thermal power plants are the largest releaser of the sulfur dioxide gases, and burning of coal. It also causes the acid rain and hence the impacts. Sulfur dioxide also form the secondary particulate matter. Then you have ground level ozone. Ground level ozone means tropospheric ozone. So do not get confused with the ozone which is present in the stratosphere, which protect us from the UV radiation of the sun. That is a different ozone layer, that is in stratosphere. We are talking about the ozone pollutant which is in troposphere, and hence ground level ozone. This is a secondary pollutant. Remember this. Ground level ozone is not a primary pollutant, it is a secondary pollutant. Next, when we talk about the chemical reactions, so you have NOx, VOCs, that is nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds. So it is formed by the reaction of NOx and VOCs plus sunlight. That is why we say that this is a secondary pollutant. Remember, sunlight, volatile organic compounds, and the nitrogen oxides. So traffic and industry is the biggest source, and it leads to sunburn of the lungs. It triggers asthmas and it damages crops. Next, we have carbon monoxide, primary pollutant. Incomplete combustion. Remember this key word. Incomplete combustion leads to carbon monoxide. And then it reduces the blood's oxygen carrying capacity. Remember this. This is a specific impact of the carbon monoxide. It reduces the oxygen carrying capacity of the bloods. Ammonia, primary pollutant. It is a biological breakdown of the organic matter, and agriculture is the biggest source of the ammonia. Okay, it reacts with the oxides to form PM 2.5 and causes nutrient pollution, that is eutrophication. What is eutrophication? It is excessive presence of the nitrogenous compounds in the water bodies. When we talk about VOCs, that is volatile organic compounds, they are primary pollutants, and evaporation of the fuels, solvents, and incomplete combustion leads to these volatile organic compounds. The solvents and transportation, and then health impact, again these are carcinogenic. For example, benzene. Remember, benzene is very carcinogenic. Okay, benzene is a very deadly pollutant. Then you have lead. Lead is the primary pollutant. Metal processing, waste incineration, and battery recycling leads to the lead pollution. Industry is obviously the recycling industry, and it is a neurotoxin. It damages the nervous system, especially in children. So we need to remember that what is the nature of all these pollutants, how these pollutants are produced, what are the biggest main sources of these pollutants, and what are the important health impacts of these pollutants. Now here we should, for the examination perspective, we should know about the National Air Quality Index, that is AQI. It is an evergreen topic because it was launched in 2014, but every year we know that this is the parameter through which we measure the air pollution. What are the pollutants which are monitored through this index? It is big 8. What are the pollutants? Remember the names because the question can come on the names of these pollutants. It is PM10, PM2.5, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, ozone, ammonia, and lead. Okay, if you have to talk about the AQI values, so there are 6 categories of the AQI value. Okay, and remember in these pollutants carbon dioxide is not a part of AQI क्योंकि वो पूछेंगे तो इसी पे खेल सकते हैं वो, right? AQI value is 0 to 50, 50 to 100, 100 to 200, 200 to 300, then till 4, then till 5. So there are total 6 categories. And in this ascending order, the good, satisfactory, moderate, poor, very poor, and severe. And then this is the color code. So remember the AQI values also. So in this relation, we should understand the differences between the AQI, that is Air Quality Index, and CAQI, which stands for Common Air Quality Index in Europe. AQI is in India and AQI is in CAQI is in Europe. Okay. So what is the objective of AQI? It is one number, one color, and one description for the common man. But what is the objective between Common Air Quality Index? To compare the air quality in real time between different European cities. Okay, launching agency, obviously they have different, the scale range in AQI 0 to 500, there you have 0 to 100. Obviously Europe is cleaner than India, so they have less. We have 6 categories, this is the range. There they have 5 categories and this is the range. Okay, so basically they say that very high, that is more than 100, is very high pollution, and more than 100 for us are moderate level of pollution. Okay, because very high starts in India, very high starts beyond 300. Right? So when we talk about the pollutants which are measured in this AQI, we have seen there are 8 pollutants. Okay, here when we talk about the core pollutants, there are 3 core pollutants in Europe: PM10, NO2, and ozone. Right? Then PM2.5, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, they are auxiliary, but there are 3 core pollutants, that is PM10, NO2, and O3. How is it that calculated? What is the calculation method? In India, we calculate it based on the dominating pollutant. The pollutant with the highest sub-index value becomes the overall AQI. Okay, but in Europe, they calculate it on the different, they differentiate between the roadside, that is traffic, and city background, that is general indexes. So the traffic indexes and the general indexes are differentiated in Europe, but here यहाँ पे अपन एक देख लेते हैं जो सबसे ज़्यादा dominating है और वही हमारा AQI बन जाता है. In this relation, we have 2 important systems. One is SUFFER and one is GRAP. Okay, GRAP is for Delhi NCR region. When we talk about the SUFFER, it was developed by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, and it is operated by IMD under Ministry of Earth Sciences. Basically, it forecasts 1 to 3 days in advance, right? It monitors the parameters and then the standard AQI. It measures UV radiation, mercury, benzene, etc. When we talk about the GRAP, it is basically Delhi NCR region. When the AQI crosses a certain thresholds, the government come up with certain restrictions on the activities like construction, transportation. So you cannot use vehicles which are having engines less than BS6, BS4, depending on petrol, diesel, etc. So there are certain restrictions which are laid down. Okay, so GRAP and SUFFER are 2 systems. Next one is the Bharat forecast system. Now Bharat forecast system is India's upcoming, presently it does not exist, but we are working on it. So Bharat forecast system is upcoming high resolution hyper local weather and climate prediction systems. So it will tell you about the local level weather in terms of monsoon, cyclones, rainfall, heat waves, and other extreme events. It is being developed by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, IITM Pune, and will be operated by IMD. Okay, it will provide you the high resolution forecasts of 1 to 3 kilometers, integrates weather, monsoon, etc., air quality, and use AI based machine learning enabled forecasts. Okay, so it is still being developed, so let us see if the questions will be asked on it or not. Next, we have Equator Prize 2025. Equator Prize 2025 is organized by UNDP, United Nations Development Program. The theme for 2025 was Nature for Climate Action. It is often called as the Nobel Prize for Biodiversity. Remember this thing. The Nobel Prize for Biodiversity is the Equator Prize. It honors the indigenous and local communities for nature-based solutions, and the frequency is biennial. If we have to talk about the Indian winner this year is Bibi Fatima. Bibi Fatima Women's Self-Help Group, which is located in Karnataka, and they worked in the millet revolution for establishing solar-powered millet processing units, creating community seed banks. Right, there is a link given on this slide. If you want to go, you can just visit equatorinitiative.org to read more about it. Now let us start with the environmental legislations. Now let us start with the environmental legislations, right? So when we talk about the environmental legislations, we do find that every year around 1 to 2 questions in environment comes from the environmental legislations. What are the important environmental legislations? We have Wildlife Protection Act, we have Environment Protection Act, then we have Biodiversity, Biological Diversity Act. In addition to this, sometimes we also have FRA. FRA is an overlapping topic between environment as well as society. Along with these rules, then you also have National Disaster Management Act, because recently amendments were also proposed. And then there are some rules related to the waste management. Okay. So for example, you have solid waste management rules, e-waste management rules, plastic waste management rules, etc. So we will be dealing with all the important things which were in news from all these three sections of the environmental legislations. First, we are discussing the amendment of the NDMA, that is National Disaster Management Act, and we are doing it in the comparative manner. Here you are having the original act, and here you are having the amendment which were proposed in 2024. Okay, so just a comparison format. One, preparation of the plans. In the original act, the prime responsibility of preparing of plan was lying with the national executive committees and state executive committees at national, center as well as state level respectively. Okay, in the amendment, this responsibility was shifted directly to the authorities, that is NDMA and SDMA. So now executive committees are not there, disaster management authorities at national, center, state level are there. When we talk about the urban management, in the original act, no specific body was there for cities. It was managed mainly by the district authorities, that is DDMA, District Disaster Management Authority. But when we talk about the amendment in 2024, it establishes the Urban Disaster Management Authority, that is UDMA, specifically for the state capital and municipal corporations. Why this is important? Because the disasters which are there in the cities have their unique characteristics. For example, just to understand, if we talk about floods, floods are there in rural areas also as well as urban area also. But the problem is that in urban areas, because we understand that there is a lot of concrete, so the flow of water is very fast, and hence flash floods occur. We call urban floods. Then the urban areas also have the issue of traffic congestion. So this traffic congestion in the flooded areas in cities make the movement of disaster response forces also very difficult. So that is why the disasters which hit urban areas have their unique characteristics, disasters which hit in rural areas have their unique characteristics, and hence we now believe that for the urban area we need to have a specific body, that is Urban Disaster Management Authority. Comes state response. Original Act of 2005, in that state disaster response force was not explicitly mandated by the central act. Okay, it was formed by states on their own through executive orders. So the Central Act was having NDRF, that is National Disaster Response Force, but not SDRF. Here, it grants the statutory status to the SDRF also. When we talk about the apex committees in the original act, NCMC, that is National Crisis Management Committee, and HSC, that is High Level Committee, were functioning as the administrative bodies. In the Amendment Act, the statutory status is being given to NCMC as well as HLC. When we talk about the database management, no specific provision for centralized data repository. Here it is a mandate that national and state disaster database will be there. When we talk about penalties, so in the original act, penalties focused on the obstruction of duty, false warnings, or misappropriation of the funds. Here, civil penalties are also there, for example, fines for the non-compliance with the mitigation orders. When we talk about the approach, original act was having a relief-centric approach. There was a heavy focus on post-disaster response and rescue, that is relief measures. Here, the approach is mitigation-centric, that is clear focus on prevention and risk reduction. Next, let us discuss the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, this act was in news in the context that Kerala, the state of Kerala, has requested to relax the provisions in order to uh, declare any species as a vermin species. Okay, so first let us talk about this particular act. This is an umbrella legislation which talks about the wildlife conservation in India, and it provides the legal protection to wild animals, birds and plants under schedules. So now we have schedule 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is after the amendment in 2022 to 23. Earlier there were 6 schedules, now there are 4 schedules. Okay, what is a structure of protected areas under Wildlife Protection Act? It provides for wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, conservation reserves and community reserves. Conservation reserves and community reserves came after 2002 amendment. Wildlife sanctuaries and national parks were there existing in the original act of 1972. Further, the 2006 amendment also added another protected area, that is Tiger Reserve, which was amended under 2006 notifications. Okay, and the last one is the eco-sensitive zones, which are regulated under Environment Act, but it is also linked with this. If we have to talk about the 4 schedules, 1, 2, 3, 4, from the examination perspective, you need to understand that what exactly is contained under these schedules. Okay, so when we talk about the protection levels, so schedule 1 and 2 have highest protection. Schedule 1 and 2 talks about the animals. So schedule 1 and 2 animals have the highest degree of protection. Okay, schedule 3 talks about the protected plants, and schedule 4 talks about those animals which are there under CITES. What do you understand by CITES? It is Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species. So basically, one of the objective for the 2022-23 amendment of Wildlife Protection Act was to make this act compliant with the CITES, that is the international convention. Okay, when we talk about schedule 1, it is absolute protection. Offenses attract the strongest penalties. Schedule 2 animals also, hunting and trading are prohibited. Penalties are slightly lower than schedule 1. Okay, when we talk about schedule 3, it regulates cultivation, conservation and trade of the listed plant species. And schedule 4 animals, those species which are listed under this CITES appendices. There are some examples. For example, in schedule 1, you have Bengal tiger, Indian rhino, Asiatic lion, snow leopard, black buck, etc. Okay, and then basically critically endangered species will be lying here. In schedule 2 animals, you have Indian elephant, sloth, bear, nilgai, sambar, chosingha. In schedule 3, plants which are protected under the Wildlife Protection Act vary as per the state, and then all the sites listed fauna and flora are included under schedule 4. What were the changes which were introduced by the amendment? First, as we have discussed, the total number of schedules were reduced from 6 to 4. While schedule 5 vermin category is deleted, but new chapter 5b was added in order to regulate the international traded endangered species. Now this is schedule 4, which is dealing with the CITES convention. but the chapter is 5B, so do not get confused. Okay, then there was an amendment which allows the transfer and transport of captive elephants for religious or any other purpose by the person who is having a valid certificate. So this was a major bone of contention also, that under Wildlife Protection Act you are allowing the transfer and the trade of the captive elephants for religious or any other purpose. Now what do you mean by any other purpose, which was not defined? So basically it means that for any purpose you can go for it. Similarly, this act also increased the ambit of the zoo. It changed the definition of the zoo, and now it says that, for example, circus are also included in the definition of zoo. So if the elephant is being used for circus, that means it is being used for zoo, which is allowed. So that is also one of the issues. But yes, this is the amendment. Okay, it empowers the central government to regulate the trade and possession of the invasive alien species. Invasive alien species was first time introduced under this act through the amendment of 2022 to 23, right? And then the civil fines were significantly increased. The next thing is, under this act, what is the procedure to declare a species as vermin? Okay, so what are the grounds of declaration of species as vermin? When you declare the species of vermin, you get the authority, you mean state government. So when a state declares any particular species as vermin, the state gets the power to hunt it down. So now the question is that on what parameters you can declare a species as vermin? One is significant crop damage and threat to livestock because of the species. Then it can be declared as vermin. Next is threat to human life or safety. Then if that species is causing a serious public health concern or conflict which is impacting the local livelihood. So under these sections you can declare a species as vermin. Under Wildlife Protection Act, the original act of 1972, there is section 62. Section 62 empowers the central government to declare any wild animal not listed in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 as vermin for specified area and period. For specified area and period, who can declare species as vermin? Central government. But which species cannot be declared as vermin? Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 species. Okay. What is the process? So there are 7 steps. Step 1 is the concerned state or UT government submits a formal proposal to the Ministry of Environment at the central level. Then scientific assessment is done by the Wildlife Institute of India and State Forest Department. Then based on that data, the state forwards a detailed justification report to the central government for approval. Then it is reviewed by the central government, especially the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. If satisfied, the central government issues a gazette notification declaring the species as vermin. Post notification, the state government carries out the killing of the declared vermin species. Once the period ends, the status automatically expires. That means the species after that period cease to be a vermin, and after that hunting cannot be allowed. So that means this is for a specific period, right? And it is, the vermin is declared by the center government. ये याद रखना है, इसी पे क्वेश्चन आएगा अगर आएगा तो. In this regard, next is the Project Tiger. So Project Tiger, historically it was launched in 1973, and as the name is suggesting you, we understand that it was basically for the conservation of tigers, and this project has given us relatively good results. One of those successful programs in India which has run and produced a good thing. Project Tiger was based on core buffer strategy. Core areas, that is the most interior areas undisturbed by the human interference, and buffer strategy where coexistence is allowed. Okay. Project Tiger. So India hosts around 75% of the global wild tigers, and till this slide was made, till this data was said, there were 58 tiger reserves. Now I think that there are 59 tiger reserves. Okay. So latest addition to the tiger reserves are, the latest additions are 55th was Dholpur in Karauli Tiger Reserve, Rajasthan. 56th was in Guru Ghasidas area, Tamor Pingla Tiger Reserve in Chhattisgarh. 57th was Ratapani Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh, and 58th was Madhav Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. So there are total 58 tiger reserves, the latest being the Madhav Tiger Reserve of MP. Here you have a list of the names of programs which are specifically dedicated to species. Okay. So for example, similar on the lines of Project Tiger, you have Project Elephant, Project Lion, Project Snow Leopard, Project Dolphin, Indian Rhino Vision 2020, Project Hangul, Project Cheetah, etc. Okay. So we have under in the species sections, we will be discussing all the parameters related to these specific species. What are the characteristics? Where do we find them? What is the IUCN status? This is just a chart. You can just read it, and if the question comes, because there are historical aspects, you just read it give one reading. Okay. Next related terminology is tiger corridors. What is a tiger corridor? Tiger corridor is basically a pathway, a strip of land where the tigers move. Tigers have their natural habitat over there. Okay, so the areas where tigers move, those areas are known as tiger corridors, and they act as safe wildlife highways. Basically, they are identified by the NTCA, that is National Tiger Conservation Authority, and WII, that is Wildlife Institute of India. Tiger corridor in general connects two or more separate tiger habitats. So there is one tiger habitat, there is second tiger habitat. Now these two tiger habitats are connected by this narrow strip of land on which the tigers are moving. This is known as tiger corridors. Next related topic is International Big Cat Alliance. So International Big Cat Alliance is a global coalition launched by India. So remember this, the Big Cat Alliance was launched by India to protect world's 7 major big cats. What are those 7 big cats? Tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah, jaguar, and puma. Another important fact, it is headquartered in New Delhi. So the headquarters of International Big Cat Alliance is in New Delhi, and basically there are 97 range countries which are mandated to share knowledge, resources, and the best practices for the conservation of these big cats. Okay, IBCS Secretariat is located in New Delhi. Just small fact related to this particular body. Next topic is related to the Ramsar Convention. We know that Ramsar Convention recognizes the wetlands of international importance. When we talk about the wetlands of international importance, we mean the ecological significance of the wetlands, which are huge in number and which we need to protect. Okay, so basically the context was that the 15th meeting of the COP of this Ramsar Convention was held in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. Remember this place also. Okay, it is basically an intergovernmental treaty that provides for the framework of conservation and wise use of wetlands. The wise use of wetlands means sustainable use. Okay, and then it is the only environmental treaty. It is the only global environmental treaty dedicated to a single ecosystem, that is wetland ecosystem. Ramsar is a city in Iran. India is a member. Secretariat is in Switzerland. Okay, there are 3 pillars of Ramsar Convention. One is the wise use, second is designation of the Ramsar sites, and third is the international cooperations. Now again, this is a fact. So that what is a definition of wetland? So wetland can be any area of marsh, peatland, or water, whether it is natural or artificial, it is permanent or temporary, with the water that is static or flowing, it can be fresh or brackish. It includes the areas of marine water, the depth of which at low tide does not exceed 6 meters. That means in this definition, there is no bar except one, that is depth. Got it? Because it can be natural also, it can be artificial also, it can be natural, artificial, it can be fresh also, it can be saline also, it can be temporary also, it can be permanent also. So that means it is a very broad definition, right? When in this Ramsar Convention, there is a Montreux record also. It is a register which is maintained as a part of this Ramsar list, and it has those sites where ecological character has changed, those sites which are not doing well. Okay, so those sites where the ecological character have changed or is likely to change because of human factors, that is anthropogenic factors, right? Currently, two Indian sites are a part of Montreux record. One is the Kyola Deo National Park, Rajasthan, and Loktak Lake in Manipur. Chilika was also a part of Montreux record, but later on it was removed, signifying a positive example. Okay, this is this thing. For if you have to read more about all the wetlands around, now we have around 100 wetlands approximately. If you want to read more about wetlands, just visit our website, that is Anantam IAS, and there you will get the information in a very crisp manner of all the important wetlands. Now, are all wetlands important? No. So you have to just prepare first 26 wetlands in chronological order, first 26 wetlands, and then the latest additions in the Ramsar sites from India. That's it. Okay, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ना है हमें. We will remember that Victoria Falls Declaration deals with what? It deals with the Ramsar Convention. Okay, it emphasizes the need for political commitment, increased investment, resource mobilization for wetland management. Then a resolution to strengthen the action of flyway conservation was also there, because in wetlands the birds migrate from different parts of the world into these wetlands. So those migratory paths are known as the flyways. For example, Central Asian flyway is one example. Through Central Asian flyway, the birds migrate from Central Asian countries and come towards India and Africa. Okay, so this is Central Asian flyway. India's landmark resolution here was Mission Life to Global Policy. The title was Promoting Sustainable Lifestyles for the Wise Use of Wetlands. Very important. So remember this thing. Okay. Then in this fifth strategic plan was proposed for 2025 to 2034 for 10 years, and this strategic plan was having four major goals: 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Basically, these are qualitative arguments. That is fine. What we have to remember is COP15 to Ramsar Convention took place in Zimbabwe in Victoria Falls. Remember, Victoria Falls lies in Zimbabwe. After that, Victoria Fall Declaration came in relation to Ramsar sites. Flyway conservation की बात की गई है और इंडिया ने यहाँ पे रेजोल्यूशन पास किया, मिशन लाइफ टू ग्लोबल पॉलिसी, दैट इज चेंजिंग or transforming to sustainable lifestyle for the wise use, sustainable use of wetlands. Next topic is methane, global methane emission pledge. Okay, so this global methane emission pledge was launched in COP26 and it was led by US and European Union. But the important thing is that India is not a part of this pledge. Why? Because agriculture sector is the one sector which releases highest amount of methane. If India becomes a part of the methane emission pledge, India has to cut down its agriculture sector, which India cannot compromise. That is why India has not joined the global methane pledge. Okay, we have to remember this, that the agriculture and livestock sector is very important for India. The pledge was to reduce the methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030 compared to 2020 levels, which is impractical for India. Okay, then there are supporting initiatives also for Global Methane Pledge. One is the Global Methane Initiative, GMI. It is voluntary and multi-partner initiative. Secretariat is hosted by US Environment Protection Agency, and it helps the countries to reduce methane emissions by converting the methane into energy. Okay, so this is Global Methane Initiative in US. Second, similarly, we have International Methane Emissions Observatory, IMEO. This is important because it was established by UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. तो इसकी तरह ये किसी कंट्री का नहीं है. Okay, so that is why International Methane Emission Observatory, IMEO, is important. It is established by UNEP. It was launched at G20 and COP26, which was held in 2021. The purpose is to create the emission monitoring system, and it was first of such initiative. First such initiative it was launched. Then you have OGMP 2.0, that is Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. It is led by Climate and Clean Air Coalition and UNEP. So UNEP is here also. UNEP is leading the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, right? And this is the most rigorous methane reporting framework. If we have to talk about the key facts of methane, so CH4, it is a powerful greenhouse gas. Remember, methane is a greenhouse gas, and it has way higher global warming potential than the CO2. Its lifetime in the atmosphere is less, that is 12 years, and the major source of methane is agriculture, paddy fields, fossil fuel sector, that is oil, gas, leakage and coal, and the waste sector, that is landfills and sewage. Okay, and methane is responsible for 30% of the global warming since the pre-industrial period, right? So these are the important facts related to it. Next, we have Environment Protection Act 1986, right? Environment Protection Act 1986 is the umbrella legislation which was enacted by Parliament, and this was enacted under Article 253 of the Constitution, and to implement basically the decisions which were taken at the Stockholm Conference in 1972. This act was enacted in the backdrop of Bhopal gas tragedy of 1984, and then 2 years later we had Environment Protection Act, right? But the thing is that in this examination perspective, not very much things are important because there has not been any major amendment in this act. One important thing is that powers of the central government under this act is it has the power to declare the areas around the national parks and sanctuaries as eco-sensitive zones. So eco-sensitive zones are declared under this act by the central government. Okay, eco-sensitive zones are declared under this act by the central government. Remember, it is not WLPA. Wahan pe bhi, when we were doing WLPA, there also I told you people that eco-sensitive zones has overlapping with the Environment Protection Act, and it is declared by central government, and these are the areas which surround the national parks and the wildlife sanctuaries, right? If we have to talk about the subordinate legislations under Environment Protection Act 1986, so yahan pe EIA notifications are there, okay? And then the waste management rules like solid waste management rules, eco-sensitive zones, genetic engineering appraisal committees, central groundwater commission, e-waste management rules, coastal regulation zone, hazardous and other waste management rules, biomedical waste, plastic waste, all these come under the Environment Protection Act. The question can ask you that which of the following rules are framed under the Environment Protection Act. So remember that what are the subordinate legislations under the Environment Protection Act. Fine. Next comes the ecologically sensitive zones. Now, what are eco-sensitive zones? Eco-sensitive zones are buffer areas. We just discussed in the previous slide that they are created, for example, if this is a national park, so they are created in the vicinity of this national parks or the wildlife sanctuaries. So they act as a buffer zone around these national parks and wildlife sanctuaries in order to reduce the direct pressure on the protected areas like national parks and sanctuaries. Hence, they are the buffer areas and they basically act as the shock absorbers, and the transition zones between highly protected areas and the lesser protected areas. These ecologically sensitive zones are notified by the central government. State government cannot notify the ecologically sensitive zone, and they are notified under Environment Protection Act 1986. Remember this thing. Nodal ministry is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and the concept was introduced in the National Wildlife Action Plan of 2002 to 2016, right? In generally, MEA, this Minister of Environment declares ecologically sensitive zone up to an extent of 10 kilometers around the protected areas. However, it can be less than 10 kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers depending on the ecological importance of those areas. So in this chart, you can see that what are the activities which in general are prohibited in the ecologically sensitive zone. For example, commercial mining, polluting industries, major hydroelectric projects, the new hydroelectric projects, thermal power plants, brick kilns, stone crushers, sawmills, all these industries are highly polluting in nature, and that is why they are prohibited. There are few activities which are regulated. For example, felling of trees, hotels and resource construction activities, road widening, water extraction, grazing and pesticides. And there are few activities which are ecologically friendly or not that much ecologically destructive, which are permitted. Example, agriculture, horticulture. Organic farming is allowed. Rainwater harvesting, obviously it will be allowed. Renewable energy allowed. Ecotourism allowed. Cottage and household small industries allowed. Traditional fishing allowed. So these are prohibited, regulated and the permitted activities under ecologically sensitive zones. Hello. The next topic is coastal regulation zone. Okay. So coastal regulation zone, basically these rules govern the human and industrial activity close to the coastlines. Because we understand the coastlines are the fragile ecosystems. They have mangroves, they have a lot of aquatic life. So there we need to protect and conserve the human, prohibit the human activities, and hence we have coastal regulation zone. Now this zonation is also issued under Environment Protection Act 1986. Issuing authority again is central government. Nodal ministry again is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Okay. So on the basis of 2019 notifications, coastal regulation zones were classified into 4 major categories. Okay. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Again, basically high tide lines and low tide lines, on the basis of this intertidal zone is made. Okay, so intertidal zones are a part of coastal regulation zone 1 category. Further, the areas like mangroves, coral reefs, sand dunes, turtles nesting grounds, biologically active mud flats, national parks, marine parks, all these are the coastal regulation zone 1, and here highest protection is given. Okay, they are regulated in the highest degree manner, and no land reclamation except for strategic or environmental needs can be done. So from the examinations perspective, we need to remember coastal regulations 1 as the most important thing in this zone. After that, the 2, 3 and 4 categories, again you just give a overview of it. In this, coastal regulation 4 is also important because it talks about seawater area from the low tide line up to 12 nautical miles. Okay, and this area is known as the territorial waters also. So here also coastal regulation zone are there, but it is CR4. water quality focused regulations take place. Okay, so you need to just go through it, and this but the coastal regulation zone 1 and 4 are the most important one for the prelims examination. Another important fact is the Shailesh Nayak committee, because it was the Shailesh Nayak committee on the basis of whose recommendations the 2019 notifications came, which made such zones in the coastal areas. The next important environmental legislation is Indian Forest Act 1927. This Forest Act is the parent act of the forest governance in India. Basically, this obviously it is in 1927, so this act was introduced by the British and their objective was different. However, after independence, we now have the Forest Conservation Act 1980. We will talk about this also. First, let us see that what is important under the Indian Forest Act 1927 for our prelims examination. Basically, in India, there are forests which are classified primarily into three categories, and those three categories are: one, it is a reserved forest; second is a protected forest; and third is a village forest. Reserved forests have the highest protection. So that means no hunting is allowed, no grazing is allowed, no felling trees, and no collection of timber is allowed. It is prohibited unless permitted. So reserved forests have the highest degree of protection. When we talk about the protected forests here, the protected forests have medium degree of protection, regulated grazing, firewood collection, minor forest produce collection, and specific species are banned. So it is permitted unless prohibited, but in reserved forest it was prohibited unless permitted. In village forest, basically it is community management. Okay, the reserved forests which are assigned to village, so here they have rights to timber, they have rights to produce, they are managed mainly by Gram Sabha for the sustainable use. The objective of the 1927 Act was, we all understand, to assert the state control over the forest and to regulate the timber and forest produce, and that is why the concept of reserved forest, protected forest, etc. came. Forest Conservation Act 1980 is the pure Indian Act, which now is renamed as Van Sanrakshan Evam Samvardhan Adhiniyam 1980. It is a central law. Okay, no state government can de-reserve a reserved forest or divert any forest land for the non-forest purposes. So Forest Conservation Act basically says that if, let's say, there is a forest land and some infrastructure project has to be made and you have to divert it for non-forest purposes, for that permission have to be taken, and then there are certain compliances which have to be followed, only then it can be done. So in case of reserve forest, no state government can divert any forest land for the non-forest use purposes. And for this purpose, we have forest advisory committees to advise the center on whether to grant the permission for diversion or not. If the diversion is allowed, then the compensatory afforestation has to be there. That means you will compensate the trees and you will grow the trees in some other areas, and depending on the number and the areas, that's a different thing, but compensatory afforestation has to be there. Now comes the Forest Conservation Amendment Act, which was there in news. That act was passed in 2023, but it is where the issue lies. The issue is that there was a Supreme Court judgment in 1996, T.N. Godha Varman case. Remember the name. In this particular case, the Supreme Court said that the dictionary meaning of the forest have to be taken. Dictionary meaning of the forest has to be taken. So that means any land that resembles a forest, dictionary meaning, regardless of the ownership or the legal status, on all those land, this act should be applicable. But the 2023 law, this applies only to which forest? One, the land which is declared as forest under the Indian Forest Act 1927. Okay, that means reserve forest, protected forest, and village forest under 1927 Act. Second, it is applicable to the land recorded as the forest in government records on or after 1980. That is the passing of the Forest Conservation Act. The issue is that Land that looks like a forest but is not officially recorded, example private plantations, unrecorded groves, etc., they lose protection. Hence, the amendment creates the list of activities that are exempt from the act also. What are the exemptions which are given under this act? If some land is being diverted for non-forest use purposes, and if that purpose is a strategic project, that is to ensure India's national security within 100 kilometer of international borders within Indian land, then this is an exception. Then you need not to take a lot of permissions and go for compensatory afforestation. Second exemption is the security infrastructure, land up to 10 hectares for defense or paramilitary infrastructure camps. Then rail or roadside, land alongside rail lines or public roads up to 0.10 hectares for public utility amenities. This is also an exception. And then silviculture, example zoos, safaris, ecotourism facilities are now classified as forestry activities. So for this, you don't, there are exemptions, you need not to take a lot of permissions. The next act is the Forest Rights Act 2006. The basic objective of the FRA is to protect the rights of the forest dwelling committee. Okay. Forest Dwelling Committee. The official name of this act is Scheduled Tribes and the Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights. So from the name itself, you get to know the basic objective of this particular act. Okay. The important thing, nodal ministry is Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So Forest Rights Act is come under Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and it is not implemented by Ministry of Environment. Okay, members of the scheduled tribes are eligible, and any member of community who has for at least 3 generations 75 years. These are technical details. Most important fact is that Tribal Affair Ministry is the main thing. Okay, then under this act there are few rights which are given. For example, land rights are given, use rights are given. Then there is a concept of private versus community rights also. Okay, so those are the rights which are given under this. Okay, so ownership is only for the land currently cultivated. No new land can be granted. The land cannot be sold or transferred except through the inheritance. Okay, basically the objective of this act is to protect the rights. Okay, another important fact is that when we say that the people, the forest dwellers of these areas are having the rights to extract the minor forest produce, what comes under minor forest produce? Bamboo, tendu leaves, herbs, medicinal plants. But what does not come under minor forest produce is timber. ये याद रखना है, टिम्बर इज नॉट इंक्लूडेड एज अ माइनर फॉरेस्ट प्रोड्यूस. तो ऑप्शंस में आएगा, क्वेश्चन में आएगा, तो उसको एलिमिनेट करना है सबसे पहले. ओके, this act basically creates a 3-tier structure. First gram sabha, then subdivisional level committees, and then district level committees. Gram Sabha is basically the body which initiates the process. It receives the claims, verifies them, and passes a resolution. And then that resolution is submitted to the subdivisional level committee, and this committee examines the resolution passed by the Gram Sabha. After this, the district level committee, which is chaired by the district collector, this is the final authority to approve the record of the forest rights. Another important thing under this particular act is that the critical wildlife habitat. अब ये ध्यान रखना है, critical wildlife habitat does not come under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Remember this. Critical wildlife habitat comes under Forest Rights Act 2006. Remember this thing. Okay. Forest Rights Act basically acknowledges that in some highly sensitive areas like the core tiger habitats, human presence might cause irreversible damage, and therefore they are critical wildlife habitats. So you cannot claim rights in these areas. Rights can be modified or people can be resettled from the critical wildlife habitats only if it is scientifically established that coexistence is impossible, and the Gram Sabha has given its free and informed consent in writing to the resettlement package. If there was some community living in the critical wildlife habitat, the that community has to be relocated. Okay, but the only thing is it has to be scientifically proven that this is a critical wildlife habitat where if the community lives, the changes will be irreversible. And second, this has to be, approval has to be given by Gram Sabha in writing. Bhai. Yes. Had your mock? How was it? It was the first mock. Second mock. And when is the date? 5. Today is? Uh-huh. I'm so sorry, yaar. I could not see your. I saw your message and I was not in Delhi for around last few days and it just slipped from my mind. So when I came back, so today 3-4 students came for this DAF discussion, and immediately it just struck my mind कि यार एक student था जो आया था उस दिन उसका message भी आया था मुझे. So I was not having your number saved, so I searched in my WhatsApp CAPF, and then I scrolled it and then I messaged you. So that was the thing, है ना. चलो बैठ जाते हैं, मैं ये बाद में कर लेता हूँ. Just give me a minute. The next topic is Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act, which is also known as CAMPA. Okay, so basically the origin of this also goes back to the TN Godavarman case, which we have just discussed, that is in relation to the deforestation. So when we discussed in the Forest Conservation Act that whenever a forest land is being diverted for the non-forest use purposes, there we discuss that how much compensation has to be paid. Okay, there has to be a compensation. What that compensation will be, that is decided by this particular act. Okay, so basically it is to manage the funds collected for the compensatory afforestation and net present value for the forest ecosystem. So for example, let's say if you are cutting 10 trees in a particular area, you have to plant 40 trees in some other areas. Okay, if you are planting those trees in nearby let's say national park or wildlife sanctuary, then it is 20, that is 2 times. So in general it is 4 times, but when you are planting it near the national park, wildlife sanctuaries, protected areas, then it is 2 times. Okay, what do you understand by a net present value? What is NPV? NPV means, try to understand that when a forest is cut, the user agency pays not just for planting new trees, but also for the lost ecosystem services, right? So every ecosystem provides ecosystem services. For example, supporting services are there, cultural services are there, regulating services are there, right? So when you cut down the trees, it is not just trees which are cut down, you are basically dismantling the ecosystem services also, like carbon sequestration, soil retention, etc. Okay, this value is known as the NPV, that is net present value. It includes the trees as well as the ecosystem services. This act established the dual fund structure. One is the fund at national level, other is the fund at state level. Okay, so the fund which is at the national level, it is established under the public accounts of India. It is established under public accounts of India, which receives 10% of the total funds collected, and 90% of the fund goes to the state compensatory afforestation fund. It is established under public accounts of each state, and 90% of total funds get there. Okay, the act also establishes authorities at 2 levels. One is the National Campa Authority, which is chaired by the Union Minister for Environment. Second is the State Campa Authority, which is chaired by the Chief Minister of the state. Okay, the act and rules which specify strictly how this money can be used. So again, there are some activities which are permitted, some activities which are prohibited. What are the permitted activities? One is artificial regeneration, that is plantation, assisted natural regeneration, forest fire prevention and control operations, and then soil and moisture conservation works, improvement of wildlife habitat. So in these activities, you can use the Campa Fund. But Campa Fund cannot be used for these activities, that is, payment of salary or wages to the regular forest staff, foreign visits to officials, purchase of vehicles, construction of office buildings. That means the money from the Campa Fund can only go to those activities which is directly increasing the tree covers, right? And not to the operational or administrative expenses. The next topic is Biological Diversity Act 2002. Okay, basically this act was made in order to fulfill the obligations under United Nations Conventions on Biological Diversity (UNCBD) and its Nagoya Protocol. What are the objectives of BDA? There are three objectives. Obviously, as the name suggests, conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of its components, and fair and equitable sharing. Whatever benefits are derived out of the biological resources, those benefits must be shared in fair and equitable manner with the local inhabitants of the forest. Okay, this act establishes three-tier decentralized system for implementation at national level, state level, and local level. At national level, you have National Biodiversity Authority, that is NBA. This is appointed by the central government, and this is the body which has the primary role of regulating the access to biological resources, especially by foreigners and NRIs. Then it advises the center on conservation also. At state level, you have state biodiversity boards appointed by state government, and it regulates the access by Indians for the commercial use. At the local level, you have biodiversity management committees, which is very important. Local community member is the chairman, and the most important role of BMC, that is Biodiversity Management Committee, is to prepare biodiversity register. This register is the most important document which has all the information related to local flora and fauna and the traditional knowledge. Okay. In this line, if we talk about the key provisions of this particular act in relation to access and benefit sharing, so it says that if any company is using the local herbs to make medicine, let's say, and is earning profit out of it, that has to be shared with the local community. If it is foreigner must take prior approval from the NBA, that is National Biodiversity Authority. If they are Indian must give prior intimation to the state biodiversity boards before obtaining biological resources. Next important provision is the biodiversity heritage sites. So section 37 of Biodiversity Act empowers the state government to notify the areas of biodiversity importance as the heritage site. One example is Majuli, Assam, Aminpur Lake in Telangana. Third is, we have already discussed that it is a People's Biodiversity Register, which is a legal document, right? And it acts as a tool to prevent biopiracy. Okay. Then Biological Diversity Amendment Act 2023 it was passed to reduce the compliance burden and encourage the Indian system of medicines. So here this particular chart tells you about the differences between the original act of 2002 and the amended act of 2023. If we have to talk about the offenses, so in original act it was the criminal offense of jail term up to 5 years, but when we talk about the amended act, it is decriminalized. Okay, now there are just monetary penalties. This is done basically for the ease of doing business. If we have to talk about Ayush users, original act said practitioners had vague exemptions. Now explicit exemptions are given. It mentions the use of codified traditional knowledge. So for codified traditional knowledge, that is Ayurvedic texts, there are exemptions. Okay, so you have to remember that now there are explicit exemptions. Here there were vague exemptions. Fine. If we have to talk about approvals, original act has strict approvals for intellectual property, that is IPR. On the other hand, when we talk about the amended act of 2023, it is a fast tracking mechanism. Okay, approval is needed only before the grant of the patent, not at the application stage. If we have to talk about the definition, it says just the biological resources. But Amended Act of 2023 basically talks about the definition in detail, and it takes into account the animals as well as plants. But it excludes, you have to remember this very important fact, it excludes the human genetic material. Okay, so the biological resources which this act is talking about has excluded the human genetic material. It includes the genetic material of animals as well as plants, right? It also excludes the domesticated animals and plants grown for agriculture from the definition, right? Next comes the e-waste management rules. Okay, what are the e-waste management rules? We have already discussed that all the waste management rules, this e-waste management rules, they come under Environment Protection Act, and nodal ministry is Environment Ministry. E-waste is basically triple e-waste. Triple E means electrical and electronics equipment. Okay, so they are discarded electrical and electronic equipments waste. Example, we all know computer, laptops, mobile, etc. The core of these rules is the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility Certificate. This we have discussed. Now, the EPR certificates are allowed to be traded on the market-based platforms, right? So there can be trading of the EPR certificates. And what is exactly EPR? That we already know. There are different stakeholders and their responsibilities. Producers have the responsibility to meet the EPR targets and register on the portal. Consumer and bulk consumers have the responsibility to channelize the e-waste to the authorized recyclers. Recycler has the responsibility of environmentally sound recycling. Refurbishers extend product life. Central Pollution Control Board has the responsibility of national coordination and APR portal, and SPCBs, etc., pollution committees, etc., for monitoring and enforcement. Now let us talk about the differences between the e-waste rules 2016 and the e-waste rules of 2022. There have been few amendments in 2025 also. We will also look at them. But first, let us discuss the differences between 2016 and 2022 rules. The core philosophy of 2016 was the collection centric. Just collect. But the core philosophy here is recycling centric. After collection, go for recycling. Mechanism was physical and manual. It is digital and market based, because we have discussed EPR trading is there. Talking about the intermediaries, so intermediaries have center role, but they were deregulated. In 2025 amendment, they have been done away with. Okay, the formal definition and reliance on PRO is removed. Producers now deal directly with the recyclers via the portal. When we talk about the authorization, State Pollution Control Board recyclers needed authorization from SPCBs. So here we have CPCB portals registration, and that too self-registration. When we talk about the scope of items, so there were 21 items, now it has been extended to 106 items, and more importantly, solar PV modules are included, and this is the beginning of PV waste being the part of e-waste. For the first time, we have acknowledged PV waste, that is PV modules and panels and cell. This is also known as the solar waste. Okay, so the solar waste is also taken care by the e-waste management rules. Solar panels, that is why in 2016 they were excluded, now they are included. Okay, but they are not having any recycling target till 2034 or 35. When we talk about the target schedule, so gradual increase in the collection, that is true, but here you have specific recycling time bound targets, right? So time bound targets are there. When we talk about the hazardous substances, so here RoHS limits were applied, and it still continues, limits on lead, mercury, cadmium, etc. E-waste management 2022 rules mandate the reduction of the hazardous substances. Remember, it is also hazardous substances are also the part of the e-waste rules. Okay, so hazardous substances are there in hazard waste management rules also, and in e-waste management rules also, and this is known as dirty 6 list. Very important. Now what do you mean by dirty 6 list? It includes 6 specific toxic substances: lead, mercury, cadmium, hexavalent chromium, polybrominated biphenyls, and polybrominated diphenyl ethers. Remember these 6 names. It is dirty 6. Dirty 6 is a part of e-waste management rules, which are the toxic substances. Other important thing is that recently in 2024 and 2025, in 2024 to 2025 year, these e-waste management rules have been aligned to the Basel Convention. Now, what do you mean by Basel Convention? Basel Convention basically talks about all the hazardous substances, toxic, flammable, corrosive, reactive. All these substances are categorized as the hazardous substances. Basel Convention also includes the hazardous household waste. Further, it also includes, this Basel Convention also includes why, I am just writing it here, it also includes Y category of waste. Now, what do you mean by Y category of waste? Y category of waste includes pharma, biomedical, organic, solvents, and clinical waste. This is a Y category of waste, which is a part of Basel Convention, which deals with the hazardous substances. All the e-waste is included under Basel Convention, and Basel Convention has come into force in 2025. And to make these e-waste, our India's e-waste management rules in align with the Basel Convention, we have made these changes in our e-waste management rules also. I forgot to mention when we were discussing the plastic waste management rules that in 2025 they have also been amended. Okay, what are the 2025 amendments? The first one is the categorizations. When we talk about the category of the plastic waste under the 2025 amendment rules, we have 3 types of category. One is the rigid plastics. Okay. Second one is the flexible plastic, flexible packaging. Flexible plastic, rigid plastic like example bottles, flexible packaging like polythene covers. Okay, and then the C1 is the others. So one is the categorization. Second important change in the amendment is that now importers are also categorized as producers. So importers are included as producers for the concept of extended producer responsibility. The third is that we are now having centralized portal which is managed by the CPCB. And the fourth important change is formalizing of the EPR certificates and its trading. So these were the important amendments of the plastic waste management rules of 2025. Next act comes is the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act. Okay, this act was enacted in order to implement the decisions taken at the Stockholm Conference of 1972. Right. The important thing about this act is that originally this act didn't contain noise pollution, because we are talking about air pollution, hai na? So originally it didn't contain noise pollution, but after that in 1987 there was the amendment which expanded the definition of the air pollutant, which includes noise also. The Air Act did not create new boards. It utilized the existing ones like Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Boards. Okay, so this is important. The last one is the Solid Waste Management Rules of 2016. The thing is that now in 2026, new solid waste management rules have come which have replaced the 2016 rules. That means it is not an amendment, they are the new rules. But again, there can be a comparison. So first we will see that what were 2016 rules, and then we will see what are 2026 rules. Okay. The 2016 rules expanded the scope of rules and segregation at source. It was made mandatory. Okay. The previous rules, previous to 2016, the rules applied only to the municipal area. However, now new rules of 2016, the jurisdiction was extended beyond the municipal limits to include the census towns, urban agglomerations, industrial townships, SEZs, etc. Okay. When we talk about the segregation at source, 2016 rules said that there will be three segregations, and those three segregations will be biodegradable, non-biodegradable, and domestic hazardous wastes. Okay, new category of diapers, sanitary napkins, mosquito repellents, etc. were included. So the green bin, blue bin, and black or red bin was mandated. So it was basically a three-tier segregation in the 2016 rules. When we talk about the institutional mechanisms, so we have Ministry of Environment, which takes care of the overall monitoring. Then we have for urban development, we have Ministry of Urban Development, which formulates the national policy on solid waste management and provides technical guidelines. Then obviously we have CPCB, the local bodies for the actual implementation, and finally district magistrate at the district levels in order to implement these rules. Now, along with this, when I told you that there is a 2026 amendment, so what does 2026 amendment talks about? First, it talks about four-tier segregation. What? Four-tier segregation. Earlier it was three-tier segregation. Now we have four-tier segregation. What are four-tier segregations? One is wet, second is dry, third is sanitary waste, and the fourth one is the special care waste. So now we have four categories of the segregation which has to be done at source. Okay. Second important thing is that now we have clear definition of the bulk generators of waste. Bulk generators of the waste. Who are bulk generators of the waste? For example, gated communities, okay, event managers, etc. Then third important thing in this is that now we are going for area based categorization. Area based categorization. The fourth one is extended bulk waste generator responsibility. Okay, extended bulk waste generator रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. दिस इज सेपरेट फ्रॉम ईपीआर. ईपीआर तो है ही है, बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर्स के लिए हमने एक और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी स्पेसिफाई कर दिया. एंड द फिफ्थ वन इज दैट इज हैज अ स्पेसिफिक फोकस ऑन सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी. These are the five important pillars of the solid waste management rules of 2026, which have replaced the 2016 rules. So let us start with the first species, which is olive ridley turtles. Now this species is one of the very important species when it comes to UPSC Prelims examination. Okay, the context of this topic, why it was in news, was because of the recent deaths which were associated with the olive ridley turtles. Okay, now again we know that species में we just have to do the factual portions, तो हम देख लेते हैं. सबसे पहले we need to understand that turtles and tortoise, these are two डिफरेंट थिंग्स. ओके, अभी हम इसका डिफरेंस भी करेंगे कि टर्टल्स और टॉर्टोइज में क्या डिफरेंस होता है. अगली वाली स्लाइड में हम यही करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले वाली स्लाइड में हम ये देख रहे हैं कि ऑलिव रिडले टर्टल्स क्या हैं. ठीक है, हम ये समझ सकते हैं कि टर्टल्स आर दी मरीन स्पीशीज एंड टॉर्टोइज आर दी टेरेस्ट्रियल लैंड बेस्ड स्पीशीज. ऑलिव रिडले टर्टल्स की बात करते हैं तो out of all the sea turtles, those are the smallest species, and they are named as olive because of their olive colored characteristics. ठीक है, now these species, if we see, these species are omnivorous, that is they feed on they are herbivorous also and carnivorous also. They eat algae, lobsters, crabs, shrimps, etc. As far as their distribution is concerned, they are distributed along majorly the warm waters of Pacific, India and Atlantic Oceans. तो important चीज क्या है कि warm waters में they are found, that is why they are mostly found in the tropical regions. Okay, warm waters of all the three oceans, that is Pacific, Indian as well as the Atlantic Ocean. Olive ridley turtles के साथ the most important thing is a terminology that is Aribada. What is Aribada? So होता क्या है, इंडिया में ईस्टर्न कोस्ट पे इन उड़ीसा, these turtles come in large numbers for mass nesting. So Aribada is known as the mass nesting. A lot of turtles will come together and they will go for nesting. So this, ये याद रखना है, this word is known as Aribada. Very important thing. Okay. The second important characteristics with the sea turtles, or in general all the marine turtles, is that natal homing. Now what do you mean by natal homing? Natal homing is basically returning to the home beach. Now what happens is that these turtles are known for very long distance migration because they are very good swimmers, so they can swim in the oceans and they can just move to very large distances. Okay, but because nesting is taking place at a beach, so that means turtles were born at a beach, but then they migrated in their life. Now when the female turtles, especially when the female turtles have to lay their eggs, they come back to their home, that is the home beach, that is where they were born. Okay, so that means natal homing is returning to the same beach where they were born, and the reason is for laying of eggs. So ये हमें याद रखना है that what is natal homing? Natal homing is homecoming back to the beach where those turtles were born and to lay the eggs. In India, there are three important areas in which these olive-related turtles are found, especially in Odisha. One is the Gahirmata beach. This is the largest rookery in the world. Along with this Gahirmata beach, two important rivers are there. One is a Rushikulya river and next is the Devi. So these turtles come from oceans to the brackish water areas in the river mouth areas, and there they come together for mass nesting known as Aribada, and this practice is known as homecoming. ठीक है, ये हमें याद रखना है. In India, along with Odisha or along with these three major areas, there are other nesting sites also. Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra and Goa. As far as the other factual details are concerned, IUCN Red List mein they are vulnerable, then they are protected under Wildlife Protection Act, sites mein they are Appendix 1, and then India launched Operation Olivia, that is Indian Coast Guard protection initiated during the nesting sites. Now Indian Coast Guard, that is ICG, is a paramilitary force. Okay, ये याद रखो. India में there are three paramilitary forces. One is Indian Coast Guard, one is Assam Rifles, and one is Special Frontier Force. Only three are the paramilitary forces. Rest all other forces, example CISF, BSF, CRPF, all these are Central Armed Police Forces, not the paramilitary forces. Okay. Now let us move towards the distinction between the turtles and tortoise, that what are the basic differences. First look at the picture. This is the turtle and this is tortoise. यहाँ पे तुम लोग देख सकते हो that tortoise is on land, है ना, and turtle is in water. So सबसे पहले तो हमें ये ध्यान में रखना है that turtles are water species, that is aquatic species, and hence they are found in oceans, rivers and lakes. On the other hand, tortoise is a terrestrial species, that is land species, and hence they are found only on the terrestrial ecosystems. They have very good adaptability, and that is why they are found in deserts as well as forests as well as grasslands. Okay. As far as the eggshell is concerned, so they are leathery and soft. Why? Because they have to swim, because they are in water. But when we talk about the tortoise, so in tortoise they are hard and brittle. Why? Because they are present on land. On land you have lot of predators, so in order to be protected from these predators, they have very hard shell. Next, if we talk about the shell shape, so because these species have to swim in the water and hence they have very streamlined body structure which help them in swimming. But when we talk about the tortoise here, they are high, domed and heavy. Why? Because they are designed for the protection against the predators on land. If we have to talk about the diet, तो अब पानी के अंदर obviously the species cannot be only the herbivorous, है ना, क्योंकि पानी के अंदर obviously there is less grass, you have to eat more, तो इसीलिए you have to be dependent on grass as well as on the other species. Hence the turtles are omnivorous. When we talk about tortoise, they are strictly herbivorous, dependent on terrestrial grasses, leaves, flowers, etc. Because these turtles are in water, we have discussed that they can migrate to large distances. So in order to protect them from winters, they migrate to very large distance, right? और large distance जाने के बाद एग्स ले करने के लिए जब वापस अपने होम बीच पे आते हैं, अभी हमने क्या पढ़ा, उसको हम कहते हैं, व्हाट डू वी कॉल इट, वी कॉल इट होमिंग, राइट? तो ये याद रखना है. लेकिन टोटॉयस की जब हम बात करते हैं, टोटॉयस डू नॉट माइग्रेट, क्योंकि टोटॉयस वी ऑल नो, कहानी थी खरगोश की और इसकी टोटॉयस की, दे आर वेरी स्लो मूविंग creatures. If they are slow moving creatures, they cannot go for large distance migration. If they cannot go for large distance migration, then what will happen? They have to hibernate in order to protect themselves from winters. So tortoise go for hibernation and turtles go for migration. Lifespan की बात करें तो turtle is having 20 to 80 years of lifespan. Tortoise live around 150 years, and that is why they are called as the longest living land animals. Next, olive ridley turtle, abhi humne baat kiya, they are famous for aribada, that is mass nesting, and the example of tortoise is the Indian star tortoise. Indian star tortoise is in news across the year because of the victims of the illegal trade. Poaching activities बहुत ज़्यादा होती हैं Indian star tortoise की. Next, Malabar civet, again a very important species. Why important species? Because as far as the IUCN status is concerned, this is a critically endangered species. इंडिया के अंदर जितनी भी critically endangered species हैं वो सारी species important हो जाती हैं. अब इस image को ध्यान से रखो और अपने दिमाग में बैठा लो. क्या दिख रहा है आप लोगों को? आप लोगों को दिख रही है रात, that is night. So these species are nocturnal species, correct? So this we have to remember it. These are nocturnal species. Okay, this Malabar civet. Now civet, just look at the tail, this section. Okay, let me change the color of the pen. Yeah, this section. So you can see that they have a very thick tail, right? And this thick tail help them to balance. Okay, so they are locally known as Jawad in Kerala. Okay, from the name itself, if it is writing Malabar, so that means this civet will be primarily present in Western Ghats, right? These Malabar civets are also famous for coffee. If you know this, then it's good. If you don't know this, just have a look at it, that how civets are being used to produce coffee. The excreta of the civet, the civets excreta is used for coffee, especially in Indonesia. Okay, and this is world's costliest coffee, which is produced from the excreta of these civets. Okay, they are fed with the fruits, coffee beans, and then the excreta is collected, and hence that is how it is made. Okay, it is referred to as one of the world's rarest mammals, so it is a mammalian species. It is endemic to the Western Ghats. Okay, it is found in Western Ghats. They originated in Western Ghats, and hence they have high degree of endemism. Okay, and they are restricted to the coastal tracts of Kerala and Karnataka. Habitat की अगर हम बात करें, again if you keep this picture in your mind, you can guess that they are primarily found in the lowland forests, wooded plains, coastal hill slopes, etc. Okay, then they have black crest, they have a dusky gray coat, all these are the color. If you look at the picture, they have a lot of black spots also, and then if you look at this particular tail, so here also you can see that there are black bands on its tail. Okay, they are nocturnal species, we have discussed, that is why they are strictly active in the night. Also, they are solitary animals, so you will not find the groups of Malabar civet कि बहुत सारी Malabar civets इकट्ठी जा रही हैं. No, groups नहीं होते हैं उनके. They are solitary animals and they are also highly territorial animals. Similarly, tigers are also solitary as well as they have very high degree of territory. वो अपनी टेरिटरी को मार्क करते हैं. They do not allow any other similar species to come and invade their territory. So they are solitary in nature, nocturnal in nature, and highly territorial in nature. Okay, they are also omnivorous species, so they feed on fruits, leaves, animals, eggs, etc. IUCN status very important. They are critically endangered species. अब हमारे पास बहुत ज़्यादा मालाबार सिवेट्स नहीं बची हैं. As far as the Wildlife Protection Act is concerned, it is accorded one of the highest degree of protection, and then it also comes under Appendix 3 of CITES. Let us move towards the next important species, that is Great Indian Bustard. Again, this species is important. Why? Because this species again is critically endangered as far as the IUCN status is concerned. याद रखना है, क्रिटिकली एंडेंजर्ड स्पीशीज सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो अपने को याद रखनी है. ओके, देन दे हैव लोकल नेम्स. अब लोकल नेम्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाते हैं. साइंटिफिक नेम्स आर नॉट दैट इंपॉर्टेंट, बट यस लोकल नेम्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, पिछली वाली में मालाबार सिवेट का लोकल नेम क्या था? जवाड. ओके, सिमिलरली ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड का लोकल नेम है, दे आर नोन एज गोदावन इन राजस्थान एंड मलढोक in Maharashtra. So remember these names because UPSC can ask these terminologies in prelims paper, right? It is a flagship species of India. What do you mean by flagship species? Flagship species are those important species along जिसके अराउंड पे एक पूरा प्रोग्राम डेवलप होता है. दैट दे आर बेसिकली द ब्रांड एम्बेसडर काइंड ऑफ स्पीशीज. ओके, देन इट इज ऑल्सो अ स्टेट बर्ड ऑफ Rajasthan. It is endemic to the Indian subcontinent, and hence that is why these are found in the arid as well as semi-arid areas. Because this is endemic to Indian subcontinent, hence it is also found in Pakistan. क्यों? क्योंकि डेजर्ट इंडिया वाला थार डेजर्ट इज कंटिन्यूइंग इन पाकिस्तान ऑल्सो, और ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड को तो पॉलिटिकल बाउंड्रीज का नहीं पता होगा, है ना. सो दे आर फाउंड इन पाकिस्तान ऑल्सो एज वेल एज इंडिया. हैबिटेट की हम बात करें, हमने अभी देखा ड्राई एंड सेमी ड्राई ग्रासलैंड्स. इट अवॉइड्स द इरिगेटेड एरियाज एंड डेंस फॉरेस्ट. ऑब्वियसली दैट इज व्हाई इट इज ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड इज फाउंड. इफ यू लुक एट दिस पिक्चर, तो ये सारा सूखा है यहाँ पे, है ना. सो दे आर फाउंड इन द डेजर्ट एरियाज. Currently, the largest population is found in the Desert National Park located in, again, Rajasthan. So they are in India, they are found in Rajasthan deserts, Gujarat deserts, and then the semi-arid areas of Maharashtra as well as Karnataka. So जब हम बात करते हैं इंडिया की, so we say that because this area of Maharashtra and Karnataka, the interior part, is generally a semi-arid area. Why? Because it is lying in the rain shadow region. Correct? अगर हम appearance की बात करें, so it is very large and heavy flying bird. So great Indian bustards are very large, they have huge height also. And if you again look at the picture closely, you can see that on the head of this great Indian bustard there is a black cap. Okay, behavior की अगर हम बात करें, so again they are also omnivorous species. They feed on grasses as well as insects. They are slow breeder. Females lay only one egg per year, and this because of such a low breeding rate also. We are saying that the population of these great Indian bustards are declining क्योंकि breeding ही बहुत कम है, and then there is a lot of poaching. They experience lot of poaching, and second is the continuous habitat loss. Okay, so poaching and habitat loss have become as the largest threats to the great Indian bustards. अगले टॉपिक पे चलते हैं, दैट इज कश्मीरी स्टैग हंगुल. अब कश्मीरी स्टैग और हंगुल अगेन अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्पीशीज. व्हाई? अगेन फाउंड इन इंडिया एज वेल एज क्रिटिकली एंडेंजर्ड स्पीशीज. तो जितनी भी क्रिटिकली एंडेंजर्ड स्पीशीज हैं, दोज आर इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट. कश्मीरी स्टैग का लोकल नेम है हंगुल. सो क्वेश्चन कैन यूज आइदर दिस वर्ड कश्मीरी स्टैग और इट कैन यूज द वर्ड हंगुल ऑल्सो, right? And this species is also a endemic species to India. It is a subspecies of the Central Asian red deer. Okay, Central Asian red deer का एक subspecies है hangul, which is endemic to India. Central Asian red deer is found in many countries of Central Asia, that is Himalayan region countries, but Kashmiri stag or hangul is endemic to India, and it is also the state animal of Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir, there is a national park with the name Dachigam National Park. This one, Dachigam National Park. This species is restricted to the Dachigam National Park. Okay? लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि दिट इज फाउंड ओनली इन J&K. So some lower areas of Dachigam National Park also you can find them. Another important and interesting characteristics of the hangul is that they are also having a matriarchal society. Okay, so they are led by females. They have female leaders. Such facts are very important. UPSC ने एक बार matriarchal society of elephants पूछा ही हुआ है. Elephants are also matriarchal society. Their herds are also led by the oldest female. और हंगुल की अगर हम बात करें, हंगुल is also a matriarchal society. Second, तो अब अगर हम इसकी बात करें, दिस इज वन ऑफ द रेयर डियर स्पीशीज विच आर माइग्रेटरी इन नेचर. अब बिकॉज दी स्पीशीज आर फाउंड इन कश्मीर एरिया, तो कश्मीर में ठंड होती है, तो ठंड हो रही है तो अपने अडेप्ट करने के लिए माइग्रेशन तो होगा ही होगा. सो दे आर माइग्रेटरी. एंड देन एज फार एज द प्रोटेक्शन इज concerned, obviously we can also guess it is having a highest degree of protection. Critically endangered species है तो highest degree of protection होगा ही. Then they are in appendix 1 of the CITES also, and international trade is banned, and then they are part of the convention on migratory species, and they are in appendix 1 of it also. Okay, then J&K government is assisted with the IUCN as well as by the WWF for the conservation of the hangul species. Next species is the Namdafa flying squirrel. So when we talk about the Namdafa flying squirrel, this is also again very important species because of the same logic, because it is also a critically endangered species. Okay, again as I have told you, scientific name is not that important. Again, you look at this particular picture. It is a squirrel which is flying. And if you look at this picture, this is also in darkness. So that means this species is also nocturnal species. One, because it is flying, that means it will be living on trees, and hence they are arboreal species also. Correct? If we have to talk about the endemism, so this species is endemic to India and restricted to a single valley, very narrow area in India too, that is Namdapha National Park in Arunachal Pradesh. अब ऐसे वाले national parks very important होते हैं. क्यों? जैसे अभी हमने हंगुल की बात करी, तो हंगुल was restricted to one national park, that was Dachigam. तो क्वेश्चन डचीगाम पर भी हो सकता है और हंगुल पे भी हो सकता है. सिमिलरली नामदाफा फ्लाइंग स्क्विरल इज लोकेटेड इन नामदाफा नेशनल पार्क. सिमिलरली व्हेन वी विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट लेट्स से घड़ियाल्स, तो घड़ियाल्स के लिए जो इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया है दैट इज चंबल वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी. करेक्ट? तो ये दैट इज व्हाई दीज प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज आर आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज दे आर हैविंग सम काइंड ऑफ यूनिकनेस, राइट? So if we have to talk about their appearance, so it is reddish grizzled fur coated, and then it is having a furry scheme. Okay, nocturnal species, arboreal species, they generally live in the upper canopy of tall trees. Because they are critically endangered species, so obviously they are accorded highest degree of protection in CITES Wildlife Protection Act and everywhere. So now let us discuss the differences between घड़ियाल्स, मगर्स एंड सॉल्ट वाटर क्रोकोडाइल. सारे क्रोकोडाइल एक जैसे नहीं होते हैं, सो वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द डिफरेंस. ओके, सो फर्स्ट लुक एट द इमेजेस. दिस वन इज द घड़ियाल्स, एंड हेयर यू कैन सी that gharials are having such a long nose. Okay, their nose is very long. On the other hand, if you see the nose or the mouth of this one and this one is not that long, they are broad, right? So सबसे पहले हमें यही समझना है how we can make the differences between them. So by looking them, if we have to talk about the snout shape, so as far as the gharials are concerned, they are long, thin and pot-like. So here you can see this section. This is a pot-like structure on their nose. Pot in Hindi means ghada, and that is why they are named as ghadiyals, because of this pot on its snout. So that is why it is written ghada, or a pot on the male's nose is used for vocalization. They send sound signals. On the other hand, when we talk about the muggers, they are broad and V-shaped snout. And the saltwater crocodiles, again, they are slightly long but also broad snout, and they are massive and triangular. तो सबसे खतरनाक जो crocodiles हैं, they are saltwater crocodiles, और इनका नाम देखो कितना cute है, salty. Okay, so salty are the most dangerous creatures on this planet. If you talk about the habitat, so these ghadiyal species are found in deep and fast flowing rivers. So they are riverine species. If they are riverine species, so we can also call them as fresh water species, and they love clean water. So if the water is filled with lot of sediments or pollutants, that is detrimental for this ghadiyal species. If we have to talk about the rivers, they are found mainly in the Chambal River, Girva and Son, and that is why the National Chambal Sanctuary, Chambal Wildlife Sanctuary, which is located as the tri-junction of MP, UP and Rajasthan, is known to house these ghadiyal species. Right, when we talk about the marsh crocodile or the mugger crocodile, they live in freshwater marshes, lakes and slow rivers. They are highly adaptable. They are sometimes also found in the ponds. So they are also found in the freshwater but very slow moving. They were fast flowing rivers. Ghadiyals were fast flowing and they are slow rivers. Okay. And when we talk about the saltwater crocodile, so as the name is telling you, ये salt water है, ये fresh water नहीं है, तो मतलब ये rivers में नहीं हो सकते हैं. They are found in the brackish waters. अब कभी कभी they are found in the lower reaches of rivers also. कैसे? So because they are brackish water areas, they live in mangroves and the estuarine areas. Example, Andaman, Sundarbans and Bhitarkanika. So sometimes when they are in the coastal areas, they try to move up the river. So that is why they are found in the lower reaches of river, but they are not freshwater species. They are brackish water species. Okay. Now let us talk about their diet. So the ghadiyals are piscivorous, that is, they are fish eaters. But if you look at the jaw of these ghadiyal species, just compare, this is the jaw of ghadiyal and then this is the jaw of saltwater crocodile. So the jaws of ghadiyals is very fragile and thin. So that is why, because of their thin jaws and fragile nature, they cannot go for eating large prey. Okay, तो ये इंसान नहीं खा सकते हैं, ये they cannot eat very large animals, they cannot eat humans, so that is why they just eat fishes. But when we talk about the marsh crocodiles or mugger crocodiles, they are ambush predators. They eat fish, birds, monkeys, deers, etc. When we talk about saltwater crocodiles, they are apex predators. They can even eat humans, they can eat sharks, they can eat buffaloes. So that is why I said that salties are the most dangerous creatures. Never go near the salties. Okay. IUCN status, ghadiyals critically endangered. UPSC एक दो बार क्वेश्चन पूछ भी चुका है. Then the muggers or marsh crocodiles are vulnerable and the salties are least concerned. Okay, these salties are primarily found in the Bhitarkanika National Park areas and the Sundarbans National Park areas, and the mugger crocodiles are widespread across India. Next topic is river dolphins. Okay, when we talk about the river dolphins, okay, we talk primarily about three types of dolphins in India. One is the Indus dolphin, second is the Gangetic dolphin, and third one is the Irrawaddy dolphin. बहुत टाइम तक इंडस और गंगेटिक डॉल्फिन को लगभग एक ही माना गया था, बिकॉज देयर वर वेरी लेस identifiable differences. Okay, but after some time scientists said that no, we cannot consider them as single species, they are two different species because there are few characteristics which are different. दिखने में almost all the things are similar, but there are few differences. Okay, so when we talk about the Gangetic dolphin is known as Susu, SUSU, or sometimes it is also written as Sisu, SISU or SUSU. Why? Because they make a sound like this. So that is why they are known as Sisu. Okay. On the other hand, the Indus dolphin is known as Bhulan species, and they are Sisu species. Gangetic dolphin, as the name is telling you, obviously it will be found in river Ganga, Brahmaputra and Meghna. Hence they are found in India, Nepal, Bangladesh. On the other hand, Indus river dolphin is found in river Indus in Pakistan. In India, it is only present in the Beas river. So there is a Beas Conservation Reserve also. This Beas Conservation Reserve is a Ramsar site also. Sundarbans was also a Ramsar site. Okay, so remember this. IUCN status, these are endangered and this is also endangered. Both are protected under Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act. Indus dolphin is the national aquatic animal of India and state aquatic animal of UP, Bihar, Assam. But Indus river dolphin is the state aquatic animal of Punjab. Gangetic dolphin, is the national aquatic animal, if I have misread it. So Gangetic dolphin is what? The national aquatic animal of India. Okay, Indus river dolphin is not the national animal. Pehli baat. Both of these species are almost blind. They are functionally blind. Why? Because they live in the muddy water. Both of these species live in muddy water, and because of excessive mud in the water, they have evolved in such a way that they cannot see. And because they could not see, eventually the size of their eyes went so low that now this is the size of their eye, which you cannot see, just a small dot. So they also cannot see. Then how do they move? They move with the technique of echolocation. Both of the species, they move through echolocation. So they send the signals hit the prey, and then signals come back. That is how the dolphin is able to locate its prey. This technology is known as echolocation, which is used for hunting as well as navigating. Okay. Along with this Gangetic and Indus river dolphin, as I told you, the third one is the Irrawaddy dolphin. Irrawaddy dolphin is also known as Bhulan, but it is not a true river dolphin. It is an oceanic dolphin, but while moving in the oceans, when it comes to the coastal waters, and from these coastal waters, if it try to enter back into the river through the river mouth, so this is the river draining, but this is now has entered this area and now it is trying to go back. So that is the reason that why they can be found again in the lower reaches of the rivers, but they are not the true river dolphin. Okay, they enter into the brackish waters. In India, their famous habitat is the Chilika Lake, which lies in Odisha, as well as Sundarbans, so on the eastern coast. IUCN status, they are endangered, and then it is the largest dolphin among these three species. Ab वैसे just for the factual information, there are two important terms. One is Boto, one is Baiji. Boto is a local name given to the Amazon river dolphin, and Baiji is a local name given to the Yangtze river dolphin. Yangtze river is in China. Okay, and Amazon river is in mainly Brazil. So we need to remember these facts. Now come to the next difference. The next difference is between the cheetahs and leopards. Okay, now because we know that India is into the reintroduction program, so cheetahs become very important, and when the cheetahs become so important, along with cheetahs, the leopards also become important. Why? Because a lot of people are confused between cheetahs and leopards. So we need to distinguish between cheetahs and leopards. Again, look at the diagram. If you look at the diagram, this is cheetah. Just look at their spots. the spots of cheetahs and the spots of leopards. In the leopards, you can see the spot is like this. Spot is like this. Okay, so it is rose shaped, and second, it is hollow in the center, right? So it is hollow in the center. It is empty if you look at these spots. But when you look at the spots in cheetahs, it is like this, the opaque spots, randomly distributed in the on the body of cheetah, right? So this is the basic major difference. So the pattern, coating pattern of cheetahs are, they have solid black spots, simple round dots, but these are rosettes. They are rose-like markings with a hollow center. Second important feature is, if again you can look at the face of cheetah, if this picture is not clearly visible to you, just open Google Images and there you can see, when you look at the face of cheetah, there is a line which is running from the eyes of cheetah till the nose. Okay, so these are known as the tear marks. So when you cry, the tears fall out of your eyes and it reaches your mouth. So that is, if it gets permanently marked on your face, they will be known as tear marks. So cheetahs have distinct black tear marks running from the inner corner of the eyes to the mouth. Here, you do not have any tear marks. If we have to talk about the claws of both the species, they are semi-retractable, they are fully retractable. This fully retractable nature of the claws give leopards higher strength. One, they also give leopards additional power to climb up the trees. Okay, semi-retractable claws of cheetahs allow them to become the best sprinters. They are the fastest animals on the land, right? They are sprinters, but this fully retractable claws of leopard give them the ability to ambush. Okay, so if we have to talk about the hunting style of cheetahs, they hunt after running to a large distances. They are high speed chasers. But when we talk about the leopards, they are not chasers, they are ambushers. They kill, they rely on stealth, they stalk, they are very slow, they are very calm, they wait for their turn and then they hunt. So they are basically the silent killers. Okay, they wait and then hunt. If we have to talk about the activity, they are diurnal, that is, they are active in morning as well as evening. But leopards, very important, are nocturnal species. Cheetahs are found in the grasslands and savannas. They are highly adaptable, but the leopards are highly adaptable. They are found in forests, mountains, grasslands, etc. Another important difference is that cheetahs cannot roar. They just hiss. But the leopards can roar also. Cheetahs, as I've told you, they are poor climbers because they do not have that strength, and the claws are also not fully retractable. But fully retractable nature help the leopards to climb, and hence many a times they hunt their prey and then they take the prey up to the tree, basically to hide it from the scavengers. Okay. So Asiatic cheetahs are critically endangered species. Leopards are vulnerable species. These are the basic differences between cheetah and leopard. Next comes the basic differences between deer and antelopes. Okay. So what is the difference between deers and antelopes? The basic difference, और ये याद रखना है, that deers have antlers and antelopes have horns. So do not get confused कि भाई antelopes का साथ मिलता जुलता नाम है antlers. नहीं, एंटीलोप्स के पास हॉर्न्स होते हैं और डियर्स के पास एंटिलर्स होते हैं. दिस इज इन एंटीलोप एंड एंटिलर्स हैव नथिंग टू डू विद ईच अदर. ओके, अब ये डिफरेंस क्या है? व्हाट इज द बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन एंटिलर्स एंड द हॉर्न्स? क्या है बेसिक डिफरेंस? एंटिलर्स आर बेसिकली द सॉलिड डेड बोन. एंटिलर्स आर द एक्सटेंशन ऑफ द स्कल. तो ये एक तरह से स्कल ही है. Antlers are the extension of skull only, right? But on the other hand, if we talk about the antelopes, The horns are the live bone core which is covered by a keratin sheath. What is keratin? Keratin is a type of protein. This same protein is responsible for hair and hair follicles in humans. Okay, तो इसका मतलब यहाँ पे क्या है, लाइव बोन कोर को सराउंड किया हुआ है शीथ ने. Okay, for example, like fingernails. Next important difference is that the antlers are temporary in nature. They are shed and regrown every year, but the horns are permanent in nature. Right? So there is just one exception, that there is a species which is named as pronghorn. Now this pronghorn is the only species, it is the only type which can shed the horn also, and then it can be regrown. But this is just a single exception. So few species have prong horns and these horns can be shed. But if the question is asking you in general, we will say that the antelopes or the horns basically are permanent in nature. Okay, and so keratin, we discussed that it is basically a sort of external cover. It is not a part of skull, but this antlers were a part of skull. Okay, if you can look at the picture, they are having branches also. So it is branched in nature and hence they have a branch structure, but they are usually straight or curved, simple curves. Next important thing, only males have these headgears. But when we talk about horns, so males and females both can have horns. But the antlers are only with the males. They are not with the females. Okay, these antlers deers are found globally except in Antarctica and Australia, and these antelopes are mainly found in Africa and Asia. Few examples are written. You can see the most important example is hangul. Hangul is a type of deer, and another is chiru, is a type of antelope. And then along with hangul, you have cheetal, you have sambar, you have barasingha. All are the examples of deers. But along with chiru, you have blackbuck, nilgai, chinkara, chausingha. These are the examples of antelopes. So we will keep this thing in mind. Next comes another important species, that is snow leopard, another type of cat species. Now snow leopard is known as the ghost of mountains. Okay, leopard which lives in snow. If any species for that matter is living in snow, which we say is having a cold, harsh climate, so we can understand as a natural mechanism of adaptation. So for the adaptation purposes, the species will be having a lot of furs. It will be acting as a coating which will help them to stay warm. Okay, so they are found in the high altitude areas, in alpine and subalpine zones, and then they are found across the mountain regions of the 12 countries in the Central and South Asia. Here I remember that which are the important countries in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So what are the important countries under Hindu Kush Himalayan region? So you have Afghanistan, then you have Bangladesh, then you have Bhutan, then you have China, obviously India, Myanmar, Nepal, and Pakistan. These are the countries which are there in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Right, coming back to the snow leopards. Okay, so they basically prey on the blue sheep and the Siberian ibex. So as we have discussed, they have very thick and dense coat, whitish gray. They are of whitish grayish color, which help them to have a very good camouflage. It is very difficult to identify when they are in snow, because snow is also white and they also have whitish grayish characteristics. Okay, because they are living in very cold and harsh climates, obviously their ears and nose will be having very small size, so in order to minimize the heat losses. They also cannot roar. So cheetah could not roar, leopard could roar, but snow leopard also could not roar, unlike lions, tigers, and jaguars. Okay, conservation status, as far as it is concerned, they are considered as vulnerable category under the IUCN Red List. Sites, they are in Appendix 1, Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act, and then for conservation, we know that we have Project Snow Leopard. So these were the important facts related to snow leopard. Coming to the next cat species, that is tigers. Okay, so primarily in India, we have Royal Bengal tigers. If we look at these tigers and if we look at the strips, there is a M strips program also. When we talk about the strips on the body of tiger, so a unique fact is that no two tigers can have exact same strip pattern, and that is why these strips are used to identify the tigers. Okay, they are the largest species of cats in the world. They are also solitary in nature, that is, they move alone. When we compare tigers versus lions, both have very high degree of territorial characteristics. Both love their territory, but tigers are alone. They are solitary creatures, they move alone. Lions always have group. So that is why when we talk about the brotherhood, so brotherhood is the term associated with the lions, because they have a very strong family bond. That is a different thing, that when the tigers become old, so he gets challenged by the family members only. That's a different thing. But yeah, when we compare tigers versus lions, so tigers are alone, lions are in group. Tigers hunt alone, lions hunt in group. Tigers love water, and that is why they are excellent swimmers. Lions are not very good swimmers. Tigers are excellent swimmers. Subspecies of tiger, there are a lot of tigers, but हमारे लिए सबसे important कौन सा है? Royal Bengal tiger. Okay, there are some species of tiger which have extinct also. For example, Caspian tiger, Java tiger, and Bali tiger. IUCN status, it is endangered. Schedule 1 of WLPA and conservation efforts, T-Cross 2 program. All these things are going on. Next is dugong. This is again a very important species when it comes to UPSC Prelims examination. This species was in news because IUCN has officially recognized India's dugong conservation reserve, and this India's dugong conservation reserve is located in Park Bay of Tamil Nadu. Okay, if we have to talk about their diets, they are strictly herbivorous. ये important है. Dugongs, despite the fact they have a very huge body, despite the fact that they are living in oceans, still they are strictly herbivorous. They are the only marine mammal that feed primarily on the sea grasses, and hence they are also known as sea cow. So they are what? They are the mammalian species feeding on seagrass, and hence they are known as sea cow. Okay, in India they are found in Gulf of Mannar, Park Bay, Gulf of Kutch, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So remember these 4 areas where you can find dugong. They are found in warm coastal and shallow waters across the Indo-Pacific regions, and that too primarily in the Indian Ocean region as well as the Western Pacific region. Okay, physical appearance, you can see they are large grayish brown body. They have flippers which help them to swim. They have fluke-like tail which help them to balance, and these fluke-like tails are almost similar to dolphin. If we talk about the social behavior, they are shy and slow-moving creatures, but they are found in large herds. So in वैसे they are shy. IUCN status vulnerable, Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act. Next, we have elephants. Elephants were given the status of National Heritage Animal of India in 2010. Okay, National Heritage Animal, not the national animal. So, elephants are the National Heritage Animal in 2010. Next, it is also an example of keystone species as well as umbrella species. What are keystone species? keystone species means which plays a key role in the ecosystem. If you remove this species, the ecosystem might face the cascading effect. What is cascading effect? The cascading effect can lead to disturbance in the entire food web of the ecosystem, and the entire ecosystem might fail. This is a keystone species. Next is the umbrella species. As the name is telling you, these are those species which act like umbrella. If this species is protected, that means there are very high chances that all other species will also be protected. Okay, this is known as umbrella species. India hosts around 60% of the global Asian elephant population. Gestation period is longest among the mammals, that is 18 to 22 months, and we know that they are slow moving creatures. They also have family bond. They also have matriarchal society. That is why they are also led by the oldest female. Okay, they use low frequency infrasonic calls in order to communicate with each other, and these are so low frequency that it is less than 20 hertz of frequency, and humans cannot hear this thing because we cannot hear sound which is having less than 20 hertz of frequency. IUCN status as far as concerned, it is endangered. Schedule 1 of WLPA sites may be appendix 1 hai. So this is thing. There are other species of the elephants also. For example, African elephant is African savanna elephant is endangered. African forest elephant is critically endangered. But as I have told you, हमारे लिए exam के लिए the most important elephant species will be the Asian elephants. Okay. Male elephants, on the other hand, are often solitary. They move alone, right? Next, we have rhinoceros. Rhinos, again, very large body, and it is also, when you look at rhino, so it gives us as the characteristics of the armored body like a tank. Heavy armored body, heavy hard skin which is there, which helps it to be safe in this ecosystem. These large bodies, rhinoceros, are herbivorous mammals. Okay, it has very thick skin, that is true, and either one or two keratin horns. Remember the difference between antlers and horns. Horns were having keratin. What was keratin? Keratin was the external cover. Horns were relatively permanent in nature. One or two horns can be there. One horned rhino is a chief characteristic or a chief animal of India. Kaziranga National Park, and then there are other national parks which we will be talking about. Okay, so they have thick skin, they have keratin horns. If we talk about the global rhino species, so we have great one-horned rhinos, which is found in India and Nepal, and IUCN status is vulnerable. Along with this great one-horned rhino, we have Javan rhino and Sumatran rhino. So they are found in Indonesia. Javan rhino critically endangered, Sumatran rhino again critically endangered, and Sumatran rhino is the smallest and hairiest of the rhinos. Okay. Then in Africa, you have black rhino as well as white rhino. Okay, white rhino is the largest one. So white rhino is largest one, Sumatran rhino is the smallest one. Now, if we have to talk about the great one-horned rhino species, so it is single black horn, which is made up of keratin. Physical traits, they have pinkish furs, they have very high sense of smell and hearing. They have poor eyesight, they cannot see much, but they can smell well, they can hear well. Okay, so when you will go in front of rhino might not be able to see you, but rhino will be able to smell you. Okay, they are found in alluvial grasslands, riverine forests, etc. As far as the IUCN status is concerned, they are vulnerable in categories. Schedule 1 of WLP Appendix 1 of sites. If we have to talk about the top 3 rhino states of India, it is obviously the largest one is Assam. After that, West Bengal and UP. And if we have to talk about the top 3 national parks holding the rhino, as we have discussed, we have Kaziranga National Park, then we have Orang National Park, and then we have Pabitora Wildlife Sanctuary. Pabitora Wildlife Sanctuary has the highest density of rhino because the area of Pabitora Wildlife Sanctuary is less. So density of rhinos is highest in Pabitora Wildlife Sanctuary, but the number of rhinos is maximum in Kaziranga National Park. Okay, then a date is given. If you can remember it, otherwise we'll wait. Next, we have greater flamingos. Okay, greater flamingos, as far as the IUCN status is concerned, it is least concerned category. That means they are not critically endangered or vulnerable or nearly threatened also. They are least concerned, so there is no issue of their number or population. But वैसे greater flamingos are important because they come in newspaper and they have come in newspaper for many times in last 1 year. Okay, in India they are found in Gujarat, especially in the Kutch region and Nal Sarovar Wildlife Sanctuary. Then they are found in Rajasthan in Sambar Lake. Maharashtra mein they are in Mumbai wetlands. In Tamil Nadu they are found in Gulf of Mannar and Dhanishkodi. They are found in shallow saline areas or the alkaline wetlands. They are gregarious. Gregarious nature means that they are found in groups. Okay, so they have very large colonies. They have filter feeding mechanism. What do you mean by filter feeding mechanism? If you look at the face, so here it is having upside down specialized bills, and this specialized bill is able to filter out the impurities like the muds from water, and then they drink the water. So they have natural filter mechanism. As we have discussed that they are found in the shallow saline areas, so that is why they are found in salt lakes. They are found in intertidal flats or mud flats. They are found in coastal lagoons, etc. Okay, IUCN status we have discussed, it is least concerned, so fine. Next, alpine musk deer. Now this alpine musk deer and this Himalayan musk deer, these two species are confused, और इसमें सिर्फ students confused नहीं होते हैं. In fact, the Central Zoo Authority also got confused. उन्होंने कंजर्वेशन प्रोग्राम बनाया अल्पाइन मस्क डियर का, और वो कंजर्वेशन करते रह गए दूसरे इसका हिमालयन मस्क डियर का, है ना. सो दे आर वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग स्पीशीज. खैर, बिकॉज वाई? बिकॉज दे लुक सेम, they are found in similar habitats, similar areas, so that a lot of things are similar. So they are found in the Himalayan alpine areas of Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, alpine meadows, again they are cold high altitude ecosystems. IUCN status is also endangered. They are protected in Appendix 1 of sites and Schedule 1 of WLPA. Similarly, when we talk about the Himalayan musk deer, they are also endangered species. They are also found in the high altitude alpine zone of Himalayan regions. Okay, and their habitats also include alpine meadows, subalpine forests, etc. States also include Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal. They are solitary, nocturnal and very shy. Okay, so इससे ये दोनों species जो हैं, their facts are less but they are almost same. Next, this species was also in news. This species is Finn's weaver. They are excellent weaver. They weave their nest. They are the endemic species of India as well as Nepal. They are endemic species of India and Nepal. In India, they are mainly found in the Uttar Pradesh, that is the Tarai Belt area. Now, Tarai Belt area is because in India as well as Nepal, the foothills of Nepal. So that is why you found it there. And then along with Uttar Pradesh, now in Uttarakhand also you have it. Okay. As far as the habitat is concerned, tall and wet grasslands. If you look at this picture, just have a look. This is the nest which is made by this small species, that is Finn's weaver. Okay, is that fine? When we talk about the, so that is why it is written that they build intricate hanging nests. These are large nests which hang from the trees, okay, and they local short distance movements are there depending on water, and this they are diurnal, that is active in morning as well as evening. IUCN status is vulnerable, okay. Next we have the great hornbills. As far as the IUCN status of hornbills is concerned, it is categorized as vulnerable under IUCN red list, okay. But then why hornbills are important? They are important because they are found in the evergreen forests areas. So in India, where do you have evergreen forest areas? Hence, you can find hornbills only in those areas, which is Western Ghats and northeastern India. Along with India, then they are also present in parts of Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and Thailand. So that is why we have said that they are found in tropical and subtropical evergreen areas. Another important, other important facts is that nesting, when we talk about the nesting, so female seals herself inside a tree cavity and remains inside for several weeks while male provides for all food system, and this specific symbiotic relationship between female and male is known as pair fidelity. Now what do you understand by fidelity, pair fidelity? Pair fidelity is basically a loyalty of a pair maintaining a good relationship. So here, as you can see, that the females are confined within the tree cavity when their nesting period starts, and the food is provided by the males. So that is how it is done. Then another important fact related to the great hornbills are that they are also known as guardian of the forests. They have yellow and black case on the bill, if you can look at it, this diagram, okay. So these, and why are they known as the guardians of the forest? Because of their important role in the seed dispersals. When they disperse the seeds, they save the ecosystems also. They build the ecosystem, they protect the ecosystems because of their seed dispersal, and hence they are known as the guardians of the forest. Next species is Eurasian otter. Eurasian otter is also known as Lutra lutra. Okay, so you should remember this name, okay. Eurasian otters are known as Lutra lutra, and this is semi-aquatic mammal. It is widely distributed across Asia as well as Europe. In India, it occurs in Western Ghats, Himalayan foothills, and northeastern India. And this is an indicator species. What is meant by indicator species? Those species which indicate the health of the ecosystem, okay. So these, if in any area you are finding Eurasian otter, that means it is a freshwater ecosystems and it is in a healthy state. So they indicate the health of the freshwater ecosystems, and hence they are found in rivers, lakes, wetlands, mangroves, etc. They are nearly threatened species under IUCN, and they are protected under the WLPA Act also. Now this topic you have to memorize. Here we are going to talk about the butterflies, okay. So recently this topic was in news because recently in the Western Ghats, this butterfly was discovered, which is rare and endemic. This butterfly might not be that important, fine, but the other butterflies are important, okay. So just remember the list. There can be a question in the form of match the columns, etc. In Arunachal Pradesh, you have state butterfly is Kesare Hind. Karnataka state butterfly is southern birdwing. Kerala's state butterfly is Malabar banded peacock. In MP, you have common lime. Maharashtra, you have blue mormon. Meghalaya, you have common jay. Nagaland great orange tip, Rajasthan lime butterfly, Sikkim blue duke, Tamil Nadu Tamil yeoman, West Bengal is blue mormon. So just remember the state butterflies of them. It can be Then again, there are few more butterflies which were in news. So just have a look. If you can remember it. If I want to leave it, you can leave it also. Similarly, this also should be remembered by you, the invasive alien species. Now, when we talk about the invasive alien species, what do we mean by it? One, alien species that they are coming from a foreign territory, right? And second, invasive, that they invade the local ecosystem and they disrupt the local ecosystem. Now, what are the chief characteristics that how do they invade and why are they so powerful? One, because they outcompete the native species. One, their population, or let's say reproduction rate, is very large, which means they increase their numbers drastically, which means they dominate the competitions. One. Second, they have very good adaptability also. So they have good adaptation, hence they outcompete them. Third, these species do not have natural predators in the ecosystem. अब वहां पे natural predators भी नहीं है, so because there are no natural predators of these species, again they multiply their number. These are the primary characteristics primarily associated with the invasive alien species. Okay, now if the question comes what makes them invasive or what chief characteristics they are having, these are the characteristics. Names, again, you have to memorize: Lantana camara, water hyacinth, giant African snail, and you need to know the type also: plant, aquatic plant, mollusk, weed, and then the impact which they lead. Some species lead to reduction in the groundwater, some species. So different species have different impacts. So just go through it. The chart is given. Similarly, this also, African catfish, Prosopis julifera, एक बार question इस पे आ चुका है. So it is julifera is a type of plant. It alters the grassland ecosystems. So just remember it. Okay. Then again, one more chart which tells you about the shark species. Which are the sharks which are found in the Indian waters? Okay, so we have whale shark also. The whale shark is found in the Arabian Sea near the Gujarat coast, and the IUCN status is endangered. It is the world's largest fish protected in India. So it is endangered, IUCN status. Next is great hammerhead shark. Again, a very important variety of shark, because this great hammerhead shark is critically endangered. Okay, it is illegally poached and traded because of the fin trade, right? And it is found on the Indian Ocean borders, right? Similarly, scalloped hammerhead shark, it is also critically endangered under IUCN, right? And then the critically endangered, again very important, the Ganges shark, whatever you want to pronounce it. This Ganges shark again is critically endangered species and is found in Ganga Hooghly estuary, and this is one of the rarest sharks. Okay. Tiger shark, you must have heard about tiger shark. Tiger shark is the apex predator, a dominant creature when it comes to the oceans. This is nearly threatened, not that much of threat is there, and it is again in offshore areas of the Indian Ocean. Okay, so these are some of the shark varieties, just remember them. The last one is the Nilkurinji. Okay, so Nilkurinji is a plant from Nil. Nil means what? Blue color. So the flowers when come, it makes the entire area bluish. But the issue is that they blossom, or the flowering cycle is after 12 years. So for 12 years, they do not flower. And after 12 years, once they flower, and when there is a blooming season, you can see the entire area becomes bluish in nature. And because of this reason, only some of the sections of Western Ghats is given the name Nilgiri Hills. So this Nil is blue. Why? Because of Nilkurinji. This flower is endemic variety, endemic to Western Ghats. Okay, they are endemic to Western Ghats. So that is all for for the species which have come in the news in the last 1 year. Hope it has benefited you. And if you have liked it, just keep on revising the things and wait for more videos on our YouTube channel. Thank you and all the very best for the prelims examination. Now let us start with the national parks. Again, we know that every year there are around 2 to 3 questions which directly or indirectly are associated with the national parks. Maybe concept, maybe related to law, their location, species or any other physiographic feature associated with the national parks. तो वो सारा अब हम कर लेते हैं, है ना? तो सबसे पहले what is a national park? National park is a protected area. So we have Wildlife Protection Act 1972. In this, how many protected areas are given? National Park, Wildlife Sanctuary, Community Reserve and Conservation Reserve. Along with this, Tiger Reserve is also given under this. Now there is other protected area which is known as Biosphere Reserve. Biosphere Reserve is not given under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So that means Biosphere Reserve is not having any statutory protection under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. सिर्फ यही वाले 4 protected areas हैं. The National Park is a protected area notified by the state government under Wildlife Protection Act for the conservation. Legal basis क्या है? Wildlife Protection Act है. Notifying authority कौन सी है? State government है. अब state as well as the central government can declare any area as a national park. Power दोनों के पास है, but then there are few conditions in which central government can also declare. For example, if there is some land which is given on lease and then the national park is to be given by the center, can be declared by the center, तो वो एक हो सकता है ना? Next is the level of protection, highest among the protected areas. Okay, so ये वाले जितने protected areas हैं, national park is having the highest degree of protection. Key features and restriction, it says that in national park no human activity is allowed, no private rights of the land of ownership exist. However, private land can be included only if the land is acquired by the state government and all private rights are settled and extinguished with the compensation. So that means national park can, if there is a private land, can national park be built on it? Yes, national park can be built on it, but that land then cease to be a private land, it will become a public land. Government का land वो हो जाएगा, उसके acquire वो government करेगा, compensation वगैरह जो देना है वो दे देगा, उसके बाद जब वो government उस land को acquire कर लेगा, उसके बाद वो land जो है वो national park बन सकता है. That means private property cannot remain a private property while being a national park simultaneously. ठीक है? Livestock grazing is prohibited and boundaries cannot be altered without a resolution from the National Board of Wildlife. It is again a body which is given under Wildlife Protection Act. So this is a statutory body. Okay. So there are more than hundreds of national parks, around 110 national parks in India. Madhya Pradesh has the highest maximum number of national parks is in the Madhya Pradesh state. Okay. Let's move ahead. So again, if we have to look at some of the other facts which are associated with the national park. So the first national park was the Jim Corbett National Park, which is located in the state of Uttarakhand, and originally it was established as the Heli National Park. The largest national park of India is the Hemis National Park, which is in Ladakh, and it is famous for snow leopards. Snow leopards is what? Endangered category. Okay, high altitude. The smallest national park is South Button Island, South Button National Park, located in Andaman and Nicobar Island, and it is a marine park with just cover 0.03 square of kilometers. So very small park, but yes, it is a national park. Floating national park. So Kebul Lamjau, which is located in Manipur, is located as floating national park. Why it is called as floating national park? Because it is having fumdis. What are fumdis? Fumdis are floating lakes. Okay, and this is the only floating national park in the world, and that is Loktak Lake. Now this floating national park, that is Kebul Lamjau, is also famous for a Sengai deer, which is also known as dancing deer. This is also a critically endangered species. Okay, then India is also having the marine national park. Now, what is this marine national park? Where is it? It is in Gulf of Kutch. Remember, it is Gulf of Kutch, not Gulf of Khambat. Gulf of Kutch mein hai, Gujarat mein, and it is India's first marine national park. Okay, these are few facts related to the area and location of national park. If we have to talk about the protection degree, the national park has the highest degree, wildlife protection has the lower degree. If we have to talk about the focus, it protects the entire ecosystem, that is flora, fauna, as well as the historical objects. So that means cultural protection is also an important component of ecological conservation. Wildlife sanctuaries is often species oriented, that is dedicated to a specific animal, bird or plants generally, but aisa nahi hai that it is always like so. Okay, wildlife sanctuaries also protect ecosystems, but yes, if we have to differentiate between them, then this is the case. If we have to talk about human activities, it is strictly prohibited, no human interference allowed except for research management purposes. But in wildlife sanctuaries, human activities are regulated. Certain activities like grazing, food collection, etc. is allowed. Land ownership, no private rights are allowed. All the private land must be acquired by the government first. Here, limited private rights can exist inside the wildlife sanctuary. Grazing, as we have discussed, is totally banned. Here it is permitted. If we have to talk about boundaries, it is fixed and defined by legislation. Alteration requires the National Board of Wildlife's approval. Here it is also defined, but alteration is comparatively easier. Upgradation, if we have to talk about upgradation, it cannot be downgraded to a sanctuary, but a wildlife sanctuary can be upgraded to a national park. Okay, tourism is permitted, but no, it is not permitted. It is in buffer zone, but this goes true for Biosphere Reserve, not the national park, because national park is a core zone. So in national park, yes, that is true that there are few areas which allow the permission, but if we have to talk about the core area, there it is not permitted. In wildlife sanctuary, it is permitted. Okay. Now let us begin with the national parks. Okay, first we are starting with the Hemis National Park. Hemis National Park is in the Union Territory of Ladakh, situated in Leh district. Origin of the name is, it is derived from the 400-years old Hemis monastery. And as we have discussed that it is the largest national park in India, and it is the only national park which is located north of the Himalayas, because it is in Kashmir, it is in Himalayas. The key species are snow leopard, which is very important. It is critically endangered species. Okay, then there are blue sheep, Tibetan wolf is also there, but the most important one is the snow leopard. If we have to talk about the landscape, so it is a high altitude area. That means it is having a cold desert, and hence it is characterized by alpine shrublands, meadows, steep rocky terrain, etc. It is bordered by Zaskar range, and that is why we have called it as the Trans-Himalaya Zaskar range. Okay, so major rivers which originate or flow from this is the Indus River. Remember, Indus River is moving through the Hemis National Park, which is the largest national park of India, and the important river Indus River is flowing through this. Along with Indus, there are other rivers also, but we will remember Indus. Important other features is Markha Valley is also in this land. Important tribes are Ladakhis, mostly they are Buddhist communities that we know. Okay, then there is a festival known as Hemis Tesechu. Okay, this is held at the Hemis monastery, and fun, it is also famous for the charm dance. That is a mask dance in which the people wear mask on their faces and they perform the dance. These dances are primarily performed by lamas. Lamas again is what? Buddhists. Okay, so if we have to talk about the culture, so dominant prevailing culture there is a Buddhism culture. Next, let us talk about the Jim Corbett National Park. Jim Corbett National Park is India's oldest national park and is also the birthplace of the Project Tiger initiative. And hence, we should know that Jim Corbett is famous for tigers. So, Project Tiger initiative was started in the Jim Corbett National Park. And it was established, as we have discussed, as the Haley National Park, right? And then it was changed into Jim Corbett National Park to honor the Jim Corbett, right? The key species of Jim Corbett National Park is Royal Bengal tiger. Royal Bengal tiger again is a endangered species, not critically endangered. It is endangered species. Snow leopard is also the endangered species. It is not a critically endangered species. Fine. It is also having the highest tiger density in the world. Then it has other fauna, for example, Asian elephant, leopards, sloth bear, crocodiles, and great hornbill. All these species are very, very important, right? It is located in the Shivalik foothills of the Himalayas. The major rivers which flow through them Corbett is the Ramganga river. Kosi river is also there, but Kosi is not that major river which is there in Bihar. There is a small river which is named as Kosi, but we should remember this important river, that is Ramganga. Then other important features is Gauri Parvat, Hemkund Sahib, relatively less important. Yes, this is important. In any of the national park, if you are finding any important tribe existing, that becomes important. So in Jim Corbett National Park, you are having Bhotias tribe. Bhotias tribe are also known for their temporary or seasonal migration to the grasslands, which is known as Bugyals. Okay, bugyas are what? They are the summer grasslands, right? If we have to talk about the culture, so the cultural significance comes under Ramayana, when the Lord Hanuman went and collected Sanjeevani booty to cure Lakshmana. So it is, so this national park, Jim Corbett National Park, becomes important in that aspect. There are few questions also which are given. So these questions you can solve it on your own. For example, which of the following national park lies completely in the temperate alpines? In these videos, what we are going to discuss is, we are just discussing the key facts related to the national parks. The questions are there. You can go through it. If you want to solve these questions, you can just get the Compass magazine from us, and there also you can solve it, or you can just go to our website. You can solve those questions there also. But in the video, we are restricting ourselves to know and remember the facts. Then we have Kaziranga National Park. Now, Kaziranga National Park is known for one-horned rhinoceros, which is having the armored body, and it is also one of the threatened species of India. But Kaziranga National Park serves as a successful conservation story, a good case study, which you can also quote in your mains answers. Good case study where one-horned rhinoceros has been protected and conserved. Okay, so normal local folklore suggests that there was a girl and a boy. Boy was named as Kazi and the girl was named as Ranga, and they disappeared into the forest. This is a part of their local cultural folklore, and that is why the name Kaziranga came for that particular forest area. Okay. Another important fact of the Kaziranga National Park is that it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It was recognized in 1985, and it is also a declared tiger reserve in 2007. Further, it is also an important bird area. So that means Kaziranga is a national park, it is a World Heritage Site, it is an important bird area, as well as it is important tiger reserve. If we have to talk about the key species, another interesting thing about Kaziranga National Park is that the big five exist there. Now, which are the big five species? First, one-horned rhino. Okay, it hosts around 2/3 of the global population of one-horned rhino in Kaziranga. So along with one-horned rhinos, it is having Royal Bengal tiger, another major species. Then it is having Asian elephant, again a big species. Then it has wild water buffalo as well as swamp deer. So remember that all the big five species are found in the Kaziranga National Park. It is characterized by tall elephant grasses, marshlands, as well as dense tropical moist forests. If we have to talk about river, mighty river Brahmaputra, it forms the northern and the eastern boundary of the this national park. Along with it, other major rivers associated with national park is Diflu, Mora, Dhansiri rivers. Okay, famous geographical features are Karbi Anglong Hills. Prominent tribes are Mishing tribes, Karbi tribes, as well as some tea garden communities. Fine. Now let us discuss the Ranthambore National Park. So this is located in Rajasthan in the Savai Madhopur district, and it lies at the junction of the Aravali Hills and the Vindhyan Hills. Aravali range, as it is written, it is the oldest fold mountains, one of the oldest fold mountains of the world, and at the junction of the Aravalis, for example, here in Rajasthan you have Aravalis, here you have Vindhyas. So this is the area at the junction of Aravali's and Vindhyas. You have this Ranthambore National Park. Now Ranthambore National Park, the name is given on the basis of a very famous fort, that is Ranthambore Fort, which is located within this particular park. It was established as a tiger reserve, so that means Ranthambore is also famous for tigers. It is a national park as well as tiger reserve. The key species of this Ranthambore National Park obviously is tiger. Along with it, you have leopards, sambar deers, and marsh crocodiles. Major rivers which flow through this is the river Banas and Chambal. River Banas is towards the north of this national park and river Chambal is to the south. If this is a national park, so here you have river Banas and here you have river Chambal. So remember, Ranthambore National Park, where what is the state? The state is Rajasthan. Which are the rivers? The rivers are Banas as well as river Chambal. If we have to talk about other geographical features, as we have discussed that there is a fort, Ranthambore Fort. Now Ranthambore Fort is also a UNESCO's World Heritage Site. So remember this thing. In the Ranthambore National Park, you are having Ranthambore Fort, and Ranthambore Fort is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and this is what? A cultural heritage site. UNESCO, when designates any site as the World Heritage Sites, either it designates it as a natural heritage site or a cultural heritage site or a mixed heritage site. Mixed heritage site means that site which is important for ecology also as well as important culturally also. In India, there is just one mixed heritage site as identified by UNESCO, that is the Kanchenjunga National Park. Very important. So it is a national park, so obviously ecologically it is important. It is lying in Sikkim. Along with ecology, it is also important because it is having a cultural significance, that is Buddhism. There is just one mixed site in India. Okay. Coming back, if we have to talk about the prominent tribes here, so you have Meenas and Gujars. These tribal groups live here. Then Trinetra Ganesh Temple is also located. Padam Talao Lake and Malik Talao Lake are also located in it. These are minor facts. Okay. Now let us move towards the Gir National Park. So Gir National Park, very important fact related to Gir National Park is that it is the sole home for the Asiatic lions in the world. So when you talk about the Asiatic lions, immediately the Gir National Park should come into your mind, and that too because it is the sole house of the Asiatic lions anywhere in the world. Okay, it is located in the Junagadh areas of Gujarat, Gir Somnath and Amreli district. Original name comes from the Gir Hills of the Girnar range. It was first established at a wildlife sanctuary, then later on it became national park. What are the key species? One, obviously the Asiatic lion. Second is the Indian leopard, Chausingha and Magar. Very important species. Okay, now because it is in Gujarat, so it is generally a semi-arid areas. So when we talk about the semi-arid climate, so that is why it is having dry deciduous forest and thorny scrubs. What are the major rivers which flow through the Gir National Park, through which the Asiatic lion might be drinking water? It has 7 major rivers. Okay, out of these 7 major rivers, the important rivers, one is Hiran, second is Shatrunji. Remember, here you have Godavari, but again this is not that major Godavari. Okay, so it is a land of 7 rivers, but out of these 7 rivers, Hiran and Shatrunji, these 2 rivers are the important rivers. Okay, then what are the prominent tribes? See, Maldhari community is a very important tribe of this area. Maldhari community is a tribal group which is known for one, migration. Second, this tribal community also is known to possess Khadai camels. These Khadai camels are basically unique because they know how to swim. So they can swim across large rivers. So that is why they are also known as swimming camels. Then it is also important that in the similar area, the Maldhari communities in the Gujarat also have their houses in a physiographic region known as Banni grasslands. And these bunny grasslands nowadays are in news because they are facing acute water shortages. Okay. If we have to talk about the culture of in this particular region of the Gir National Park, there are lions, but still people perform Dhamal dance. Okay, and it is performed by Siddhi community. Again, very important cultural community which is there in this particular region, Dhamal dance. Okay. Next, we have Sundarbans National Park. When we talk about Sundarbans National Park, it is the world's largest mangrove forest and the only mangrove ecosystem of the earth inhabited by tigers. Very important fact. I am repeating it, that the Sundarbans National Park, this is the largest mangrove area in the world. Second, the only mangrove ecosystem where you have tigers. So this is very important. Sundarbans National Park has tigers. Okay, the name of this Sundarban National Park is derived from a special tree which is known as Sundari trees, and hence the name Sundarban National Park. It was established first as a tiger reserve in 1973, and after that it was declared as National Park. Today, as it stands, it is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Later on, it became a Biosphere Reserve. Further, it is also a Ramsar Site. So just try to understand the tags which this Sundarban National Park has. So Sundarban National Park is a tiger reserve, it is a national park, it is a biosphere reserve, it is a Ramsar site, as well as it is a UNESCO heritage site. So it is everything. Okay, if we have to talk about the key species, again, Royal Bengal tiger, the only area where mangroves and tiger exist. Royal Bengal tiger, again with the saltwater crocodile and Gangetic River dolphins. So Gangetic River dolphins are there. Why? Gangetic River dolphins are found in river Ganga, river Brahmaputra, as well as river Meghna. These are the rivers in which you have Gangetic River dolphin. So अब यहाँ पे गंगा ब्रह्मपुत्र डेल्टा में ही सुंदरबंस है, hence you will have the Gangetic River dolphin also. Saltwater crocodiles are also there. Saltwater crocodiles are the deadliest as well as the largest, have the highest jaw strength, and hence they can eat the humans as well as large animals. Okay, landscape की अगर हम बात करें, we have discussed that you have river Ganga, Brahmaputra. It is a deltaic area with a mangrove forest covers. Major rivers which flow through this Sundarban National Park is Hooghly, one, and then there are some local rivers also. Okay, but we will remember Hooghly as an important river. Hooghly is what? Hooghly is a distributary of river Ganga. Okay, other famous geographical features here is New Murray Islands. Remember this, again an important feature. It can come in newspaper also. Why? Because these New Murray Islands are disappearing because of the rising sea levels. Okay, then here you have community tribal groups like Santhals, Mundas, as well as Molis. Now Molis are traditional honey collectors. Okay, so Moli community is collecting the honey in Sundarbans National Park. Okay, then the other cultural trait is Bon Bibi. Bon Bibi is the lady of the forest, again in local folklores. So that's it. So Sundarbans National Park is the largest mangrove forest area and the only mangrove ecosystem having the tigers, remember, and it is having all these 5 tags. Next comes the Simlipal National Park. Simlipal is a massive ecosystem in Odisha. So remember Odisha, and it is unique for having melanistic tigers. Now this is again a different variety of tigers which is melanistic. These melanistic tigers are basically the subtype of the Royal Bengal tigers only. The only difference is that these melanistic tigers have very thick and smooth black strips. Okay, and it should be remembered that these melanistic tiger reserves are only found in the Simlipal Tiger Reserve, the Simlipal National Park. So Simlipal National Park, earlier it was also tiger reserve, then it became the national park. and later it was also notified as Biosphere Reserve. In one Biosphere Reserve, there can be multiple national parks. Suppose if this is a biosphere, there can be more than one national parks, more than one wildlife sanctuaries. One Biosphere Reserve can also span across different states. Okay, but Biosphere Reserve, as I discussed in the beginning, does not have any statutory recognition under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Okay, and then finally it became the part of the UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. So UNESCO has a program in which it recognizes the biosphere reserves of international importance, that is MAB program. Okay, so similarly, not all the biosphere reserves of India are part of UNESCO, but few of the biosphere reserves of India are part of this UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserves program. Okay, if we have to talk about the key species, as one we have discussed, melanistic tigers, then you have Asian elephant, Chausinga mugger, and you also have hill myna. Hill myna is the state bird of Odisha. This is also known as hill mena. It is a state bird of Odisha. Simlipal is famous for sal forests. Sal forests, the sal trees are a type of moist deciduous forest. So remember, there can be an independent question also that which of the following varieties of the tree are part of the moist deciduous forest, or usme sal diya hoga, and then you have to mark it correct. If we have to talk about the major rivers, so there are some local rivers which flow through the Simlipal National Park, but none of these rivers are the important major rivers or the tributaries of any major rivers. So given in the atlas, so we can skip it. Okay, then it has Joranda waterfalls, which is famous. Other you can skip. If we have to talk about the tribes, so PVTGs, which means particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So particularly vulnerable tribal groups, if we have to talk about, here you have Erenga Kharias and Mankidias. Mankidias, very important PVTG. Independent question can also come that Mankidia tribes are in which state? So they are in which state? They are in Odisha, especially Simlipal National Park. Okay, these Mankidias are famous for monkey catching and they inhabit this particular reserve. Other tribal groups in this region, because we are in Odisha, so you have Santhals, Hos, Mundas and Bhumij which reside here. But the most important tribe is, very important tribe is Mankidias over here. If we have to talk about the culture, it is Akhand Shikhar, a traditional tribal mass hunting ritual. Then this is also famous for the Chhau dance, okay, the Mayur Bhanj style of the Chhau, and this Chhau is a martial art dance. Next, we have Desert National Park. Now, because Desert National Park is there, so obviously it has to be in a state of Rajasthan. Desert National Park is very famous for the Great Indian Bustards. This Great Indian Bustards is critically endangered species as far as the IUCN status is concerned. And this is the, so we have to remember the Desert National Park in Rajasthan famous for Great Indian Bustards, right? Then location Jaisalmer and Barmer areas are there. So it became national park first in 1981, and then it is on the tentative list of UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It is also an important bird area. As we have discussed, it is famous for the Great Indian Bustard, which is also the state bird of Rajasthan. Along with the Great Indian Bustard, it also has desert cat, desert fox, as well as chinkara. Okay, the vegetation it consists of is the Sivan grass, which is a very important type of grass. Then we know that it is a desert type of climate, so obviously there will not be any perennial rivers. However, it has seasonal nalas, seasonal lakes and seasonal runs. These runs are known as the seasonal salt lakes. Okay, other famous important fact about it is that it also houses the tribes, that is the Bishnoi tribe, Bishnoi community, and migratory raptors and rare McQueen's bustard also exist, but again these are not very famous. The famous facts about Desert National Park is the state of Rajasthan, Great Indian Bustard, desert cat, desert fox. It is national park, tentative for UNESCO list, but an important bird area. Next comes the Kebul Lemjao National Park. Again, very famous national park. It is located in the state of Manipur. Why is it famous? Kebul Lamjau National Park is the only national park which is floating in nature. Why they are floating? Because they are having fumdis. This we have discussed. Okay. It is also famous for the Sengai deer. The Sengai deer is also known as the dancing deer. And this Sengai deer is also a critically endangered species. Along with Sengai deer, it is also having the hog deer, wild boar, large Indian civet. Then this Kabul National Park is also an integral part of the Loktak Lake. Loktak Lake is also famous for the centripetal drainage system. Centripetal drainage system means what? That means there is a low-lying point and the rivers from the nearby areas, they come towards this low-lying point and then they form a lake, that is the Loktak Lake. Then when we are talking about the floating lakes, on these floating lakes, the tribal communities live and they build their huts. So because the lakes are floating, so huts are also floating. So floating huts are known as fum sangs. Another important terminology. What are fum sangs? इसको कैसे याद रख सकते हैं? याद रखो fumdis से. What were fumdis? Fumdis were floating lake. Fum sangs are floating huts. And culturally, it is famous for the Sengai festival. Why? Because Sengai deer was here. Next, we have Namdapha National Park. Namdapha National Park is located in the state of Arunachal Pradesh and is mainly famous for the Namdapha flying squirrel. And this flying squirrel again is a very important species. This is also critically endangered species. And this is the third largest national park. Okay, it was declared as a tiger reserve, so that means Namdapha National Park is also the tiger reserve in Arunachal Pradesh, and then it was upgraded to the national park. It is also on the tentative list of the World Heritage Site. Key species, as we have discussed, includes Namdapha flying squirrel. Namdapha flying squirrel is nocturnal in nature, so remember this fact also. And along with the Namdapha flying squirrel, it is also famous for clouded leopard, tiger, then normal leopard, snow leopard, as well as the hollowed gibbons and hornbills. All these species are very, very important. So remember, Namdapha National Park is having the species Namdapha flying squirrel, clouded leopard, tiger, leopard, snow leopard, hollowed gibbon and hornbills. If we have to talk about the major rivers flowing it, so it is Noa Dehing River and Namdapha River. Okay. The highest peak of the park is Dafa Bum. The prominent tribes which live here are again many, but the most important tribes which come in newspapers regularly is the Chakma tribes. Now let us start with the next national park, that is the Nagarhole National Park. When we talk about the Nagarhole National Park, again Nagarhole National Park is located in the state of Karnataka. Very important tiger area. It is a tiger reserve and it forms a critical part of Nilgiri Biosphere reserves. So remember, Nagarhole National Park, very important. Similarly, the Bandipur National Park, Madumalai National Park, all these national parks which are located in near areas in vicinities, they all are important. Nagarhole National Park is famous for tigers, part of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. It is also a wildlife sanctuary and it was later on upgraded to National Park Tiger Reserve. The key species of it includes the Asian elephant, Royal Bengal tiger, Indian leopard, dhole. Dhole are what? Dhole are wild dogs. And then black panther. Okay, moist deciduous forest exists and the prominent tree varieties are teak as well as rosewood. If we have to talk about the major rivers, the most important river is the Kabini River. Kabini River is an important one. Okay. Then the local tribes worship deities like Mastiyamma, which is the goddess of forest. So Nagarhole National Park, Karnataka and tiger. Similarly, if we talk about the Madumalai National Park, so Madumalai National Park is located in the state of Tamil Nadu in Nilgiri district. And importantly, this Madumalai National Park is located at the tri-junction of three states, that is Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka. So it is at the tri-junction where this Madumalai National Park is located. Madumalai, if we go to the meaning of this, it means the ancient hills. Madumalai means ancient hills. Okay, and this is also a part of Nilgiri's Biosphere Reserve. So that is why Nagarhon National Park, part of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. Madumalai National Park is also a part of Nilgiri's Biosphere Reserve. If we have to talk about the key species in this national park, Asian elephant, Royal Bengal tiger, Indian vulture, and then we have gaur, leopard, and sloth bear. So landscape, if we have to talk about the natural vegetation, so we have tropical moist deciduous. So because we are in the southern sections of India, this region, we know that this region is famous for rainfall, and hence you will be having moist deciduous. Because it is not in the Western Ghats, if it would have been in the Western Ghats, then it would have been evergreen forest, but it is slightly away from Western Ghats, and hence tropical moist deciduous forest. Okay, if we have to talk about the rivers, the famous important river here is Moyar River, and it makes a deep gorge, that is the Moyar Gorge. What is gorge? Gorge is a deep eye-shaped valley which is made because of the erosion by the river. This Moyar Gorge is known as the Grand Canyon of the South. Where do you have Grand Canyon? You have it in North America. Okay, the prominent tribes, very important fact, the Madumalai National Park has two very important tribes from the examinations point of view. One is the Irulas and one are the Todas. So these Irulas are a very important tribe. Okay, if we have to talk about the culture, so because this national park is having the Asian elephant, so Asian elephant is worshipped over here, and the Oscar winning documentary in 2023 was filmed here, which was named as The Elephant Whisperers. Okay, Madumalai National Park, again a part of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. This we have discussed, very important fact. Next, if we start with the Silent Valley National Park, again this is in Kerala and very important national park, and this is also a part of Nilgiri's Biosphere Reserve. So Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve has three important national parks: Silent Valley National Park, then you have Madumalai National Park, and then before Madumalai National Park also there was one national park which you will write in the comment section if you remember it. Silent Valley National Park are located in the Nilgiri Hills. Okay, so you have to remember this. So as we have discussed that it forms the core area of the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, and it is also a UNESCO's World Heritage Site. So that means the Silent Valley National Park has become the World Heritage Site silently. Okay, key species, again very important, lion-tailed macaque is a key species of the Silent Valley National Park. There are other species also, but Silent Valley National Park is known for the lion-tailed macaque. So it is a macaque which is having tail which is like lion. Okay, tropical wet evergreen forest, because you are in Kerala, very close to equator, hence you have tropical evergreen forests over there. As far as the rivers are concerned, Bharatpua doesn't flow, but a tributary of Bharatpua flows through it. But important fact related to Bharatpua is that it is the longest river of Kerala. Okay, Periyar is not the longest river, so Bharatpua is the major river of Kerala, right? Then the culturally, if we have to talk about it, so this national park has experienced Save Silent Valley movement as one of the important movements in India's environmental history. As we have discussed, lion-tailed macaque is the most important species, and it is listed in the endangered category of IUCN. Next, we have Ernakulam National Park. Ernakulam National Park is again located in the state of Kerala, and it was the first national park in Kerala. Why this national park is famous? This national park is famous because of the endangered category, that is Nilgiri Thar. So that means Ernakulam National Park has Nilgiri Thar as a very important species. Remember this is a very important species. Along with Nilgiri Thar, you have Nilkurunji bloom. So because this is a type of plant which blossoms every 12 years and it is of blue color, so all the areas become just bluish in nature, and hence the name is also Nilgiri Hills here. So Ernakulam National Park is famous for Nilgiri Thar, as well as it is famous for Nilkurunji bloom, right? Then it is declared as a wildlife sanctuary in 1975, and it is also a part of UNESCO's World Heritage Site. So remember this, that it is a part of UNESCO's World Heritage Site. The key species, along with Nilgiri Thar, you have Nilgiri langur, sloth bear, etc. Another important thing is that it is having the Shola grasslands ecosystem. Shola grasslands is basically in Western Ghats, when you move up the height, so there you get a unique variety of forests which are known as Shola forest. Shola forests are also known as the temperate evergreen forest, and these are basically the grasslands also. So Shola grasslands are there. The unique variety of the Sholas is because of the height. Okay, so Shola grassland ecosystems is a part of Eraviculam National Park in Kerala. Major rivers, and both the rivers are important, Periyar rivers and the Pamba rivers. So Eraviculam National Park is having, because it is in Kerala, it is having Periyar as well as Pamba. Okay. Another important fact about Eraviculam National Park is that it is having the Anaimudi Peak, and Anaimudi Peak is the highest peak in the southern India. Now just see the facts which are important in Eraviculam National Park. Almost everything is important. It is famous for, I am repeating it, it is in Kerala. It is famous for Nilgiri Thar, important. Famous for Nilkurinji bloom, important. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Then it is having sloth deer, then it is having Shola grasslands, it is having Pamba river, Periyar river, it is having Anaimudi peak, which is the highest peak of South India. Now let us discuss the biosphere reserves. As I have told you that biosphere reserves in another type of protected area, but it is not having any statutory recognition under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. ओके तो ये हमें एक चीज ध्यान में रखनी होगी. अब what is a biosphere reserve? Biosphere reserve is a very large area which is demarcated in order to preserve the flora and fauna of a region. One biosphere reserve can have a lot of national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, etc. into it. One biosphere reserve can span across different states also. Right? So biosphere reserve, what is the basic purpose of the biosphere reserve? Is to conserve the biodiversity and promote the sustainable development. Now when we are talking about the promoting sustainable development, so obviously it will include research as well as innovation. Along with this, it also includes the development of the local people. As we have discussed that Biosphere Reserve is not statutory protected area under Wildlife Protection Act 1972, तो हम लोगों को ये समझना होगा that Biosphere Reserves होता क्या है and what is its relevance. In India, there are total 18 Biosphere Reserves, and out of these 18 Biosphere Reserves, 13 Biosphere Reserves are recognized under UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Okay, तो total 18 है, लेकिन 18 के 18 UNESCO के अंदर में नहीं है. Right? When we are saying that the purpose of the biosphere reserve is to promote sustainable development, so sustainable development we all understand includes ecology as well as economy. So there has to be a balance. Of national parks, we have read that no human activity is permitted in the national parks, right? But when we talk about the biosphere reserves में human activities are permitted. Okay, the only difference is that in biosphere reserves there is a zonation model. There are different zones, zone 1, zone 2 and zone 3, and the central zone, which is known as the core area, is known as the national park, in which no activity is allowed. But as we will move away from the center area towards the peripheral area, the human interventions increase, right? So if you look at this diagram, this central area is known as the core zone, okay? And this is strictly a protected area. No human activity is allowed, no research is allowed, no settlements are allowed, only research activity is allowed, and that too after taking the necessary permissions. And that is why it is said that mostly the core areas are the areas where you have the national park, because they are strictly regulated. As we will move away from the core area, the second zone is known as the buffer zone. In buffer zone, the usage is regulated. That means education allowed, research is allowed, and limited resource use is also allowed. For example, grazing activity is allowed in the buffer zone. Okay, Small tourism, ecotourism is also allowed in the buffer zone, but all these activities are highly regulated. Similarly, the tribal people who are living in this buffer zone area, they also have the right. So you must have read about the Forest Rights Act. So under this, for example, the rights to collect the minor produce such as timber, leaves, tendu leaves, etc. All these rights are preserved in the buffer zone. As you move away from buffer zone, there is a third zone which is known as transition zone, and this is the area of cooperation. In this transition zone, settlement is also allowed, agriculture is allowed, and then economic activities are allowed, forestry is allowed. So that means from this center core area, as you are moving away, the human activities which are allowed increases. So that is what the buffer zone means and the transition zone means. So if you look at this chart, this one is the core zone. Okay, in core zone, the prohibited activities are grazing, forestry operations, mining, industries, tourism. Nothing is allowed. Only scientific research is allowed, and that too is very strictly controlled. The biodiversity conservation is the main thing which is done. In the buffer zone, large scale commercial activities, mining and pollution industries are prohibited. They are not allowed. Ecotourism, research, etc. is allowed. Similarly, in the transition zone, environmentally destructive activities are not allowed. Agriculture, infrastructure, tourism is allowed, but that too strictly regulated, maintaining the principles of sustainable development. Now we will do the important biosphere reserves. The first biosphere reserve is the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, and this is very, very important for the UPSC Prelims examination. This was the first biosphere reserve which was established in India, and it serves as a massive biological corridor. Where is it located? It is located in the Western Ghats. Okay, and more importantly, it is located where Western Ghats meet with the Eastern Ghats. So where is the area? So the tri-junction lies at the Nilgiri Hills, and hence the name is Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. Why is the name Nilgiri? Because there was the blue color flowers which are known as Nil Kurinji, right? It is at the tri-junction of Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka, right? So it was, and it is the first biosphere reserve from the country which became the part of UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserves program, MAB program, in 2000. Now, what are the protected areas which lie under the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve? Okay, so in Tamil Nadu, from Tamil Nadu, you have Madumalai Tiger Reserve and Mukurthi National Park. Very important. You need to memorize what are the constituents of the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. So one is Madumalai Tiger Reserve, Mukurthi National Park, and Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. These three protected areas from the state of Tamil Nadu are a part of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. From the state of Kerala, which are the important protected areas? Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuaries, Silent Valley National Park, and from the state of Karnataka, you have Bandipur and Nagarhole. So that means this one Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve is having Madumalai, Mukurthi, Satyamangalam, Wayanad, Silent Valley, Nagarhole and Bandipur as the protected areas which range across the states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka. If we have to talk about the important rivers which flow through it, one is Bhavani, another important river is Kabini and Moyar. These are the three important rivers. Okay, as we know that Nilgiri Biosphere Reserves as well as national parks are famous for the Shola grasslands. This we have discussed. The key species in these areas, again we know Nilgiri Thar, lion-tailed macaque, Asian elephant, tiger, gaur, sambar, chital, etc. If we have to talk about tribal population, the most important tribal areas are Chola Naikans, who are the cave dwellers. Remember, Chola Naikans are the tribal groups which live in the Bandipur, the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserves. Along with the Chola Naikans, you have Kurumbas, Irulas, very important. Irulas are the snake catchers, and Kotas, who are the artisans. So you have to remember these important names. One, Chola Naikans, two, Kurumbas, three, Irulas, and fourth, Kotas. They are the tribal groups living in the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. So now the second important biosphere reserve is the Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserves, and this is a biodiversity hotspot also located in the, again, the Western Ghats, but the southern section of the Western Ghats. Okay, and it is known why the name is Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserve because of the Rishi Agastya, and this reserve is very famous for the medicinal plants. The kind of flora which it is having, it is very famous for the medicinal plants. अब अगर लोकेशन की हम बात करें तो its location again it spans across the border of Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu. So it is spanning across two states, right? It is also a part of UNESCO's network of biosphere reserve, important Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserves. What are the protected areas under Agastyamalai? So you have Kalakkad Tiger Reserve from Tamil Nadu, and from Kerala you have Nayar Wildlife Sanctuary, Papara Wildlife Sanctuary, and Shendurni Wildlife Sanctuary. Shendurni Wildlife Sanctuary is very important. Okay, so अब Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve versus Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserve. You need to remember that what all are the constituent or the protected areas under Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve and Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserve. This is important. If we have to talk about the rivers which are flowing through it, Nayar is an important river which flows through this. Rest rivers are the local rivers. Okay. Landscapes की अगर हम बात करें, so it is having tropical wet evergreen forest because it is at the southern tip of the Western Ghats, and we know that it is close to equator, and hence it receives very high amount of rainfall, more than 200 centimeter of the annual rainfall. Along with the evergreen, you have moist deciduous forests as well as the shola forests. The shola forests are a part of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserves as well as Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserve. Key species again are all very common: Asian elephant, lion-tailed macaque, and then hornbill, Nilgiri thar, and endemic plants are also there. Agastyamalai bonsai, very important plant. If we have to talk about the tribal population, so Kanni tribe is very important, and Kanni tribe is especially known for their excellence in the medicinal plants, right? So medicinal plants के लिए tribes जानी जाती हैं, and specifically they have one plant that is known as Arogya Pacha. Arogya Pacha. So this is an important medicinal plant. Remember its name. Now let us move towards the next important biosphere reserves in North India, that is the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserves. It is a high altitude biosphere reserve because it is located in the Western Himalayas, and it is protecting the Nanda Devi National Peak as well as Nanda Devi National Park. So here it is written India's second highest peak. This is factually incorrect. Nanda Devi is not second highest peak. The second highest peak of India is Kanchenjunga, because the first highest peak of India is K2. K2 lies in POK. That's a different thing, but fine. Okay. And then we have the Valley of Flowers. Again, very important ecological area, that is Valley of Flowers. Remember, Valley of Flowers is a part of Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. Which is the state in which it is there? It is Uttarakhand. So Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve is located in Uttarakhand, and it has a transitional area between the Zaskar mountain range and the Great Himalayan range. Now Zaskar mountain range is a trans-Himalayan range, and this is the Greater Himalayan range. So this particular Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve provides the transition from trans-Himalayas to the Greater Himalayas. So this we have to remember, right? This is also a part of UNESCO's World network of biosphere reserves. If we have to talk about the protected areas, we have Nanda Devi National Park, also we have Valley of Flowers National Park, and both of these, Nanda Devi as well as Valley of Flowers, both these national parks are World Heritage Sites. So ये हमें को याद रखना है. If we have to talk about the important rivers, so there are three important rivers: Rishi Ganga, Dhauli Ganga, and Alaknanda. Alaknanda is the most important river which flows through the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. If we have to talk about the landscape, so here you have bugyas. These bugyas are what? High altitude summer grasslands, right? So in the high altitudes, they are the summer grasslands. That is when the temperature drops, so people move to these areas in order to get the food for their sheep. As far as the key species is concerned, Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve has very important species, snow leopard. The IUCN status of snow leopard is endangered. So remember this. Then you have Himalayan musk deer, brown deer, Himalayan thar, and bharal, that is blue sheep. Blue sheep is a prey of snow leopard. Snow leopard is a predator of blue sheep. Okay, if we have to talk about a tribal population, you have very important tribes, that is Bhotias. Along with Bhotias, there are other tribes also, but Bhotias are the most important tribes. Now let us move towards the next biosphere reserve, which is the Nokrek Biosphere Reserve. Nokrek Biosphere Reserve is located in the northeast India, and the state is Meghalaya. In Meghalaya, we know that we have Garo, Khasi, and Jaintia Hills. Specifically, it is located in the Garo Hills. So you have to remember that Nokrek Biosphere Reserve is in Garo Hills, and this is a very important fact. Okay, and also Nokrek Biosphere Reserve is a gene pool of the citrus species and red panda. What is a gene pool? Gene pool is that specific local area from where the original gene belongs, where it formed and it originated. So it is the local gene pool of the citrus species, citrus fruits, as well as red panda. You have to remember citrus fruits और red panda का relation किससे है? Nokrek Biosphere Reserve से है. This is also included in UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve program. What are the important constituents of Nokrek Biosphere Reserve? What are the important? Again, Nokrek National Park. Same name, very easy. What are the important rivers which are flowing through it? Again, some local rivers are flowing through it, not that important. You will not be able to memorize every river and every mountain, that I understand. Okay, and because it is in Meghalaya, we know in Meghalaya you have lot of rainfall, so that means tropical evergreen as well as semi-evergreen vegetation will be there. As far as the key species are included, red panda we have discussed. Then you also have Hullock gibbon. Hullock gibbon is an endangered as far as the IUCN status is concerned. Then you also have giant flying squirrel and citrus fruits that we know. If we have to talk about tribal population, so Garo is a tribe which lives there. In northeast India, when you talk about the mountains like Garo, Khasi, Abor, Miri, Mishmi, etc., all these, the names of these mountain ranges are on the names of the tribes which inhabit them. Okay, so you just remember that what are the parts of Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, which is located in the state of Meghalaya. So now let us discuss about the Manas Biosphere Reserve. Again, an important biosphere reserve. It is a part of World Heritage Site, that is, and which is listed by UNESCO. And earlier it was having a continuous zone, that is Royal Manas National Park in Bhutan. Location is concerned, the state is Assam in the Himalayan foothills. So if we know that it is Himalayan foothills, so we can talk about the physiography as well as the climate. We can understand that what type of climate and physiography will exist in the Himalayan foothills in the state of Assam. If we have to talk about the establishment, so we need to understand that it is a biosphere reserve, it is a World Heritage Site, but it is not yet द पार्ट ऑफ यूनेस्कोज नेटवर्क ऑफ बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व प्रोग्राम. तो ये यूनेस्को की वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट तो है, लेकिन ये यूनेस्को का वर्ल्ड नेटवर्क ऑफ बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व नहीं है, माना. सो यूनेस्को माना नहीं कि वो MAB प्रोग्राम के अंदर उसको लिया जाएगा. सो रिमेंबर दिस, दैट मानस नेशनल पार्क is not under UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. If we have to talk about the core area, its core area is Manas National Park. Okay, so Manas Biosphere Reserve, from name you can just understand that it is Manas National Park. As far as the rivers are concerned in the Manas National Park, so Manas, same name, is the important river, and the other important, rather very important river is the Sankosh. So Sankosh river is also very important, which passes through the Manas National Park. Remember this. Himalayan foothills, so I told you that we can talk about the physiography. So Tarai and Bhabbar tracks are there, semi-evergreen forests are there, alluvial grasslands are there. When it comes to the species, pygmy hog, which is a critically endangered species, if you will look at the image of this pygmy hog, it is basically a pig which is having a size of just hand. So you can hold a pig on your hand palm. So small is the size of the pig in this pygmy hog. Okay, so in this Manas National Park, there are important species. Pygmy hog is the most important species which is critically endangered. Second important species in Manas National Park is golden langur, and this golden langur is endemic to the Manas National Park and Manas Biosphere Reserve. Then you have Hispidhare, Assam roof turtle, and Asian elephant. But pygmy hog and golden langur are the most important one. Bodo is a tribal community which inhabits this particular area. Okay. Now let us talk about the Sundarban Biosphere Reserve. Now Sundarban Biosphere Reserve is the world's largest delta, and hence it has a continuous mangrove forest. Sundarban is the area where you have largest area under mangrove vegetation across the world. Okay, but in India, if you have to talk the diversity of the mangroves, it is in Bhitarkanika, that is in Odisha. Okay, so largest number of mangroves is in Sundarbans, density, largest diversity is in Bhitarkanika. Second, it is famous for being the only mangrove ecosystem in the world to harbor significant population of tigers. No other mangrove area in the world has the tiger population. सुंदरबंस ही सिर्फ इकलौता ऐसा मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट है जहां पर टाइगर्स मिलते हैं. इफ वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट द लोकेशन, सो वी ऑल अंडरस्टैंड द लोकेशन द गंगा, ब्रह्मपुत्र एंड मेघना रिवर्स इन द लोअर रीजेस ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ऑफ द वेस्ट बंगाल, right? And then it is a part of UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. We have discussed this. The constituent protected area, if we have to talk about, so you have Sundarbans National Park, then you have Sajne Khali Wildlife Sanctuary. This wildlife sanctuary is also important. It comes in news every time. Okay. Along with this, you have Lothian Island Wildlife Sanctuary as well as Halliday Island Wildlife Sanctuary. So Halliday and Lothian Islands you have in Sundarbans. If we have to talk about the rivers which are flowing through it, so you have river Hooghly, then you have Saptamukhi, that's it. Others are the local rivers. Only Hooghly is the major river which drains Sundarban Biosphere Reserve. So ये याद रखना है. Sundarbans Biosphere Reserve में Sundarban National Park तो obviously है. Then you have Sajne Khali Wildlife Sanctuary, Lothian Island as well as Halliday. तो सुंदरबन में जब हॉलीडे मनाने जाओगे लोथियन के ऊपर, तो वहां पे आपको सजने संवरने का मौका मिलेगा. Such a okay, fine. So I just try to make a acronym, but that's fine. Next, if we have to talk about the landscape, okay, so the Sundarban derives its name from Sundari trees. If we have to talk about the key species, we know we have Royal Bengal tiger, saltwater crocodile, Gangetic river dolphin, all the Irrawaddy dolphin. These things we have discussed in the Sundarban national parks also, है ना? So just a revision: Northern River, Terrapin. Now let us talk about the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve. So Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve is the first marine biosphere reserve in South and Southeast Asia. Okay, remember this. It was the first marine biosphere reserve in South and Southeast Asia, and it is known for its coral formations. Then it is also famous for being the last refuge of dugong in this region, and we know that dugong is an endangered species when it comes to the IUCN status. Okay, located off the coast of Tamil Nadu and it extends from Rameswaram to Kanyakumari, right? This Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve is also a part of UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserves. And we have to talk about the core, the constituents of it, that what are the protected areas in it. You have Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park. Okay, rivers, as far as concerned, Vaipar is the only river here. Otherwise, mostly they are drained by local rivers. And second, if we have to talk about the landscape, so because we know that we are now talking about the marine area, that is the Gulf area. So here, obviously, you will be having seagrass meadows, shallow water habitats, and there might be a lot of islands which are uninhabited. Okay. Key species, we know that it is dugong. Dugong is a flagship species, also known as sea cow. Then you have green sea turtle. Then you also have olive ridley turtle. And then you have Balanoglossus. It is a living fossil linking vertebrates and invertebrates. Just a fact. Okay. Tribal population, a traditional fossil community is residing over there who are known as Marakears. Okay. So again, Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve located in Tamil Nadu, coast of Tamil Nadu, has dugong. Along with dugong has green sea turtle, olive ridley turtles, and it is a part of UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. So next we have the Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserves. Now this is important. Why? Because we know that there is a large scale infrastructure project which is going on with the name of Great Nicobar Project. And this project is very much important, and it is in news just because of the reason that there is a large scale deforestation which is taking place. Okay, so this was the issue. The basic objective of this Great Nicobar project is what? To economic as well as strategic. To gain the economic as well as strategic advantage, we will be making the seaport terminals. We will be making a township. We will be making the gas plant as well as a possible military base. Right? So this is the Great Nicobar project. It is in news, hence Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserves also become important. It is located in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and it is a part of UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserves program. So ये याद रखेंगे हम. As far as the core zones are concerned, in this biosphere reserve you have very important national parks. One is the Campbell Bay National Park and second is a Galathea National Park. So ये याद रखना है. Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserve में you have Campbell and Galathea National Park. Right? So on the name of this only you have Galathea river also which flows through it. We can also understand the vegetation type. So obviously it will be tropical wet evergreen forests will be there. Then you will be having the coastal mangroves also. As far as the key species are concerned, so the important key species are one, saltwater crocodile, and second, leatherback turtle. Okay, for leatherback turtle, the Galathea Bay is the major nesting site also. So remember, Galathea is a part of Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserves. As far as the tribal populations are concerned, you have Champins and Nicobaris. Both of these populations are PVTGs, that is particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So Champins and Nicobaris are a part of Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserve. Let us move to the next biosphere reserve, which is Simlipal Biosphere Reserve. Okay, it is a very massive ecosystem in the state of Odisha. So we have to remember Simlipal Biosphere Reserve, Odisha. We have also done Simlipal National Park. Okay, and Simlipal National Park, we discussed that it was famous for melanistic tigers, and it is the only place in the world where you have melanistic tigers, which are also known as black tigers. Okay, it is located in the Mayurbhanj area of Odisha. Mayurbhanj is a very important mining area also. Along with this, if we have to talk about the UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve program, so it is included in UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. It is having Simlipal National Park, then it is having Simlipal Wildlife Sanctuaries. It also includes Mayurbhanj Elephant Reserve. So if you remember these names, you will be able to mark it. Okay, rivers again are just local rivers, not that important. We are talking about the state of Odisha. So in Odisha, in this particular area, you have moist deciduous forests, especially the sal forests. You also have tropical semi-evergreen patches, but mainly it is the moist deciduous vegetation. Okay, if as far as the key species are concerned, again there are a lot of species, but the most important species is melanistic tigers. Tribal population, again you have Mankidias, which is the most important tribal population of this group, this region. However, Simlipal Biosphere Reserve along with the Mankidias have Santhal, Ho, Gonds, Munda tribes, etc. also. Now let us move towards the next biosphere reserve, that is Dibru Shaikhova Biosphere Reserve, Dibru Shikhova Biosphere Reserve, whatever you want to pronounce. Okay, and this Dibru Shikhova Biosphere Reserve is one of the smallest biosphere reserves in India. It is having a very less area. Okay, the important thing is that it is having a unique river island ecosystem which is famous for its population of feral horses. तो feral horses जैसे नाम सुनाई देगा, feral horses is Dibru Shikhova Biosphere Reserve. It is located in the state of Assam. Assam, we know Brahmaputra is there, so floodplain type का vegetation is there, and it is not included in the UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve program. तो ये इतना ही था. But if we have to talk about the constituent protected areas of Dibru Shikhova, so then you have Dibru Shikhova National Park. Rivers, as we have discussed, Brahmaputra as well as Lohit. ओके। डिब्रू इज ऑल्सो अ स्मॉल रिवर विच फ्लोज थ्रू इट, जिसके ऊपर ये नाम है डिब्रू शिखोवा, लेकिन मेजर रिवर जो है दैट इज ब्रह्मपुत्र एंड लोहित in Assam, which flows through Dibru-Shikhova National Park. It is having a swampy areas, and as far as the key species are concerned, you have feral horses, you have white-winged wood dusk, then you have golden langur, then you have holag gibbon, Gangetic river dolphins, etc. As far as the tribal population is concerned, Kachari tribes are there, and that too Sonowal Kacharis. Okay, along with this we have missing tribes also, but the famous tribes are the Kachari tribes. Kachari tribes were in Dibru Shikhova Biosphere Reserve or the National Park. Next, you have Dihang Dibang Biosphere Reserve. Now, this Dihang Dibang Biosphere Reserve is in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, and it is having a very rugged terrain, that is the mountainous ecosystems. It is located across the Upper Siang and West Siang districts, not that important. Dibang Valley is there, and hence the name Dihang Dibang Biosphere Reserves. So you can easily guess the names of the rivers, that is Dihang as well as Dibang. Dihang is also known as Siang. So if in examination you get river Siang or Dihang, it means the same thing. Okay, it is also not included in the UNESCO's network of biosphere reserve program, but yes, it is a biosphere reserve in India. Okay, if we have to talk about the constituent protected areas, so you have Moling National Park, and then you have Dibang Wildlife Sanctuaries. Moling National Park again where in Arunachal Pradesh. Landscape की अगर हम बात करें, again we can guess because we are talking about the Arunachal Pradesh. So you have tropical wet evergreen forests, you have alpine meadows, and then you have other snow-covered peaks also. Right. As far as the key species are concerned, so here you have Mishmi tribes are also there. Then you have musk deer, red pandas, etc. Okay. As far as the other tribal groups are concerned, you have Adi and you have Idu. So these are the two tribal groups which are there in the Dihang Dibang Biosphere Reserve. Next, you have Panchmadi Biosphere Reserve. Again, very important biosphere reserve, very important. Okay, it is often called as the Queens of Satpura. So remember, the hills, the mountain range which is important in Panchmadi Biosphere Reserve is in Satpura, and the state is the Madhya Pradesh state. Okay, so Queen of Satpura is known as what? Is known as the Panchmadi Biosphere Reserve, right? And it is so important that it is included in the UNESCO's network of biosphere reserves. That is important. As far as the core areas are concerned, you have Satpura National Park, then you have Bori Wildlife Sanctuary and Panchmadi Wildlife Sanctuaries. Rivers which flow through this is, the most important river is Tava, and then Sonbhadra is little important river, but Tava is important river. Landscape is concerned, so we know that it is in the Satpura, that is the Central Highlands, and Central Highlands is characterized by rugged topography, rugged terrain which are having deep gorges. So this is the area is also known as the Badland topography, the northern MP region. And another important thing is that Panchmadi Biosphere Reserve has important peak, mountain peak, that is Dhupgarh, and this Dhupgarh is the highest peak of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, it has sal and teak forests, so it is there. As far as the key species are concerned, you have Indian giant squirrel. Indian giant squirrel is the state animal of MP. So remember that the state animal of MP is the Indian giant squirrel. Okay, MP. Then you have giant squirrel, you have flying squirrel, tiger, leopards, etc. species are there. Tribal population in the Central Highlands, the most important is Gond tribes, and then you have Korkus and Bharia tribes. Next, very important biosphere reserve, that is Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve. Why this reserve is so important? Because one, it is one of the world's highest ecosystems, and second, it is first mixed heritage site of India. It is the first mixed heritage site. Mixed heritage site means it is important ecological site also, it is important cultural site also. In India, there is just one mixed heritage site which is recognized by UNESCO, and that is what? That is the Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve. The Kanchenjunga is important naturally, ecologically, as well as culturally. If we have to talk about the location, it is located in the Sikkim state, that is Sikkim Himalayas, and it borders Nepal and Tibetan area, right? It is a part of UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve, that is MAB program also. As far as the core areas are concerned, you have Kanchenjunga National Park. Important river which flows through is Teesta. Teesta is an antecedent river, and Teesta river is known to make one of the deepest gorges. It flows through very steep slopes, and hence it is one of the most fast flowing rivers of India. Okay. Along with Teesta, if we have to talk about the landscapes, so it is having temperate broadleaf forests, also alpine meadows. Okay, then you in the higher reaches you have permanent glaciers, and the most important glacier is the Zemu Glacier. So remember, Zemu Glacier is a part of Kanchenjunga National Park or Biosphere Reserve in the state of Sikkim. Key species: red panda as well as snow leopards. Red panda is the state animal of सिक्किम, तो ये याद रखेंगे. Okay, सिक्किम का state animal कौन सा है? Red panda. Along with this you have Himalayan thar and then other species. If we have to talk about tribes, so the Lepchas are the most important tribal groups which are present in this area, and they worship mountain as deity. Along with Lepchas, you also have Bhutias and then few Nepalese communities. So Lepchas and Bhutias are the most important tribes of Sikkim, that too in Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve. Next is the Achanakmar Amarkantak Biosphere Reserve. So now from this name itself, you must be knowing or guessing it right that what is Amarkantak. Okay. Amarkantak peak is very famous in the central part of India, right? So that there is Achanakmar Amarkantak Biosphere Reserve. It is located at the junction of Vindhyas as well as Satpura mountain ranges, and it is often referred as the major watershed of the peninsular India, because this Biosphere Reserve, this Achanakmar Amarkantak plateau region, is the source of three distinct river systems. Three distinct river systems flows through this particular plateau. If we have to talk about the states that in which this Biosphere Reserve is located, it is located in two states. What are those two states? One is Madhya Pradesh and second one is Chhattisgarh. Okay, it is also included in the UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve program. So this is also interstate biosphere reserves located in MP as well as Chhattisgarh and is a part of UNESCO's MAB program. If we have to talk about the core area, it is Achanakmar Wildlife Sanctuary. Rivers, the most important river is Narmada, and the areas are dominated by Maikal Hill Range. So basically the central Indian range where you see, so you know that there you have Vindhyas, Satpuras and the Maikal Hill Range. And the areas is also a tropical deciduous forest, hence you have teak as well as sal varieties. We have to talk about if the key species, you have leopards, you have gods, that is Indian bison, and then you have four-horned antelopes, that is Chausingha. Remember, Chausingha is there. Sarus crane is also there, and the tiger is there. As far as the tribal population is concerned, Baigas, which is a PVTG group, is important. So remember, Gonds and Coals are, मतलब वो हम guess भी कर लेंगे आसानी से, because उस region में Gonds and Coals are present in huge numbers. But Baiga is a PVTG, that is particularly vulnerable tribal group. तो ये हमें पता होना चाहिए. Baigas group, Baigas PVTG is where is in the Achanakmar Amarkantak plateau. Next we have Kutch Biosphere Reserve. Now again, area we can get that it is the run of Kutch. We have also discussed the Banni grasslands. It is the largest biosphere reserve in India by area. Remember this, that Kutch Biosphere Reserve is the largest biosphere reserve. Now because it is lying in the run of Kutch, so we can understand that it is also having saline desert ecosystems which are known as run. Okay, so it is located in the state of Gujarat, but despite being the largest biosphere reserves of India, it is not included in the UNESCO's MAB program. Okay, it has Kutch Desert Wildlife Sanctuaries, Indian Wild as Sanctuary, where you have Luni, Banas, Saraswati. three important rivers, but all these rivers are having what? They are having inland drainage system. What do you mean by inland drainage system? That the rivers are not able to reach to the oceans or seas. So they are seasonal river, monsoon fed them, and but they finally drain within the territory of India, within the land. They do not reach the ocean. So hence they are inland drainage systems. Now it is a desert ecosystem, so obviously there will be thorn and scrub forest. Bunny grasslands are there. We have discussed bunny grasslands are facing acute water shortages. Key species, Indian wild ass is there, greater flamingos are there, Khadai camel is there. This also I have told you. Khadai camels are found in Banni grasslands. The community was the Maldhari community, and these camels were famous for swimming. These camels can swim. Then along with them, they have chinkaras, they have karakas, and desert cat communities, as we have discussed, Maldharis. Then you have Rabaris and Meghwals. Next, you have Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve, again, as it is telling you that it is a high altitude ecosystem in Trans-Himalayas, okay? And it is a critical habitat for the snow leopard. It is located in the state of Himachal Pradesh. In Himachal Pradesh, we all are aware about two famous areas, Lahaul and Spiti, which are famous for the tribal groups as well as famous tourism destinations. Okay, in Lahaul and Spiti, you have temperature far below zero, and that is why you have cold deserts over there, and hence the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve exists there. It is a part of UNESCO's MAB program, and it was just included last year, that is in 2025. If you have to talk about the constituent protected areas, then constituent protected areas में you have core zones. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नेशनल पार्क इज द पिन वैली नेशनल पार्क. ओके, अब हमारे पास तीन वैलीज हो गई हैं. वन इज द वैली ऑफ फ्लावर्स, नंदा देवी. वन वॉज साइलेंट वैली नेशनल पार्क, केरला. एंड वन इज पिन वैली नेशनल पार्क, दैट इज इन Himachal Pradesh. And then it is also associated with the Kibber Wildlife Sanctuaries, Chandratal Wildlife Sanctuaries, and Sarchu. Kibber and Chandratal, again very famous tourist spots. River Chandra and Bhaga rivers are there, and Chandra Bhaga form the Chenab river. Along with this, you also have Satluj river. So these are the two important rivers which exist in the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve of Himachal Pradesh, right? Key species में we understand snow leopard is there. Snow leopard is the flagship species of Cold Desert Biosphere Reserves. If there is snow leopard, there will be bharal, because blue sheep is the prey and snow leopard is the predator. Then it is also having sea buckthorn, very important medicinal plant. Sea buckthorn is also there in news many times. So remember, sea buckthorn medicinal plant is found in the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserves. Tribal groups, Bhotias are there. Okay. Next, we have Seshachalam Biosphere Reserves. Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve is the only natural habitat of the precious red sanders tree. Okay, so you have to remember this, that red sanders tree is found in Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve, and this Biosphere Reserve is the only natural habitat where you have red sanders tree. It is located in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Okay, so red sanders tree is very much famous for smuggling. You must have seen or heard or listened about the famous movie Pushpa Part 1. So red sanders trees are famous for smuggling, and the Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve is the only natural habitat for it. Okay, but it is not included in the UNESCO's MAB program. Here you have Sri Venkateshwar National Park and Venkateshwar Wildlife Sanctuaries. As far as the rivers are concerned, you have Kalyani River. Otherwise, Swarnamukhi River is also there, famous river, but then other rivers are just local in nature. In Andhra Pradesh, you have tropical dry deciduous forest in this particular area. So Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve does not receive much of the rainfall, and hence it has deciduous forest, but not the moist one. It has dry deciduous forest. Red sanders is endemic and endangered flora. Along with red sanders, you have golden gecko and then yellow-throated bulbul. Tribes, Yanadis are there. Okay. The last biosphere reserve is a Panna Biosphere Reserve. Panna Biosphere Reserve is located in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, it is located in Panna and Chhatarpur areas and has the name Panna Biosphere Reserves. Now in Madhya Pradesh, again, if we have to talk, so it is characterized by the Vindhyas mountain range, and it is famous for successful tiger reintroduction. Then this area is included in the UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserves. If we have to talk about the main areas, so you have Panna National Park. Panna National Park is very important. Now my question to you is, there is an important protected area through which the Ken Betwa interlinking project is passing, and because of which the tiger population is threatened according to the experts. Tell me in the comment section that which is that protected area in the state of MP which is affected by Ken Betwa interlinking project. Coming back, you have Panna National Park over here. You have Gangao Wildlife Sanctuary, Ken Ghadial Sanctuaries. Okay, rivers, Ken is their important river. If we have to talk about the landscape, so again it is dominated by dry teak and dry mixed deciduous forest. Species, again general: tiger, leopard, chinkara, sambhal. Ghadial, very important, it is also found in Ken river. वैसे the most important river for Ghadial was Chambal. This we have done. Chambal Wildlife Sanctuary was famous for the Ghadials, right? But yes, Ghadials are also found in some areas of the Ken rivers. As far as the tribal population is concerned, you have Gond tribes as well as Kherua tribes. Okay, these two tribes are important. So these were the biosphere reserves which were there in news in last 1 year. Chalo. Now let us see some of the reports and indices which were there in news. The first one is the NV Stats India 2025. Though this NV Stats India 2025 is released by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Remember, this is not released by the environment. It is released by Statistics and Program Implementation Ministry. And this is India's official environmental economic accounting report. Okay, so this is important, and it uses internationally accepted UNSEEA, that is System of Environmental Economic Accounting Framework. The frequency of publishing is annual, right? Basically, it provides the detailed data on environment, natural resources, energy, emission, waste, ecology, etc. Second is the State of Climate in Asia 2024 report. This was released by WMO, that is World Meteorological Organization, and then it came up with the several outcomes. 2024 was confirmed as the warmest year of Asia, and a glacial melting has accelerated. So all the negative things which are associated with the global warming, this report has pointed out. Important is the organization which is releasing this report, that is WMO. Next is the Energy Transition Index, ETI 2025. So Energy Transition Index is released by World Economic Forum. Remember this report. Okay. World Economic Forum releases Energy Transition Index, and WEF releases it in collaboration with Accenture. Fine. Energy Transition Index uses two sub-indexes. One is the system performance, second is the transition readiness. 60% weight is for system performance, 40% is for this. The top three countries as usual are Sweden, Finland and Denmark. India's rank, obviously it's 71st. So this is actually a drop from the rankings of 2024, marking a slip of 8 places. So India is ranked 71st. Next, we have Sustainable Development Report 2025. This is released by United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, that is UNSDSN. The goal of the report is to review the progress which is made each year on sustainable development goals since their inception. Overall progress is, the report says that globally, none of the 17 SDGs are on track to be achieved by 2030. When we talk about the top performers is Finland first, then Sweden, then Denmark. India's rank is 99th out of 167 countries. But it is for the first time that India has entered top 100 countries, 90 with 99th rank. When we talk about the regional comparison, it is behind China, Bhutan. It is ahead of Bangladesh and Pakistan. This was Sustainable Development Report by UN. Next, we have Environmental Performance Index. This is released by Yale University biennially. And if you talk about the ranks, it is based on the environmental health. India's rank is 176 in 2024. Again, very poor. Just out of 180 countries, we are ranked at 176. When we talk about the regional ranking, South Asia also we are 7th. We are only ahead of Pakistan. So this is not a good thing. Top performers are Estonia when it comes to the Environmental Performance Index. Environmental Performance Index released by Yale University. Remember it. Then you have WHO Global Tobacco Epidemic Report 2025, which is released by World Health Organization. Okay, it specifically focus on W strategy of Empower, that is warm about the dangers of tobacco. Next, we have Global Wetland Outlook 2025 report. This is released by the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, and it is released every 3 years, which is unique. Generally, the reports are released every year or after every 2 years, but this Global Wetland Outlook report is released after 3 years. It aims to provide a global assessment of the wetland health, trends, degradation, conservation, etc. The key findings are the world have lost 35% of its wetlands since 1970, and the primary drivers being agriculture, urbanization, and climate change. If we have to talk about India, India currently has more than 85 Ramsar sites. In India, we have Amrit Dharohar scheme, which is an initiative by Environment Ministry to protect and conserve India's Ramsar sites. So Amrit Dharohar, what is the Dharohar for India? The wetlands. Now we are moving to the topic of climate change. Okay. So here also we will discuss important things. The first one is, we know that these are the greenhouse gases, but we should also know the greenhouse warming potential, the global warming potential. If we take carbon dioxide as a reference level of 1, then methane has 21 times more potential to warm the globe compared to carbon dioxide. Nitrous oxide is 310 times. So this is global warming potential. If we have to talk about the lifetime, so carbon dioxide have a life cycle for 100 years. It can stay in atmosphere for 100 years. Methane can stay in atmosphere for 12 years. So you have to remember all these facts, the potential as well as the lifespan. The question can be asked either in the ascending or the descending order, right? What are the causes of the ozone depletion? So we know that basically these are halons. Halons, example chlorofluorocarbons, etc. They are the causes of ozone depletion, and they are the ODS. When we talk about the ODS, for example chlorofluorocarbon, what are the major sources? Refrigerators, ACs, aerosol sprays, and foam blowing agents. They have very high potential to deplete ozone. Next, we have halons. They are the major sources are fire extinguishers, again very high. Then we have carbon tetrachloride, CCl4, industrial solvents and dry cleaning agents is the source. Methyl chloroform, when we say adhesives, aerosols, chemical processings, and methyl bromide, again pesticides, fumigants, etc. from agriculture, etc. You have to remember the name of the ozone depleting substances. I am repeating: chlorofluorocarbons, halons, carbon tetrachloride, methyl chloroform, and methyl bromide, right? Next thing is that we know that the ozone hole over the Antarctic is bigger than the ozone hole over Arctic. So when we compare Arctic versus Antarctic, so Antarctica has a larger ozone hole. What are the reasons for the prelims perspective? Just remember that there is a stronger polar vortex, there is more extreme cold, and then there are polar stratospheric clouds. Okay, all these three reasons, polar vortex, extreme cold, polar stratospheric clouds, are the cause of ozone depletion. All these three things are present in the North Pole also, in Arctic area, but in the South Pole it is more extreme, right? So cooler the temperature, there are higher chances that ozone will deplete. And Antarctica has cooler temperature compared to Arctic because Antarctica is in southern hemisphere. Arctic is in northern hemisphere, which is having heterogeneous topography. What are the conventions which are related to the ozone depletion? Obviously, we know that there is Vienna Convention. Vienna Convention is a framework and it is a legally binding instrument which acts as a parent treaty that sets the broad goals. Okay. Vienna Convention is not, it does not contain legally binding reduction targets or sanctions. It does not contain legally binding. I'm sorry, I think that I said that it is legally binding instrument. It is not legally binding instrument. It does not contain any legally binding reduction targets. It established the Conference of Parties, and India became the party of the Vienna Convention in 1991. Under this convention, there is a protocol, Montreal Protocol. Montreal Protocol is a legally binding protocol. Convention is not legally binding. Vienna Convention. Montreal Protocol is legally binding protocol. Okay, and basically it takes care of the ozone depleting substances, and it follows the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, which means all the countries are having common responsibilities that everyone understands. Responsibility is there, but how to fulfill that responsibility, to what extent that responsibility has to fulfill, that is differential because the countries are at different levels of the economic growth. If we talk about the Article 5 countries under Montreal Protocol, they are the developing countries, which include India and China. Okay, and obviously there are relaxed norms for developing countries compared to the developed countries. Non-Article 5 countries are the developed one. Fine. And it is also one of the examples of successful treaty. It was ratified by all the 198 UN member states, and India became the party in 1992. In this Montreal Protocol, there was very important amendment which was made in 2016. Okay, Montreal Protocol originally dealt only with the ozone depleting substances. Kigali amendment to this Montreal Protocol included the hydrofluorocarbon, that is HFCs, and HFCs is basically a greenhouse gas. So now the amended Montreal Protocol, that is after the Kigali Amendment, this Montreal Protocol deals with ODS, ozone depleting substances, as well as greenhouse gases. Okay. And Kigali Amendment also sets the legally binding targets with specific timelines for all the member countries. The goal of the Kigali Amendment was to reduce 80% of the HFC consumptions by 2047. Next comes the United Nations Conventions on Biological Diversity, UNCBD. So we know that when the Rio Earth Summit took place, there three important conventions came. One, UNCBD, second, UNCCD, third, UNFCCC. United Nations Conventions on Biological Diversity, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, and United Nations Convention to Combat Climate Change. These three conventions are known as the sister conventions. The sister conventions. Here first we are talking about the UNCBD, that is United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. It is a legally binding instrument. Objectives are conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of resources, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits. There are two important protocols under UNCBD. One is Cartagena Protocol and one is the Nagoya Protocol. Cartagena Protocol talks about the biosafety. It regulates the movement of living modified organisms. On the other hand, Nagoya Protocol talks about the access and benefit sharing with the local communities. So there are two protocols under this convention. Okay. Then in 2022, a very important framework came under this convention, Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, also known as Kunming-Montreal Protocol. Okay. It set 30 cross 30 target, which means that by 2030, 30% of the land and water will be conserved. That is to protect 30% of the land and 30% of the oceans by 2030. This is 30 cross 30 target in terms of biodiversity. Okay. In 24 to 25 session, the COP16 took place in Cali, Colombia, and it established the Cali Fund, CALI, Cali Fund, which is a new global fund where companies which use digital sequence information, which is a type of genetic resource or a biological resource, all those companies must pay a portion of profits to support the biodiversity conservation. Further, it also established a permanent body for indigenous peoples, right? So this was about the UNCBD. Next, we have United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. Its status is also legally binding, and basically here the objective is to reduce desertification as well as the poverty reduction. In this convention, there is a key concept which is known as the LDN, that is land degradation neutrality. Land degradation neutrality comes under Sustainable Development Goal number 5. Okay, so we have to reduce the desertification. Desertification is what? Desertification is reduction in the growing capacity of the land. So soil erosion can lead to desertification. So basically, when the soil or the land becomes unable or not capable to support the vegetation or crops, we call it as desertification. Okay. There is an initiative, Great Green Wall, also, which is taking place in the Sahara Desert in order to stop the desertification. UNCCD COP16 was held in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and the theme was Our Land, Our Future. And its major outcome was Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership. Okay. Then fund was promised and the Business for Land Forum was established, which was a private sector engagement platform. The next, we are moving towards United Nations UNFCCC, the Climate Change Convention. This is also a legally binding instrument. Under this, we all know that there is a huge historical background, that Kyoto Protocol came in, then there was Clean Development Mechanism, joint implementation, etc. programs. We are not moving there because here we are doing the current affairs part only. That is a part of statics. In current affairs, we need to go for the recent COP30, that is, which was held in Belem in Brazil in 2025, and hence this is also known as the Belem Declaration. The primary goal was to turn the promises of the Paris Agreement into implementation, and this is known as the Belem Package. Tropical Forest Forever Facility, very important thing. Tropical Forest Forever Facility. The objective is the payment for the performance fund to pay tropical countries to keep forests standing. It was launched in Belem. Mechanism is this fund. Indigenous rights are also protected. Then Belem mission was launched to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That is, a new platform was launched to monitor whether the round 3 NDCs, that is national determined contributions, strictly align with the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit or not. It serves as a watchdog mechanism. Then there was Just Transition Mechanism, the BAM, which is known as Belem Action Mechanism. It was a new body which was established to support the countries shifting away from the fossil fuels. Okay, Belem Action Mechanism talks about the action for the countries to shift away from fossil fuels. Then we also have Global Goal on Adaptation Indicators, that is GGA indicators. Okay, so indicators were finally agreed upon to measure the adaptation. And India highlighted in the Adaptation Gap Report of 2025, which showed that developing countries need more funds, that is more than $300 billion plus funds annually. $1.3 trillion goal must be met primarily through the public grants. This was India's stand. As far as the prelims examination is concerned, we should just know that what is Tropical Forest Forever Facility, what is Belem Mission, what is Just Transition Mechanism, what is GGA indicators, and what exactly is the Belem Package.